Komio Academy. Grade 2, Class B. Back row, window seat, the king's hometown. Lin Xiu lay with his head on the desk, eyes closed, completely ignoring the lecture. The teacher noticed, but didn't say a word. After all, Lin Xiu was the top student in the grade. If the best student wanted to sleep, who would dare stop him? But today his sleep was uneasy. Instead of the usual blank darkness, he dreamed. A scene surfaced in his mind. The setting sun spilling gold across the old school building. A girl with flowing crimson hair opening a white-framed window. Red. That vivid, dazzling red, like blood, like flame, casting her beauty in a noble glow. The breeze lifted her long hair, and for a moment, she looked like a painting brought to life. Rias Senpai. She's the kind of woman who should be my girlfriend. As a man, shouldn't you pursue someone like her? Lin Xiu's ambition flared. Why choose between living boldly like Xiangyu or seizing destiny like Liu Bang? Why not both? Why not everything? As that thought crystallized, a mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's willpower purity detected. Conditions met. System activation complete. Congratulations! You have awakened the heterodox protagonist system. Commit acts befitting a villain protagonist or complete villain quests to earn rewards. More prompts followed, rapid and overwhelming. Artifact detected. Boosted gear. The Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. Drake's consciousness erased. Weaknesses corrected. Restrictions removed. Previous souls of the Red Dragon Emperors crystallized. The system even granted a newbie reward. A single chance to unleash Tyrant Dragon with no conditions and no backlash. Lin Xiu's head buzzed. Foreign memories surged. His past life? Proof he was a transmigrator? He snapped awake, eyes suddenly sharp. The teacher, caught in his gaze, faltered mid-lecture. Lin Xiujuan, what's wrong? Am I disturbing you? Lin Xiu leaned back casually. No, sensei. Please continue. But sleep was gone. Instead, Lin Xiu turned to the window, watching the cherry blossoms fall as he sorted through the avalanche of information. So, this is DxD, dangerous, but full of opportunities. And I already have a system. Not bad. He recalled the timeline. 30 years from now, the EXE world will invade. Even the Dragon God Emperor will face death. If I want to live through that, I need power. Lots of it. The last minutes of class ticked by as he planned. Should I join Rias? Or Sona? Tempting. Both treated their servants well. But in the end, peerage members were seen as property, little more than pets of the high-class demons. If I had no system, that path might make sense. But with the villain protagonist system, becoming someone's dog is laughable. He smirked. Still, keeping relations with them was smart. After all, he wanted both the queens and their pawns. Greed was only natural for him now. The bell rang. At the same moment, another prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. Plot mission triggered. Amano Yuuma's confession. Mission level, green. Description. A fallen angel has been dispatched to investigate the host's artifact. Amano Yuuma is moving in. Requirement. Accept her confession, but not in the same way as the original protagonist. Lin Xiu arched an eyebrow. So, the system punishes me if I follow the script? Interesting. They want me to change the story. He grabbed his bag and stood up. No doubt Amano Yuuma was already waiting at the school gate. But before he could leave, a familiar voice teased him. Hey, Lin Xiujuan, you look good today. A brown-haired girl with glasses leaned against the desk, eyes glinting with mischief. Kiryu Aika, the infamous pervert of the class. In the original story, she could tell a man's size at a glance, just like Issei could judge cup sizes. She smirked. Not just taller by 1 centimeter, but thicker too, 0.3 centimeters to be exact. Truly in peak form, Lin Xiujuan. Normally, Lin Xiu would sigh and ignore her antics. But today he had a system. Today he was a villain protagonist. He leaned in, eyes playful. Peak form, huh? Want to test it yourself, Kiryu-san? Yeah. For the first time, Aika froze. Her mind scrambled. Did he just... Is he serious? Should I? Lin Xiu slung his bag over his shoulder, satisfied with her flustered look. If not, I'll be going. With that, he walked out of the classroom, leaving Aika speechless in his wake. The villain's story had just begun. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in crimson and gold. Lin Xiu slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out of Komio Academy with calm confidence. As expected, a figure waited for him on the overpass near the gate. A girl with waist-length black hair, violet eyes, and a flawless JK uniform. Youthful, pure, and breathtakingly beautiful, Amano Yuuma. Even though Lin Xiu had already predicted this encounter, her charm still struck him head-on. Damn, is my little head trying to take over again? Typical male weakness. He bit his tongue and forced clarity back into his mind. Information about Yuuma surfaced. Real name, Rainier. Race, Fallen Angel. Rank, mid-tier operative stationed in Kuo. Mission, in the original timeline, she approached Issei Haidu under the guise of a schoolgirl, became his girlfriend, and eventually lured him out only to kill him. Lin Xiu smirked. He knew what she planned to do to him. But this time, the story wouldn't follow the script. Yuuma stepped forward, voice soft and melodic. Excuse me, are you Lin Xiu from Kuo Academy? That's me, Lin Xiu answered with casual ease. And you are? My name is Amano Yuuma. I study at a nearby middle school. She fidgeted shyly, hands clasped against her chest. I've seen you pass by often, and I wanted to ask something. Her violet eyes locked onto him. Are you dating anyone right now? Lin Xiu widened his eyes, just slightly, playing the part. No, I'm not. What? Relief lit up her features. That's wonderful. She drew a deep breath, lips trembling. I've liked you for a long time. Lin Xiu-kun, will you go out with me? The sun set behind her, the nervous quiver in her voice, the softness of her lips. All of it would have shattered the resolve of any ordinary boy. Even Lin Xiu, prepared as he was, felt the weight of her charm. But he already knew how he would answer. Yes, he said firmly. I like Amano-san too. Please take care of me. Yuma's smile bloomed, a perfect imitation of bashful joy. Oh, really? That makes me so happy. From now on, we're lovers. Her act was flawless, but Lin Xiu wasn't fooled. He squeezed her hand, leaning in closer. No, Amano-san. Lovers still need one more step. But didn't you just accept my confession? What's left? Yuma's smile stiffened, though she tried to hide it. You filthy human, don't touch me, so casually her heart spat. But before she could pull away, Lin Xiu tugged her into his arms. Her protest died on her lips, because his lips pressed against hers. She stiffened in shock. But Lin Xiu didn't give her a chance to recover. The moment she parted her lips to speak, he pushed deeper, seizing her first kiss without hesitation. Yuma's mind blanked. What? A chime rang in Lin Xiu's mind. Ding! Plot mission complete. Amano Yuma's confession. Requirement. Accept the confession differently from the original protagonist. Reward. Pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline, green. Leviathan bloodline acquired. Affinity with water increased. Authority over the ocean gained. Bloodline purity surpasses most upper-class demons. Host promoted. Mid-level lower demon. Lin Xiu's grin widened. A mid-tier lower demon already? Not bad. With boosted gear in hand and the system backing him, even this level of strength could rival true elites. Meanwhile, Yuma's perspective twisted. At first, she had been caught off guard, even dragged along by the kiss. But midway through, she felt it, the aura of Leviathan flowing around Lin Xiu. What is this? He awakened while kissing me. Her body trembled as her thoughts spiraled. To awaken by kissing a girl, this guy is insane. Does that mean he really does like me? She finally shoved him back with all her strength, cheeks flushed, breathing ragged. Lin Xiu-kun, see you on the rooftop after school tomorrow. Covering her face, Yuuma turned and bolted, her legs moving faster when she heard his voice call after her. Amano-san, you just confessed, but I didn't answer properly yet. Lin Xiu cupped his hands around his mouth, laughing. Actually, I like you too. Yuma's stride faltered, her thighs tightening as she nearly stumbled. Watching her flustered escape, Lin Xiu chuckled to himself. This villain path might be even more fun than I thought.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
On the other side, Juwon College. Rias was rushing to the student council room. Just now, an extremely pure-blooded demonic magic power erupted outside Juwon Academy. After dual verification by her and her queen, Akino Himejima, they have determined the nature and source of this magic power. At this moment, she was about to inform this matter to another pure-blooded demon who managed Juwon Town with her. Bang! Unceremoniously opening the mahogany door, Rias strode towards Sona's seat. Sona, do you feel it? That breath coming from outside Ku Academy. Rias said as she walked. Yes, Rias, I sense that presence as well. I had already gathered information on that classmate before you arrived. Sitting on the student council president's chair, a cool and beautiful girl wearing glasses calmly adjusted her glasses. Rias was stunned. Sona was worthy of being Sona. She thought much more carefully than her. Sona, have you investigated the information? How is it? Is there anything unusual about that classmate? Rias asked again. In front of Rias, Sona read out the information that she had just retrieved from the student council's database. That person's name is Lin Xiu. He attends the same Juwon College as us. His grades are quite good, almost matching my record from the lower grades. As for the all-important question of his background, the information shows that his parents died young, and his name is quite innocent. He has absolutely no connection to the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction. In other words, he's most likely a half-blood demon whose bloodline suddenly reverted to its ancestral lineage. His ancestors might have had some connection with the Leviathan lineage. The data is right here, and Sona can only make reasonable predictions based on the data. Is that so? Then it seems that his bloodline awakening was just a coincidence, and not some conspiracy of the old Demon King faction. Rias breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. It's normal for Rias and Sona to be so nervous, because she and Sona are both sisters of the current Demon King, and are naturally hostile to the old Demon King who was ousted by the current Demon King. Now, Lin Xiu's identity has been confirmed. He is not a spy of the old Demon King. He is just a half-blood demon who accidentally awakened his demon bloodline. After reaching this conclusion, the one who felt the most relaxed was actually Sona, because her sister took the position of Demon King from the previous Demon King Leviathan. If the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction has any conspiracy, there's a 99% chance that it is targeting her. However, Sona's relief only lasted a few hours. A few hours later, looking at the reply from the underworld, Sona was stunned. Tomorrow, the higher-ups in the underworld will conduct a blood test on Lin Xiu. Please ask the 2 pure-blooded demons stationed in Juwon Town to bring him to the student council room at the appointed time. After the bloodline test is completed, if it is confirmed that the person possesses Leviathan bloodline and the bloodline purity exceeds 50%, the underworld will facilitate their marriage with the current Demon King Leviathan's sister, King Nasidi. Seeing the blank engagement that came along with the news, Song Na felt terrible. Sona, WTF? She had just managed to get rid of her last fiancé, and the upper echelons of the underworld had already sent her a new one. And the most infuriating thing is that she was the one who reported the new fiancé. No, we have to find a way. Song Na supported himself on the table with his hands, his white and tender thighs crossed, and he gradually fell into a state of contemplation. The other side, Lin Xiu also felt that he was being spied on. I was indeed a little too excited just now, and I didn't control the Leviathan bloodline that had just awakened. Normally, awakening bloodline would not have such a big fluctuation. Amano Yuuma was right about one thing. Although Lin Xiu didn't make her blood boil when he kissed her, she was indeed quite excited. If I'm not mistaken, the eyes that are spying on me now are from Rias and Sona's followers. Lin Xiu walked, feeling the prying eyes around him. It wasn't until we were 1 kilometer away from the school that these prying eyes completely disappeared. It seems that Rias and Sona have completed their initial testing of me. That's right. Even I think I'm suspicious, let alone Rias and Sona. Rias and Sona will most likely report my identity, and the 4 current Demon Kings will probably do something about my being a pure-blooded Leviathan. In any case, we should be able to get concrete results tomorrow. Just as he was thinking, Lin Xiu's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp and fiery gaze. Look up. Under the street light, a white-haired man in strange clothes was giving him a strange smile. The white-haired man was dressed as a priest, and his smile was very ruffian, making people want to punch him in the face. Hello, my name is Fried, and I'm a priest who's out for a pleasant hunt in this Jiwang town. Although he was introducing himself, a sinister smile appeared on Fried's face. As Fried introduced himself, Lin Xiu heard the system's notification tone in his mind. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, First Blood. Task level, green dot. Task description. The white-haired priest is a man of strong professional ethics. After realizing that something is wrong with his boss, he decisively chooses to take action against the target. It's a pity that no matter how clever cannon fodder character is, he is still just cannon fodder. Quest requirements. Kill the white-haired priest Fried. Are you acting on your own because you think it might satisfy your boss? Fried, you really are free. Lin Xiu frowned and secretly brewed the Leviathan magic that had just awakened. No, young man. Please don't misunderstand me. Fried, I'm not the kind of person who likes to please his superiors. Fried waved his hands hurriedly. The reason I attacked you wasn't just because I thought you were suspicious, but also because I wanted to see if the always proud fallen angel Linali would show any sadness after witnessing your death. Fried keenly observed that something was not right with Linali. It's really abnormal that he still wants to continue dating Lin Xiu next time. It's so delightful that the always proud fallen angel is so shaken by the opposite S**X. Haha. Bang! Halfway through laughing, Fried suddenly attacked, raised his hand to the light gun at his waist, and instantly fired a hip shot. However, Lin Xiu was well prepared for this. Boost! The Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet instantly appeared. The light bullet from the light gun hit the solid red gold caged hand, turned into a light spot, and dissipated, without causing any effective damage to Lin Xiu. Pretending to laugh, but actually preparing for a sneak attack? Fried, aren't you being too low? Lin Xiu replied coldly. He was on full alert the moment he saw Fried. How could he be easily ambushed by Fried? I didn't expect you to have such good combat awareness. That's fine. Hunting would be pointless if the prey didn't struggle. Fried stuck out his tongue and licked his face wildly for a week, then raised the priest's standard equipment, the lightsaber, and launched an attack on Lin Xiu. Swoosh! Faced with Fried's amazing speed, Lin Xiu could only rely on his innate fighting instinct to barely cope. Bang, bang, bang! Fortunately, the Red Dragon Emperor's amplification was very violent. With his strength doubled to the peak of the lower-level demon, Lin Xiu was able to defend against Fried's slash even though he had no combat experience. The lightsaber containing divine power was firmly grasped by Lin Xiu's caged hands. Fried was shocked to find that the strength of this young man who had just awakened the power of the devil was even greater than his own. Boost! While wrestling with Fried, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet flashed a green light again, and Lin Xiu's strength was doubled. After realizing this, Fried decisively gave up his lightsaber and tried to retreat with his lightsaber in hand. At the moment when Fried leaped backwards, Lin Xiu grabbed Fried's lightsaber. Transfer, Sekuri's gift. Swoosh! Under the effect of gift from the Red Dragon Emperor, the lightsaber in Lin Xiu's hand instantly extended several times. No, it's not just the length. The concentration and sharpness of the lightsaber's holy power have also been strengthened several times. The enhanced lightsaber smoothly cut through the center line of Fried's body, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Before he could finish his words, Fried's body, which was cut in half vertically, could no longer support itself and collapsed to the ground, leaving only 2 pieces of twitching flesh. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. First Blood. Quest requirements. Kill the white-haired priest Fried. Task level. Green Death. Bite! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. True Water Breathing. Green. True Water Breathing. A breathing method specially modified in the high magic world. Normal breathing involves breathing air, altering the distribution of oxygen molecules to strengthen muscles and physique. This modified breathing method breathes in the spiritual energy of nature, awakening the essence of the bloodline to enhance the attributes and power of skills. The basic moves are the same as the original water breathing. If the user's skills are quite advanced, they can also research many moves on their own. Note: when a user's own attribute is water, the power of true water breathing will be greatly enhanced. Water breathing? It seems to suit my Leviathan bloodline. Bye. Fried. After the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was strengthened a few more times, Lin Xiu used magic bullets to completely destroy Fried's body. The next day, Lin Xiu got up early. As soon as he got up, Lin Xiu couldn't wait to summon the magic weapon, the Security Eyes Gauntlet. Boost! In response to Lin Xiu's call, a red and gold gauntlet instantly appeared, and the entire room was illuminated by the green light representing the Red Dragon Emperor. The reason why Lin Xiu summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand, besides wanting to make sure that he wasn't dreaming yesterday, was most importantly to do morning exercises. He knew very well that having the system and the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet did not mean everything would be fine. Even if there's a chance to kill Tyrant Dragon without any harm, there are still too many strong people in this world who can kill him. Moreover, there's only one chance to defeat Tyrannosaurus Rex without any damage, and you never know when it will be used up. In the early part of the story, he had no time to rest until his strength reached the level of Demon King. In fact, last night, Lin Xiu went to bed early because he had been training his magic too much. Before he got the right training method, he could only adopt the most basic training methods of using magic hard and exploring the simplest attack and defense methods of magic. In this way, from 6 in the morning to 8:30, Lin Xiu has been practicing magic and artifacts. 2.5 hours later, Lin Xiu was exhausted. Looking at the magic power growing in his body, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a pure demon bloodline, I've only trained it a little, and I've already achieved quite remarkable results. Of course, the main reason I can achieve such a rapid improvement is because I am currently relatively weak. The weaker your strength is, the stronger your bloodline is, and the faster your strength will increase. If my bloodline level had always been green, I would definitely not be able to increase at this speed in the later stages. Lin Xiu was not going to get carried away just because he had advanced to a higher level. He knew very well that in this world where everyone was cheating, there were still too many dangers waiting for him. I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about fighting the evil god of the EXE world in 30 years makes me sick. Lin Xiu felt exhausted when he thought about the pressure from the EXE world above him, which could easily kill the Red Dragon God Emperor by sending out his followers. Just as he sighed like this, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil event. Wanting to be cured. Quest level, blue color dot. Mission description. While knowing a lot of intelligence from the start is certainly beneficial, it also places a great deal of pressure on the host. When faced with immense pressure, it's essential to not relieve it. Men will feel greatly healed when they rest their heads on the thighs of a beautiful girl. As everyone knows, the Gremory family is a well-known, loving family in the underworld. If the host could rest his head on the thighs of a beautiful girl from the Gremory family, he would definitely find great comfort. Quest requirements. Obtain the knee pillows of 3 Gremory family members. Note: each knee pillow you receive will give you 1 chance to win a prize. When performing knee pillow, the higher the host's healing degree and satisfaction, the higher the reward level obtained. Looking at the newly released tasks of the system, Lin Xiu held down his arm, which was twitching slightly due to the exercise of decisiveness. As expected of a system that's known as the evil protagonist, the missions it issues are simply unorthodox. But knee pillow. Rias's thighs are truly exquisite. I really want to rest my head on them. If I smash my head hard into Rias's thigh, it will definitely cause a wave of flesh, right? Besides, Rias, Vinalana, and the first Gremory's knee pillows should also feel very good. Knee pillows are designed to rest on the thighs, and this should be quite consistent with the girls in the DxD world. They actually issued such a perverted task. This evil system is really too evil. Having said that, the task issued by the system really aroused Lin Xiu's desire to have a lap pillow. Men are always self-reliant. But in addition to being self-reliant, men also need the comfort of women. After dinner, Lin Xiu practiced his magic and the use of magic tools intensively, then washed up and prepared to go to school. Anyway, let's aim for someone's lap pillow first. We're already in the DxD world. How can we not pick up girls? If picking up girls didn't also require strength, Lin Xiu would definitely prefer picking up girls rather than practicing. It's a pity that this is the DxD world, not an ordinary H********* world. Otherwise, Lin Xiu would definitely regard picking up girls as the main task. On the way to school, Lin Xiu practiced the concentration and use of magic power while walking. Halfway through the walk, a familiar girl's voice came from behind Lin Xiu. "Hey, Lin Xiujuan." Turning around, Lin Xiu saw a girl he was very familiar with, Kiryu Aika. In fact, Kiryu Aika is still very beautiful, with a delicate face, a good figure, plump and white thighs, and slender and beautiful calves. With pink-framed glasses and brown twin ponytails, she's a charming high school girl no matter how you look at her. It's a pity she has a mouth. As soon as Lin Xiu turned around, Kiryu Aika took a breath of cold air, and her beautiful green eyes narrowed instantly. There is something different about today's Lin Xiu and yesterday's Lin Xiu. Dragon pattern. This irregular undulation on the surface can only be a dragon pattern. Lin Xiujun, how can your blood vessels be so strong? Could it be, did you take some vasodilator medication? Taking that kind of medicine so early in the morning is way too unhealthy. Dragon pattern? It took Lin Xiu several seconds to understand what the dragon pattern that Kiryu Lanhua mentioned meant. Being able to say such words openly. Kiryu Aika is indeed a nympho among nymphos. Why are there dragon patterns? Of course, it's because he awakened the Leviathan power belonging to the Dragon Snake clan. But can such a thing be said in public? That would be too much of a lack of confidentiality. For this nympho who casually exposes other people's privacy, Lin Xiu chooses to punish her in person. Swoosh. Lin Xiu confiscated Kiryu Aika's tool for committing the crime, glasses, with a slight wave of his hand. This is the kind of thing Lin Xiu wanted to do when she was watching anime. He wanted to see if Kiryu Aika could still activate her abilities and spy on other people's privacy after losing her glasses. After her glasses were taken away, Kiryu Aika was stunned for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Kiryu Aika curled the corners of her mouth slightly and regained her previous composure. Lin Xiujun, only elementary school boys would bully girls to get their attention. However, considering that Lin Xiujun has never been in a relationship before, I can understand Lin Xiujun's somewhat rough approach. Lin Xiujun, why are you silent? Could it be that Lin Xiujun is shocked by my appearance without glasses? Yada, Lin Xiukuan is really cute. Kiryu Lanhua was right. Lin Xiu was indeed stunned. However, he was not stunned because of Kiryu Aika. Although Kiryu Aika is quite beautiful when she doesn't wear glasses, it's not to the point of making Lin Xiu stunned. The main reason why Lin Xiu was stunned was because, after taking away Kiryu Lanhua's glasses, he heard the system prompt sound, "Bite." Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, taking Kiryu Aika's glasses. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Data, eye green. Data eyes, green eyes that can digitize everything in the world. The stronger your own strength, the more you can see. System reward? I don't think I've ever triggered a system task on Kiryu Aika. According to the system, in addition to the tasks issued by the system, I will also receive system rewards for achieving the goals of my previous life. It's better to do than to say. For something like this, we just need to experiment a little more. Soon, Lin Xiu made a decision. Kirin, since you dare to say such words in front of me, I believe that you should have made the corresponding preparations a long time ago, right? As he spoke, Lin Xiu took the initiative to pull Kiryu Lanhua's beautiful hand and walk towards a secluded bush. Enlightenment? What enlightenment? Kiryu Aika was a little confused. What kind of awareness did Lin Xiu want her to show? Of course, you can provoke me at will. As he spoke, Lin Xiu exerted a little force with both hands, grasped the ponytail with one hand, and pressed Kiryu Aika down from the top of her head with the other hand. Kiryu Aika. In shock, Kiryu Aika heard the sound of metal buckles on her belt colliding. Lin Xiu-jun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ugh. Before he could finish his words, Kiryu Aika's emerald-like eyes instantly widened due to the sudden sense of foreign body. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, blocking Kiryu Aika's mouth that casually exposes other people's privacy. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Succubus bloodline, green. Succubus bloodline, green, not a high-level succubus bloodline, but can significantly increase attraction to the opposite S*X. If the opposite S*X already has a favorable impression of the bloodline holder, this will greatly accelerate the increase in favorability. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Even if there are no system tasks, I can still get system rewards by completing the goals of my previous life. After getting the experimental results, Lin Xiu closed his eyes with satisfaction and gently stroked Kiryu Aika's head as if to comfort baby. After coming to her senses, Kiryu Aika wanted to bite it hard, but she found that she couldn't do it at all. Not only could she not eat, but as her throat bulged from time to time, she found that her body was gradually becoming strange. So, the reason why she kept provoking Lin Xiu-jun was because she wanted to be treated so roughly by Lin Xiu-jun. After realizing this, Kiryu Aika barely straightened her body and gradually began to exert force regularly with her mouth and throat. Lin Xiu. An unprecedented strong pressure came. Lin Xiu took a breath of cold air and comfortably combed Kiryu Aika's soft long hair. As the vomiting nerves continued to be stimulated, Kiryu Aika's emerald-like eyes reflected a hint of curiosity and confusion. Although she had no practical experience, Kiryu Aika managed to obtain a very high score thanks to her rich theoretical knowledge. As the brown-haired girl's eyes rolled back completely, the boy touched the side of her face contentedly. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu buttoned up her clothes again with satisfaction, and Kiryu Aika licked her red lips with satisfaction. Although Lin Xiu was very rough, she was the type who would be happier the rougher the other person was. So overall, Kiryu Aika was still very happy. Mr. Lin Xiu, I didn't expect you to be the kind of pervert who would force a girl to do this. However, I am very happy to meet such a perverted Lin Xiu. Kiryu Aika blinked playfully. Looking at Kiryu Aika, Lin Xiu's mind emerged the scene of her physical and mental pleasure due to the rough treatment just now. Kiryu-san, could you be M? Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask. Yada, Lin Xiu-jun. How can you ask such a perverted question to a girl? Kiryu Aika curled the corners of her mouth in pleasure. Okay, you don't have to say anything. I know that you're not only a M, but also a pervert. Yes, just treat me as a pervert. Lin Xiu-kun is no less perverted than me. Kiryu Aika spread her hands. For two perverts like us, the only way is to hug each other for warmth. That's right. Having said that, Kiryu Lanhua leaned close to Lin Xiu's ear and whispered, In the future, if Lin Xiu really can't help it, you can still come to me. If it's once a day, I still have time to help Lin Xiu release it." As she spoke, Kiryu Aika licked her plump red lips provocatively. Faced with Kiryu Lanhua's blatant provocation, Lin Xiu certainly couldn't sit idly by. Once a day? Kiryu-san only said that after the fact. In other words, today's one shouldn't have happened yet, right? Lin Xiu you wouldn't. After realizing what Lin Xiu meant, Kiryu Lanhua swallowed hard. Damn it, she likes this perverted Lin Xiu more and more. What should she do? Another 20 minutes passed. This time, Kiryu Aika really lost consciousness. Because Lin Xiu had already realized that Kiryu Lanhua was a pervert, so this time, he did not hold back. When Kiryu Aika regained consciousness, she was surprised to find that she was being carried on Lin Xiu's back and rushed to school. Watching the scene around her rapidly receding, Kiryu Aika pressed her face against Lin Xiu's trapezius muscle, breathing in the scent that belonged to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujuan's shoulders are quite broad. Not only the shoulders, but Lin Xiujuan's scent is also amazing. No, my body is too hot, especially my thighs, which are held up by Lin Xiujuan's hands. They're almost burning. Come to think of it, even though Lin Xiujun was carrying me on his back, his steps were so steady, and his breathing didn't seem to be disturbed. Since Lin Xiujun has such a strong physique, he must be very capable in that area, right? When she thought of this, Kiryu Lanhua felt a surge of heat in her body. "Tirith, are you awake? Your glasses are in my shirt pocket on my chest. My hands are inconvenient, so you can get them yourself," Lin Xiu reminded. All Lin Xiujun's hands are not convenient. Kiryu Lanhua smiled slyly and put her hand down along Lin Xiu's chest muscles. After feeling Lin Xiu's chest muscles, she took out her glasses from her pocket. After putting on the glasses again, Kiryu Aika was surprised to find that there seemed to be something extra on Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiujuan, why do I see a red dragon shadow behind you? Red dragon phantom? What kind of red dragon phantom is it? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. It's a giant Western-style dragon with huge red wings. Oh, right. Its glasses are green, and there's endless flames coming out of its back. Kiryu Lanhua's description is exactly the same as the Sekuriti eyes. In other words, she saw the Sekuriti eyes dragon soul in me. In the following period of time, Lin Xiu demonstrated the Leviathan magic in front of Kiryu Aika again, confirming the fact that Kiryu Aika had awakened special abilities. With Lin Xiu's explanation, Kiryu Lanhua gained a completely new understanding of the world they lived in. So, the soul of a red dragon resides in Lin Xiujuan? No wonder Lin Xiujuan's desire is so strong. Dragons are inherently lustful. Kiryu Lanhua lightly covered her red lips, becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xiu. Tongyu-san, my strong desire is innate and has nothing to do with whether there is a dragon soul in my body. Lin Xiu explained seriously. After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Kiryu Lanhua couldn't help laughing. Okay, I know Lin Xiujun's desire is innate. No need to emphasize it to me so many times. Hey, Mr. Lin Xiu, you just said that the demon blood you awaken belongs to the noble blood among demons, right? I heard that nobles are very extravagant. You just said that nobles of the demon clan can form their own harem. Mr. Lin Xiu, will you become the kind of man who plays a lot in the future? Will you have many women around you in the future? When asking Lin Xiu this question, Kiryu Aika's pretty face was full of anticipation. Lin Xiu was surprised to find that his level of perversion was even lower than that of Kiryu Aika. Kiryu-san, why do I feel like you're really looking forward to me having some fun? Are we exposed? Kiryu Aika smiled cunningly. Even though Lin Xiujun did that to me, don't worry, I won't consider myself Lin Xiujun's girlfriend. So, Lin Xiukun can go out and have fun without worry. In this regard, Kiryu Aika is very self-aware. She knew very well that it was impossible for Lin Xiujun, who had awakened the pure-blooded demon bloodline, to be tied to her side. So, after giving up the idea of a one-on-one pure love with Lin Xiu, Kiryu Aika came up with another brilliant idea. If she didn't date Lin Xiu and only had an affair with him, would it be considered cheating on all of Lin Xiu's girlfriends? When she thought of this, Kiryu Aika felt a sense of comfort and trembling from the depths of her soul. After realizing that this world was different from what she had previously known, Kiryu Aika's already perverted cognition was sublimated. She decided to face her new life in a way that would make her most physically and mentally happy. So, at noon, when Tachin Kitten came to find Lin Xiu, Kiryu Lanhua stood up excitedly. Sure enough, her choice was right. Lin Xiujuan is the type that can attract girls. When she thought about her grand blueprint about to unfold, Kiryu Aika's body began to surge with heat, and her pure white panties gradually became wet. In full view of everyone, a super cute white-haired loli walked in from the door and went straight to Lin Xiu's desk. She is the mascot of Ju Wong College, Tachin Kitten. Senior Lin Xiu, Director Rias, and President Sona want to see you. Could you please come with me? Tachin Kitten said straight to the point. Rias and Sona are looking for me? Now. Well, right now. Okay, I understand. Please lead the way, Kitty. Lin Xiu stood up and followed Kitty out of the classroom. Before leaving, Lin Xiu even took a look at the crazy Kiryu Lanhua. As expected, Kiryu Lanhua's perversion was even higher than his. Walking on the way to the student council room, Kaneko asked with some concern, Senior Lin Xiu, why is the girl sitting behind you so excited to see me? The girl sitting behind me? Maybe it's because she likes cute girls like Kaneko-chan. Lin Xiu found a reason for Kiryu Aika. But I smell a very special scent on her. It's a scent that can only be released by female animals when they enter a certain special state. Tachin Kitten's words completely ended the game. This, maybe because she's a pervert. Lin Xiu could only smile awkwardly. Well, she's indeed a pervert. Kitty nodded in agreement. By the way, Senior Lin Xiu, you also have a very special aura. Special aura? What aura? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. It's a scent I really like, a bit like dessert. The kitten thought for a moment and replied. Dessert. Lin Xiu suddenly remembered something. Could it be because of the succubus bloodline? Kitty likes desserts. So to Kitty, the succubus bloodline exudes the scent of desserts. With such doubts, the two came to the luxuriously decorated door of the student union room. We're here, Senior Lin Xiu. Please come in. The moment Lin Xiu entered the student union room, he was immediately attracted by two extremely beautiful girls. Rias crossed her fair and plump thighs and drank her black tea with a contented look on her face. Sona sat next to Rias, her healthy white thighs tightly closed, and she was also enjoying the green tea in front of her. The two beautiful girls each have their own charm, but they have one thing in common. That is, they both naturally exude an inviolable aristocratic aura, like a flower from a high mountain. Noticing Lin Xiu's arrival, Rias lowered her crossed legs and motioned for Lin Xiu to sit opposite them with a smile. Mr. Lin Xiu, please take a seat. I wonder if you know why it's Sangna and I called you here this time. Actually, in the next few minutes, Rias gave Lin Xiu a brief introduction to her and Sona's identities and the purpose of their inviting Lin Xiu over. Leviathan bloodline, so that's how it is. My special powers actually come from a mythical demon Leviathan. Lin Xiu touched his chin seriously, looking thoughtful. Yes, that's right. It's almost certain that you, Lin Xiujuan, are a descendant of Leviathan. Sangna and I invited you here, mainly, to confirm the concentration of your bloodline, so that the underworld can make the next arrangements. If the purity of Lin Xiujuan's bloodline exceeds 50%, the underworld will even directly give Lin Xiujuan a demon chess piece. Devil's chess piece? That's really worth looking forward to. Lin Xiu glanced at Sangna. According to his observation, when Sona heard the words blood purity exceeds 50%, his reaction was a little strange. After advancing to the next step, Rias took out a crystal ball from the magic circle on the table. Next, please place your hand on this crystal ball and activate your magic power. This is a crystal specially used in the underworld to test bloodlines. It can accurately determine the purity of Lin Xiujuan's bloodline. Okay, I understand. Following Rias's instructions, Lin Xiu placed her hand on the crystal ball. As the words, "Test begins, please release your magic power," appeared on the crystal ball, Lin Xiu quickly began to mobilize the Leviathan magic power in his body. After sensing Lin Xiu's bloodline, the crystal ball gradually became stained. Soon, the entire crystal was filled with blue-purple Leviathan magic. Drip. The test subject bloodline is Leviathan. The blood purity of the test subject is 95%. Since the current bloodline has exceeded the 90% purity standard for pure-blooded demons, a report has been automatically sent to the underworld. According to the settings of the Demon Lord Aquika, whenever a pure-blooded demon that has not been included is discovered, the crystal ball will automatically send a report to the underworld. Bloodline purity, 95%. How was that possible? After hearing Lin Xiu's test results, the usually calm Song Na became uneasy and stood up. Not only Sona, but even Rias was confused. Yes, the purity of this bloodline has surpassed that of ordinary pure-blooded Leviathans, and is comparable to that of second-generation Leviathans. Even if Lin Xiujuan's ancestors had connections with the Leviathan clan, it would be impossible for him to awaken Leviathan bloodline of such purity, right? How about we test it again? Apparently, Rias was also skeptical about the test results. In the end, the two of them unanimously decided to test it again. However, half a minute later, looking at the test results that were identical to the previous ones, the two fell silent. Finally, it was Rias who spoke first. Anyway, let's give the devil chess piece to Lin Xiujuan first. As soon as Rias finished speaking, a new magic circle flickered on the table. That's the radiance of the projection array. Someone is teleporting themselves here through the projection array. A few seconds later, a stunning mature woman with silver-gray hair was projected in front of Lin Xiu and others. The one coming is Grayfia. After receiving the report from the crystal ball, Grayfia immediately activated the projection technique that had been prepared long ago. Mr. Lin Xiu, this is Grayfia, the head of the Lucifergus family. She is currently assisting my brother in handling various affairs in the underworld. Rias introduced. Well, Master Lin Xiu, you could just call me Grayfia. Grayfia bowed respectfully. Lin Xiu had anticipated Grayfia's arrival. Rias and Sona's identities did not allow them to decide on such a major event as the pure-blood Leviathans return to the underworld. Miss Grayfia, you are here because you have something to announce, right? Lin Xiu asked. Master Lin Xiu is right. I am here to read out the four demon lords' assessment of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan. Lord Aquika judges that although your Leviathan bloodline may be a mutation, if we only look at the purity of your bloodline, you are undoubtedly a pure-blooded Leviathan of noble status. From now on, the underworld will treat you as a pure-blooded Leviathan, and you will enjoy all the rights that a pure-blooded Leviathan should have. Lord Lin Xiu Leviathan, on behalf of the four demon kings, I welcome you back to the demon clan. There was one more thing Grayfia didn't tell Lin Xiu. To enjoy the rights that a pure-blooded Leviathan should have, one must also bear the obligations that a pure-blooded Leviathan should have. Master Lin Xiu, this is your devil chess piece. Grayfia waved her hand slightly, and a set of exquisitely crafted blood-red chess pieces appeared on the table. Lin Xiu knew that the four demon kings would definitely use his pure-blood Leviathan bloodline to do something. However, he had no reason to refuse such a good thing as a demon chess piece. After reaching out his hand and officially engraving his blood on the chessboard, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Fight! Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, obtaining his own demon chess piece, blue. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. A set of true devil chess pieces, blue. True demon chess piece. An advanced version of the demon chess piece, with a very strong reincarnation effect. Even races that are incompatible with the demonic attributes, such as angels, can still be reincarnated into demons. After reincarnation, they can still use the holy power that only divine creatures can use. After reincarnation, The reincarnated object's own abilities will be enhanced to a certain extent, and the host can share some of the reincarnated object's abilities. Note: any demon chess piece that has signed a contract with the host will automatically advance to a true demon chess piece after coming into contact with a real demon chess piece awarded by the system. Sure enough, obtaining the devil chess piece was one of the things I wanted to do before crossing over. Seeing Lin Xiu accept the demon chess piece, Grayfia nodded with satisfaction. Master Lin Xiu, ordinary high-ranking demons who want to obtain demon chess pieces must pass written and practical tests. Your qualification as a king is a special case. After all, you're the only pure-blooded Leviathan in the underworld. However, even though special measures are taken, the Demon King still wishes to test your strength. This is your test subject, Lady Revel Phoenix. Boom! As soon as Grayfia finished speaking, the empty space in the student union room began to flicker with the light of a teleportation array. In the center of the teleportation circle, a blonde girl in a pink dress gradually appeared. Here comes Rebel Phoenix, princess of the Phoenix family. The decorations in the human world are just as shabby as before. Lord Grayfia, is this the test subject you assigned to me? Well, he looks pretty good, but I wonder how strong he is. From her words, it can be heard that the blonde girl with twin tails named Rebel Phoenix has a very arrogant temperament. This is not wrong. In the original plot, she had always been so arrogant before she was shocked by the hero's courage to rush into the wedding alone. After falling in love with the male protagonist, she gradually softened into a soft girl. When Rebel arrived, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Fight! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the triggering location. Mission level, Blue. Sign-in location, Ravel's Twin Tails. Looking at the newly triggered system task, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. What should he do? The system really understood him too well. Long before he traveled through time, he had wanted to try out the elasticity of the twin golden ponytails on Rebel's head. Master Lin Xiu, this Lady Rebel Phoenix is your test subject. You don't need to defeat him, you just need to show your strength to the best of your ability in front of her. Grayfia and the 4 Demon Kings were not so crazy as to let Lin Xiu, a man who had just awakened his demon blood, defeat the pure-blooded Phoenix. They had Lin Xiu and Rebel fight each other just to test the purity of Lin Xiu's Leviathan bloodline, nothing more. Master Lin Xiu, I would like to remind you in advance that Master Rebel is from the Phoenix clan. She possesses powerful fire manipulation and self-recovery abilities. If she fights against someone of the same level, she is practically invincible. But you are the exception. If you can leverage the advantages of your highly purified Leviathan bloodline, you can suppress the Phoenix clan's flames and recovery abilities, giving yourself a chance of victory. After reminding Lin Xiu, Grayfia turned to Revel and said, Lady Rebel, this is Lord Lin Xiu Leviathan. He is the actual combatant for your king's qualification test. As long as you defeat him, you will automatically obtain your own demon chess piece once your strength reaches that of a superior demon. Yes, Lady Grayfia, when can we start the test? Rebel felt that she was just going through the motions and didn't want to waste too much time. A few minutes later, in Grayfia's special space, the battle venue is the ocean venue. Please get ready, Lady Lin Xiu and Lady Rebel. Grayfia announced loudly. Ocean venue? Isn't that too cheap for me? Lin Xiu smiled self-deprecatingly. From this specially chosen battlefield, it could be seen how much the 4 Demon Kings expected him to display the power of his high-purity Leviathan bloodline. Lord Lin Xiu, let's end this quickly. Revel clearly had no intention of wasting time. Boom! The high-temperature Phoenix fire erupted, wrapping a pair of flaming wings around Ravel's back. Phoenix style, Wings of Flame. Flame Wings is a move that almost all pure-blooded Phoenixes can use. Not only does it fly much faster than Demon Wings, it also has both offensive and defensive functions. It can be said that the strength of the Wings of Flame is the key factor in judging the strength of a pure-blooded Phoenix. Facing the ready-to-strike Rebel, Lin Xiu asked, Wait, Miss Rebel, before we start fighting, can you answer a question for me? Problem? What's the problem? Rebel's nose twitched slightly. For some reason, she always had a bad feeling. It's not a big deal. It's just that I really like Miss Rebel herself, and I also heard that I like Miss Rebel's hairstyle. If I win against Miss Rebel, I wonder if I can feel the texture of Miss Rebel's hair with my own hands. Huh? You like me? After hearing Lin Xiu's words, a blush appeared on Rebel's face unconsciously. She certainly hadn't yet reached the point where she liked Lin Xiu, and her blush was more like a polite response. As a lady, it's normal to blush when a handsome man of the same age tells you that he likes you, right? Oomph. Let's wait until Master Lin Xiu defeats me. The Demon Clan respects strength. Even if Master Lin Xiu said you like me, I will never let you touch my hair. However, if Master Lin Xiu can defeat me in battle, that would be another matter. The reason why Libel said this was because she didn't believe that Lin Xiu could defeat her. Can I touch your hair just by defeating you? Aren't the demons too obsessed with strength? Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly. Of course not. Just defeating me will do. Rebel quickly retorted. She didn't want Lin Xiu to think she was a casual woman. If Master Lin Xiu hadn't quite met my aesthetic standards, if Master Lin Xiu hadn't said you liked me, I would definitely not have given you a chance. After saying this, Ravel fell silent again, because, after she finished speaking, she realized how shameful her words were. Didn't what she just said indirectly indicate that she thought Lin Xiu was pretty good? Anyway, Master Lin Xiu, let's decide the winner first. Boom! With a big red face, a phoenix fire of more than 10 meters burst out from behind Rebel and rushed towards Lin Xiu again. Okay, then I'm looking forward to the feel of Miss Rebel's hair. Lin Xiu took out a cylindrical object from his waist. After pressing the red button above, a lightsaber more than 1 meter long extended from the cylindrical object. Is this a lightsaber that only priests of the church have? How come you have this, Master Lin Xiu? Rebel really didn't like the power of light on the lightsaber. Nothing much. I just killed a lost priest who was trying to attack me, and seized his equipment. That's all. Lin Xiu's words made Grayfia frown fiercely. A lost priest? A lost priest attacked Lin Xiu. It seems that in order to prevent Lin Xiu from being murdered by treacherous people, his security measures must be strengthened. At least before the old Demon King's faction attacks. Nothing must happen to Lin Xiujun. Rebel was stunned for several seconds. If she remembered correctly, hadn't Lin Xiu just awakened not long ago? Had he already had actual combat experience? You just awakened and you killed the lost priest? I didn't expect that, Master Lin Xiu. You have such a talent for fighting? Then let me see if Lord Lin Xiu's Leviathan water can overwhelm my phoenix fire. Boom! Behind Ravel, the red gold phoenix exploded, shooting out an endless barrage of fire rain, heading straight towards Lin Xiu. Realizing that Rebel was serious, Lin Xiu had no intention of holding back. Boost! The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand appeared, and Lin Xiu's aura suddenly increased, breaking through the boundaries of the lower-level demon and reaching the intermediate demon level. This is a divine weapon that can double a person's strength? A gauntlet? Rias gave the most common judgment. No, this is the Sekaviti's gauntlet. Lin Xiu leaped back, continuously shooting down the incoming barrage of fire with his lightsaber. Boost! Another 10 seconds passed, and Lin Xiu's strength doubled again. The Sekaviti's gauntlet. Could it be the Sekaviti's gauntlet, one of the 13 divine annihilation tools? Witnessing Lin Xiu's power double twice in a row, not only Rias, but even Sona couldn't help but stand up. It is said that the Sekaviti's gauntlet has the power to double the host's strength every 10 seconds. As long as the host's body can withstand it, the power will continue to double. Isn't this too shameless? After hearing Sona's description, Ravel couldn't help but complain. No wonder Master Lin Xiu is so confident in defeating me. It turns out you possess the legendary God-killing tool. However, even if it's a God-killing tool, it will take a certain amount of time to complete the amplification. Ravel keenly grasped the weakness of the Sekaviti's gauntlet, which could only double in size every 10 seconds. Phoenix Flow, Flame Vortex. Behind Revel, the Phoenix fire continued to gather, gradually forming a fiery vortex of red and gold. Facing the ever-converging vortex of flames, Lin Xiu simply took a deep breath. Oh! A large amount of spiritual energy entered Lin Xiu's body with Lin Xiu's breathing. Simply inhaling spiritual energy will obviously have no effect on increasing the power of the moves. But these spiritual powers can be spread throughout Lin Xiu's body through the circulation of the breathing method, completely activating Lin Xiu's physical activity and strength. As the pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline was fully activated, Lin Xiu's lightsaber was gradually surrounded by Leviathan's magic power, and waves of energy filled his body. True water breathing, Type 4, Strike Tide. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Ha! With a wave of the sword, hundreds of waves wrapped around Lin Xiu and rushed towards the vortex of fire. At first, Lin Xiu could only barely cope with the vortex of fire that was close to him. Boost! After doubling once, no flame could get close to Lin Xiu anymore. Boost! After doubling twice, the tide around Lin Xiu in turn suppressed Libel's vortex of fire. Boost! After doubling 3 times, the original vortex of flames had almost completely disappeared. Only scattered flames remained around Revel. Even something as powerful as the Phoenix Fire was completely useless under the tide of the pure-blooded Leviathan. Just as Grayfia said, as long as the bloodline is pure enough, the pure-blooded Leviathan can completely suppress the pure-blooded Phoenix of the same level. Revel, be careful. Lin Xiu's figure almost merged with the tide. Under the extreme speed, several afterimages of Lin Xiu even appeared on the water. True water breathing form 3 flowing dance. With this move, even with Ravel's support, the red-gold flame vortex dissipated instantly. Master Lin Xiu, I admit that I underestimated you, but after the vortex of flames dissipated, endless Phoenix fire flew out from around Revel and gathered into a huge fireball. Obviously, she wants to decide the outcome with one move, and Lin Xiu obviously would not give her this opportunity. True water breathing land form twisting whirlpool. If Labelle uses the vortex of fire, then Lin Xiu uses the vortex of water. Entangled in the vortex of water, Lin Xiu rushed directly into the huge fireball that was accumulating power in the eyes of Rebel, who was doubting her life. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Steam rose, and the entire area was shrouded in fog. Lin Xiu's Leviathan water was indeed evaporated a lot, but correspondingly, Ravel's huge fireball also disappeared directly. After a few seconds, the fog dissipated. In the center of the battle arena, Lin Xiu placed the water knife across Rebel's fair neck. Rebel looked at the water knife so close to her, her delicate face showing both surprise and fear. According to her estimation, if Lin Xiu's Leviathan water entered her body, it would most likely extinguish the Phoenix fire burning in her body along with her Phoenix bloodline. A large part of the Phoenix clan's recovery ability depends on the powerful Phoenix fire. If the Phoenix fire is extinguished, more than 90% of her recovery ability will be lost. Unable to use fire, and with his recovery ability greatly reduced, what's the difference between a Phoenix like this and a punching bag that can only take a beating? Therefore, Revel subconsciously revealed her fear. Lin Xiu saw Rebel's fear, and the next second, he retracted the water knife into his body. Then, under Rebel's surprised gaze, Lin Xiu used both hands and tugged hard at her elastic blonde twin-tails. The blonde twin-tailed girl Rebel's uniquely shaped twin ponytails flew up and down, and Lin Xiu's brain automatically created sound effects for it. Duong. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the location check-in. Sign-in location, Ravel's Twin-Tails. Mission level, Blue. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Enhanced Slime Suit, Symbiote version. Enhanced Slime Suit, an advanced version of Lord Shadow's Slime Suit. It has no will of its own and can transform according to the user's will. Even if the user's magic manipulation ability is extremely low or even has no magic, it can still perfectly meet the user's needs. In addition to its powerful maneuverability, the enhanced slime suit also possesses powerful offensive and defensive capabilities and resiliency. It can automatically purify any toxin and quickly adapt to any harsh environment. Note, even if it is damaged in battle, it can cover the covered parts and recover quickly. It is a must-have equipment for home travel, murder, and arson. Slime suit. According to the system, can I control the slime to wrap around Rias or Akino's entire body, leaving only a hole where it should be? What's a slime suit? Isn't this just a full-body black stocking? No, not just black stockings. According to the system's description, it seems white stockings or any other stockings would also work. Lin Xiu imagined what the heroines would look like wearing this slime suit, and her blood began to boil. Seeing that Ravel had lost her will to fight, Grayfia announced loudly, "The battle is over. Lord Lin Xiu wins." What? Ravel hasn't used the Phoenix family's extraordinary recovery ability yet. Is there still a chance of victory if we continue fighting? It was understandable that Rias would ask such a question. But Grayfia is a top-level warrior who surpasses the Demon King level, and her judgment is much better than that of Rias and others. On the one hand, Lin Xiu's blood purity is much higher than that of Rebel. During the battle, his Leviathan water completely suppressed Rebel's Phoenix fire. On the other hand, Grayfia knew some information about the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, and Lin Xiu was currently far from reaching the limit of the artifact's amplification. Therefore, there is no point in fighting any further. It wasn't until Grayfia's announcement that Ravel realized she had been defeated. Rebel, your hair is in great condition, isn't it? Is it natural, or do you use any shampoo or conditioner? Lin Xiu asked while playing with Rebel's hair. Wait. Master Lin Xiu, what are you doing? Don't go on. Ravel's originally arrogant expression gradually softened, and her clear and beautiful blue pupils were stained with a hint of mist. What's going on? Why does she feel comfortable having her hair played with like this? No, this is really unladylike and cannot go on like this. Boom! Filled with shame and anger, Ravel was once again enveloped in the Phoenix fire. When the Phoenix fire disappeared, Rebel had already flown 10 meters away from Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, how can you be so disrespectful to a lady? If Master Lin Xiu hadn't said that he liked me, and if Master Lin Xiu hadn't just returned to the underworld and wasn't familiar with its rules, I would never have forgiven Master Lin Xiu. So you've already forgiven Lin Xiu? Rias never imagined that the arrogant turkey girl she remembered was actually a tsundere with a tough mouth but a soft heart. In this situation, according to the rules of the underworld, Rebel could even ask her brother to stand up for her and challenge Lin Xiu to a duel. Lin Xiu can defeat Rebel, who is a mid-level demon, but he is unlikely to defeat Riser, who is a high-level demon, etc. Thinking of this, Rias suddenly burst out with amazing wisdom. Currently, Lin Xiujun can suppress the mid-level demon Ravel. If his strength reaches a higher level, won't he be able to easily defeat the high-level demon Riser? Riser, whose full name is Riser Phoenix, is Ravel's brother and Rias's fiancé. Of course, Rias herself didn't want this fiancé. Not only did his appearance not suit her aesthetic standards, but Riser's temperament was also quite eccentric. She had long wanted to cancel her engagement with Riser. Ms. Rebel, it is truly my honor to receive your forgiveness. With Lin Xiu's intelligence, he could naturally hear that Libel had forgiven him. However, his hands were still subconsciously savoring the elasticity of Ravel's twin tails. Rebel noticed Lin Xiu's movements and could tell at a glance that Lin Xiu was savoring the touch just now. When she thought about Lin Xiu wanting to touch her twin tails, Rebel almost turned into a steam girl. In short, this kind of thing must be done with the lady's permission. Rebel put her hands on her hips and warned fiercely. But didn't you say, Rebel, that I could touch her as long as I defeated you? Lin Xiu asked back. Me. I said next time. As soon as she finished speaking, The phoenix wings behind Ravel suddenly erupted. Driven by the powerful force of the phoenix fire, Ravel fled the scene at an astonishing speed. Next time, Master Lin Xiu, you absolutely cannot touch my hair like this. You must ask me first and get my approval. From a distance, Ravel shouted with a blushing face. So, can I touch you again next time? Rias and Sona simultaneously grumbled in their minds. Not only Rias and Sona, but even Lin Xiu herself was impressed by Ravel's tsundere attitude. Ravel, you're so cute, this tsundere lady attitude is so perfect. From her reaction after being touched, it can be seen that she has a high initial liking for me. If I'm not mistaken, it must be my succubus bloodline that has played a certain role. Or maybe, Ravel just likes the feeling of being treated roughly. Lin Xiu remembered that in the original story, before Ravel fell in love with Issei Hyudu, she was threatened by Issei Hyudu several times. Sure enough, the desire to be conquered by a strong man is a genetic code engraved in women's blood. Men choose to mate with as many opposite sexes as possible, while women choose to have the strongest opposite X possible and give birth to their offspring. This is the truth of nature. Half an hour passed. Grayfia has already completed all the procedures for Lin Xiu to return to the underworld. Before leaving, Grayfia handed Lin Xiu an ancient and heavy book. Master Lin Xiu, this is the grimoire that Master Surzek seized from the treasure vault of the previous Leviathan family. It's called the Book of Leviathan. The Book of Leviathan contains the cultivation methods of the pure-blooded Leviathan and various family techniques. Master Lin Xiu, please study them carefully. From now on, Lord Lin Xiu will be the most legitimate heir of Leviathan. Grayfia warned seriously. Yes, I know. I will study hard. Lin Xiu also took the Book of Leviathan with a serious expression. He knew what Grayfia meant by most orthodox. What is most orthodox now means what was unorthodox before. What would the old Demon King Leviathan do if they learned that the current Demon King recognized him as the true, pure-blooded Leviathan? There's a high probability that they'll attack him, right? There is no doubt that he has now become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of the old Demon King faction, especially the Leviathan faction. And all of this was driven by the reformist devil. The reformist Demon King probably used him as bait to catch the old Demon King. In order to avoid being killed in the next attack that may come at any time, I must become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Xiu secretly made up his mind. Grayfia looked at Lin Xiu deeply, said hello to the three of them, and turned to leave. After Grayfia left, Kangna immediately turned to look at Lin Xiu, his tone more serious than ever. Mr. Lin Xiu, could you please come here in 3 days? 3 days later? Song Na, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. What could he and Song Na talk about? Well, I have something very important to discuss with Lin Xiu Jun. 3 days after school, please be sure to come to the student union room. Song Na looked at Lin Xiu with an apologetic look. Because, no matter what, Lin Xiu will be in danger for some time to come. She certainly didn't want to involve Lin Xiu in such a dangerous struggle. But as a pure-blooded demon from the underworld, she had no position or power to resist. Looking at Song Na's apologetic eyes, Lin Xiu suddenly understood a lot of things. Considering his identity as a pure-blooded Leviathan, the only possible reason why Sona was looking for him was because of that incident. Okay, I understand. I will be there on time. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, he felt a warm touch on his hand. It turned out that it was Rias who took the initiative to hug his arm. Looking at his arms deeply embedded in Rias's majestic bosom, Lin Xiu was stunned for several seconds. As expected, seeing it in anime is different from seeing it in real life. Seeing it in real life is different from touching it in real life. Damn, is this the kind of mind that can be considered the best, even in the DxD world full of big thunder? Lin Xiu admitted that he was deeply shocked by Rias. Of course, despite being shocked, Lin Xiu's brain did not stop thinking. After quickly figuring out the reason why Rias did this, Lin Xiu shook his arms, causing Rias's chest to shake again. Just as Lin Xiu thought, Rias couldn't possibly resist at all. She just looked at Sona with a slightly stiff smile. "Sangna, I want to borrow Lin Xiujuan for a while. You should have no objection, right? I'm not Lin Xiujuan's parent, so I naturally don't have any objections." "Rias, you could just take Lin Xiujuan away." Sona walked towards her desk, looking like she was ready to continue working. "That's great. Could you please come with me to the old school building, Lin Xiujuan?" Rias placed her hands on her chest, followed Lin Xiu's wrists, and held Lin Xiu's hands that were stretched out from her chest. It's really unfair to hold a boy's arm against your chest and then ask him for something. Even Ultraman can't stand this kind of situation. A few minutes later, in the old school building, Rias smiled and brought hot tea to Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiujuan, do you know why Tsang Na wants to look for you in 3 days?" Rias got straight to the point. "What?" Lin Xiu took a sip of tea and asked slowly. "Because the upper echelons of the underworld have arranged an engagement for you and Sona. Sona is unwilling to accept this engagement and is thinking about how to cancel the engagement with Lin Xiujuan." Rias replied, "I see." Lin Xiu nodded. It was not unexpected. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand. "Sona, are you really that unwilling to marry him? Logically speaking, he should meet Sona's standards for choosing a partner. In terms of grades and IQ, Lin Xiu's grades are similar to Tsang Na's, and their IQs are expected to be similar as well. In terms of strength and potential, Lin Xiu also demonstrated powerful strength far beyond his peers in the battle with Rebel. With both pure-blooded demon blood and the Crimson Dragon Emperor's caged hand, he could be said to have unlimited potential. As for personal charm, needless to say, Lin Xiu's configuration is already top-notch, and with the succubus bloodline, it can be said that he is even more powerful. Why did Tsang Na refuse his engagement? Lin Xiu was not so narcissistic as to force someone to marry him. He was just curious about why Tsang Na rejected him. So far, I can only think of one reason. If the reason why Sona rejected me is really the same as I thought, then I can only say that Sona is really kind. Next, Rias chatted with Lin Xiu about some trivial things before bringing up the serious matter. "Mr. Lin Xiu, to be honest, I came to you because I have something to ask of you. Or to put another way, I want to cooperate with you to achieve a mutually beneficial and win-win result. Mr. Lin Xiu, after breaking off your engagement with Tsang Na, you'll be a free man. Can you help me break up my engagement with Riser Phoenix?" Rias, you mean?" Lin Xiu asked, even though he knew the answer. "I'd like to ask Lin Xiujuan to be my boyfriend temporarily until I graduate from high school. That way, I'll have a reason to break off my engagement with Rizzle. Of course, I won't ask for Lin Xiujuan's help in vain. Before the end of our agreement, I will provide an additional portion of all the resources provided by the underworld to Lin Xiujuan to help him become stronger as soon as possible." After stating her conditions, Rias pursed her red lips slightly and looked at Lin Xiu with nervousness and anticipation. Under Rias's gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. "Rias, I agree to your boyfriend for a while, but I don't want any training resources." "Huh? So what do you want, Lin Xiujuan?" Rias swallowed her saliva. Could it be that Lin Xiujuan liked her so much that he was willing to help her break up the engagement without asking for any reward? It shouldn't be that serious, right? "No, I just want a reward in exchange." Hearing Lin Xiu's reply, Leah was relieved at first, but then a little frustrated. Sure enough, was she overthinking it? "By the way, Lin Xiujuan, what kind of reward do you want? I will do my best to do whatever I can." Rias smiled and continued to discuss with Lin Xiu. "Reward? I want Rias's lap pillow. Is that okay?" Fine. Hearing this, Rias tilted her head in confusion, her red lips slightly parted, reflecting an alluring luster under the sunlight. Not only Rias, but also Rias's followers were surprised by Lin Xiu's words. "Akino, Lin Xiukuan is really bold. Kitten, surprisingly, Senior Lin Xiu is actually a carnivorous man. Kibayumi, Bucho, oh my god. By the way, should we leave first and leave this place to you and Lin Xiujuan?" Generally speaking, Rias's followers were happy with Lin Xiu's request to use her knees as a pillow. Lin Xiujuan, what did you say?" A beautiful blush appeared on Rias's face, and her lips became less fluent. I said, if you can give me a lap pillow, Rias, I will be happy to help you solve the engagement problem. Lin Xiu repeated, But Lin Xiu, why do you want my knee pillow? Rias asked stutteringly. Of course it's because I like Rias. Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course. Rias, didn't you often look out the window of the old school building at the school? Didn't we look at each other in front of the window several times? In fact, as early as that time, I had the idea of pursuing you. Lin Xiu adopted the simplest and most direct style, hitting the ball straight. So that's how it is. After listening to Lin Xiu's reasons, Rias's voice became smaller than a mosquito, and her original forward-looking negotiating posture turned into a shy backward posture. Dong, dong, dong. Feeling her heartbeat faster than ever before, Rias's originally fair and delicate face gradually turned completely red. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be confessed to by a boy. After hearing Lin Xiu's explanation, Rias also remembered the scenes of their eye contact. At that time, the reason why she was interested in Lin Xiu and cast her eyes on Lin Xiu many times was not because she was attracted by Lin Xiu's face, but because she was attracted by Lin Xiu's grades. Lin Xiu's achievements, which were enough to threaten Song Na, were very attractive to her. If she could get Lin Xiu into the team, she would have more room to maneuver when facing opponents with higher IQs. As for the question of love, Rias has never thought about dating an ordinary human. But now, after seeing Lin Xiu's battle scene and then being confessed to directly by Lin Xiu, Rias admitted that she was a little moved. Lin Xiu seems pretty good too. His grades, personality, bloodline, appearance, and strength all met her criteria for a partner. Not to mention, Lin Xiu also said that he had liked her for a long time. Rias admitted that she did have a crush on Lin Xiu, but with the knee pillow thing, wasn't it too soon? Seeing that Rias was still hesitating, Lin Xiu added fuel to the fire. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, Rias. I will still help you solve the engagement problem. Lin Xiu promised. Is it okay if I don't agree? What? Rias was a little confused. Rias, you really have never been in love, Lin Xiu smiled happily. If you like a girl, you naturally won't allow her to marry another man. So, even if Rias doesn't agree to my request, I will still help you solve the engagement problem. Lin Xiu's words were like a depth bomb, turbulent again for Rias's mood, which had finally calmed down. So, is this what it feels like to be liked by the opposite S***X? This feeling of being liked by the opposite S***X is completely different from being liked by family. It is so fulfilling, so heartwarming. Rias knew that this feeling wasn't something any man could give her. Otherwise, how could she not have experienced this feeling with so many of the boys from Kou Academy and the demons from the underworld who liked her? Lin Xiu is the only person of the opposite S***X who has ever made her feel this way. From this perspective, she should also like Lin Xiu. Okay, if it's Lin Xiu, I'm willing. After thinking it over, Rias gave her answer with a blushing face. However, just a minute later, Rias regretted it, because Lin Xiu was lying face down on her thighs. Lin Xiu, how can anyone face downwards when using their knees as a pillow? When she said this, Rias's voice trembled a little, because the heat from Lin Xiu's breath was constantly passing through the gap between her thighs and onto her plump BS. That's how we lie down in my hometown. Because she was face down, Lin Xiu's voice was a little unclear. No, Lin Xiu exhaled more hot air when he spoke, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. Isn't your hometown in Ju Town? How can you lie like that here? Rias complained in a trembling voice. Having said that, Rias had no intention of moving Lin Xiu's head away. She found that she actually quite liked the feeling of being close to the boy she liked. Well, if you don't want to, Rias, then I'll have to change the way you lie. Lin Xiu raised his head temporarily. Is it going to be changed now? Rias felt relieved at first, but then she felt unprecedented frustration. Could it be that Lin Xiujuan's love for her wasn't that deep? At times like this, Shouldn't boys take advantage of her? Rias's confusion only lasted for a few seconds, because what Lin Xiu meant by changing the way of lying was adjusting the direction of the head 180 degrees. After changing positions, she no longer felt the heat between her legs. What she felt was the heat coming from under her chest. A feeling that was different from before came over her, causing Rias's heart to flutter again. Sure enough, she must like Lin Xiu. Otherwise, why would she want to continue to contact Lin Xiu? As for Lin Xiu, because of his changed posture, he couldn't see anything for the time being, not even Rias's face. He could only judge from the way Rias bent down slightly and buried her breast in his face that Rias seemed to like this feeling. With Rias's face buried, Lin Xiu lost all vision, but he did not feel any uneasiness. He only felt unprecedented happiness, comfort, and peace of mind. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the evil event. Wanting to be cured. Quest requirements. Obtain the lap pillows of 3 Gremory family members. This lap pillow target. Rias Gremory. Mission level. Blue. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 1 chance for bloodline evolution. Bite. Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the pure blood Leviathan bloodline to blue. Pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline. Blue, the pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline passed down from the first-generation Leviathan. After possessing the Leviathan bloodline, the affinity for water energy will be greatly enhanced, and control over the ocean will be gained. With blue-quality, pure-blooded demon blood, one can become a superior demon as long as he practices normally. If his potential is developed to the limit, reaching the Demon King level is not a dream. Even the legendary second-generation Leviathan Demon King is 1 point weaker than the host in terms of blood purity. The second-generation Leviathan greatly surpasses the host in blood power, but in terms of blood purity, the host is slightly stronger. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pure blood Leviathan bloodline, blue. With the bloodline bonus, the host's strength has been raised to the peak of the lower-level demon. Boom! With the bonus of the blue-level Leviathan bloodline, Lin Xiu's strength broke through one after another. The most important thing is that Lin Xiu was in a similar excited state as when he kissed Amano Yuuma before. In an excited state, it was difficult for Lin Xiu to suppress his suddenly stronger aura. Rias, who was closest to Lin Xiu, was the first to notice the change in Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, your strength has broken through? No, not only your strength. Your bloodline purity seems to be even more astonishing than before. Rias even vaguely felt the suppressive force from her bloodline. Struggling to get up from Rias's thighs, Lin Xiu turned to look at Rias. Rias, if I say that I broke through because I was too excited about being in contact with you, would you believe me? Rias was stunned at first, then lowered her head and replied quietly but firmly. Well, I believe it. So cute. Moved by the shyness displayed by Rias at this moment, Lin Xiu slowly moved closer to Rias. Tisk. With a soft sound, Lin Xiu gently kissed the side of Rias's face. This light kiss was not something that was expected, but came completely from Lin Xiu's heart. Lin Xiu, you. Rias covered the side of her face that had been kissed, and her originally fair face turned a very transparent red. She only allowed Lin Xiu to use his lap as a pillow, but she never allowed Lin Xiu to kiss her. When Rias didn't know how to respond, a figure with a body as explosive as her rushed into the battlefield. The one coming, Himajima Akino. After entering the battlefield, Himajima Akino immediately hugged Lin Xiu's arm, just like Rias just now, burying Lin Xiu's arm in her chest. Lin Xiu is really bold. Lin Xiu just said that he achieved a breakthrough because of Rias, right? I think I'm not inferior to Rias in terms of feminine charm. How is it? Now, does Lin Xiu feel like he's about to make a breakthrough? As she spoke, Akino deliberately shook her chest several times, allowing Lin Xiu to fully feel the difference between her and Rias. If Rias's advantage is her elasticity and shape, then Akino's advantage is her softness and wrapping feeling. Akino's sudden appearance instantly transformed Rias's shy expression into a cold one. Akino is a traitor and always likes to tease her. I think it's the same this time. Junai probably saw that she was interested in Lin Xiu, so he wanted to get close to Lin Xiu. Akino, what do you mean? Rias stood up and looked at Akino with an extremely oppressive look. It's nothing special. I just wanted to help you, Rias, test Lin Xiu-kun. Akino replied with a smile, covering her red lips. Akino, even if you want to test it, you have to get my approval first. You cross the line. Crossing the line? Where's the line? Is it here? Junai smiled and buried Lin Xiu's head in her chest. Swish! A red-black ball of destruction flew out, passing through Akino's bangs and leaving a large hole in the wall of the old school building. Lin Xiu seized this opportunity precisely and escaped from Junai's embrace. Although he liked Akino very much, it was still too dangerous to be intimate with Akino in front of Rias. Lin Xiu could see that Akino didn't like him that much. She did this more to help Rias clarify her feelings. Of course, besides making her feelings clear, she probably also wanted to play a trick on Rias. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. After Rias exploded, Akino was no less powerful, with golden lightning wrapping around her body that was no weaker than Rias's. Can't you just let me love Lin Xiu-kun a little? Rias is really stingy. Akino, when will it be your turn to love the person I like? Didn't I tell you? I'm testing Lin Xiu-kun for you. Now it seems that Lin Xiu-kun really likes you, Rias. After all, he didn't suddenly break through when he was in my arms. Although she was explaining, Akino emphasized the words "in my arms." In this situation, Rias could only consider it a provocation. Even if we need to test it, it's not Akino's turn. I can call Kaneko. Rias replied coldly. Touching kitten, meow, meow, meow. She's just a little kitten eating snacks. When did this matter have anything to do with her? Kitten? The kitten's body is still developing, so I'm afraid it's not suitable for this. Junai smiled and gave the kitten a playful look. Whenever it's not appropriate, that's my decision. Let's go. Akino, I have to teach you a lesson today. Rias wants to exercise her power as a king and teach her disobedient followers a lesson. This is so scary. Is Rias such a jealous woman? All right, let me see, Rias. How different you are now than before. Just like that, the two supreme beings exchanged a glance, then soared into the sky from the old school building. They intended to battle to the very edge of the universe, obliterating the great Tao. Old school building. The kitten from Taching looked at the ruins in front of him and cast a helpless look at Lin Xiu. Senior Lin Xiu, you are truly a sinful man. While Rias and Akino were out, Lin Xiu said hello to Kaneko and the others, then quickly left the old school building. He believed in one truth. As a man, it is best not to get involved in a fight between two women. Anyway, Rias and Akino have fought so many times since they were young. As long as they are given time, they will reconcile on their own. In the afternoon, Lin Xiu continued to study and practice the techniques in the Book of Leviathan. After an afternoon, Lin Xiu had learned all the techniques that a lower-level demon could learn. After school, Lin Xiu came to the overpass outside the school as promised. Amano Yuuma had been waiting for him here for a long time. Lin Xiu-jun, did something happen to you? I think you look even more handsome than yesterday. Amano Yuuma couldn't help but ask. She felt that Lin Xiu was obviously more attractive than yesterday. What happened to me? Maybe it's because I'm dating Amano-san? I feel like my whole mental state is different. Lin Xiu explained. You're lying. It's obvious that you've undergone such a drastic change because you awakened the Leviathan bloodline. Amano Yuuma subconsciously attributed Lin Xiu's sudden increase in charm to his Leviathan bloodline that had awakened yesterday. Lin Xiu saw Amano Yuuma's resentment and took Amano Yuuma's hand with a smile. Amano-san, you seem a little out of sorts. Not in shape? No? How is that possible? I just lost my mind a little when I saw Lin Xiu-jun, who was even more handsome than yesterday. Amano Yuuma flatly denied that she was not in good shape. No, I'm pretty sure that Amano-san is just not in the right state. I understand. Amano-san must feel like something is missing. Lin Xiu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. No problem. I'll make it up right away. As he said this, Lin Xiu smiled playfully, and as he moved closer, he pulled Amano Yuuma towards him. Amano Yuuma subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, how could she possibly resist Lin Xiu without being able to use the power of the fallen angel? Finally, Lin Xiu easily held the girl's red lips. The tingling sensation of being seized spread throughout Amano Yuma's body, causing her slender yet plump body to soften instantly. This be D pervert. He kissed me as soon as he saw me. Did he really think I wouldn't resist? The power in Amano Yuma's body surged wildly, but it was just surging. Well, she really won't resist. Now she has tasks issued by both the Fallen Angel headquarters and the Trouble Group. Both sides want her to investigate Lin Xiu. Before completing the tasks, she can only let Lin Xiu do whatever he wants to her. No, this feels so good, my brain is turning into a mess. As they kissed, Amano Yuuma discovered that today's kiss felt completely different from yesterday's. Under the influence of the succubus bloodline, Amano Yuma's body and mind were much more excited than yesterday. She found that she wanted more, much more. Later in the kiss, Amano Yuuma even began to actively respond to Lin Xiu. In the end, it was Lin Xiu who took the initiative to let go of Amano Yuuma, who was immersed in it. There was no other way. The overpass was not far from Kuwon College, and it was too dangerous to keep kissing here. Amano-san, you are very beautiful now, Lin Xiu commented sincerely. Amano Yuuma was stunned. She is very beautiful now? Did Lin Xiu say this so that he would have an excuse to kiss her again next time? Lin Xiu didn't care what Amano Yuuma was thinking and took Amano Yuma's hand and walked in the opposite direction of Ju Academy. Amano-san, I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you on a date? Lin Xiu said as she walked. A date? Amano Yuuma only planned to go home with Lin Xiu and had no plans to date Lin Xiu. However, for some unknown reason, she actually agreed. Okay, I wonder what Lin Xiu-jun has planned for today. In fact, Lin Xiu didn't have any special arrangements. He just wanted to use the excuse of dating to prolong his time with Amano Yuuma so that he could use the succubus bloodline to conquer Amano Yuuma. As for the dating process, it is a very regular dating process. Eating, watching movies, shopping, buying clothes, aquarium, planetarium. Although the process was very routine, Amano Yuuma burst out with extraordinary enthusiasm, because this is her first date. Although Lin Xiu made her unhappy, considering that Lin Xiu behaved well during the date, Amano Yuuma generously forgave Lin Xiu's presumptuous behavior of kissing her twice. Generally speaking, Amano Yuuma was easy to please. Even a date arranged by a newbie like Hayuda Issei could leave a lasting impression on her, let alone Lin Xiu. After a set of steps, it was already evening. In the evening, carrying large and small bags of clothes, Lin Xiu sent Amano Yuuma back to her home. At the door of the house, Tianishima said goodbye to Lin Xiu with a smile. When saying goodbye, Tianishima also reminded, Lin Xiu-jun, next time you go on a date, remember to wear the outfit I gave you. Okay, she my classmate too. Next time you go on a date, you have to wear the clothes I gave you, Lin Xiu also reminded with a smile. That's set. Okay, I understand. Although Lin Xiu didn't mean that, Amano Yuuma still thought of the black lace underwear that Lin Xiu bought for her. Meant all like darkness. Amano Yuuma remembered this wise saying. By the way, Lin Xiu-jun, this is today's thank you gift. Before parting, Amano Yuuma took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu and pecked him gently on the face. It was clearly just a light kiss, not even a mouth-to-mouth kiss, but Amano Yuuma was much more shy than when Lin Xiu forcefully kissed her. From now on, Lin Xiu can call me Shima classmate or Shima sauce. After saying this, Amano Yuuma buried her blushing face, turned around, and ran back to her temporary home. Yuuma-chan, Lin Xiu raised his hand and touched the part that had been kissed by Amano Yuuma, as if thinking about something. Before leaving, Lin Xiu took a look at Amano Yuma's house. Using the data eye, Lin Xiu's sight penetrated the magic circle and saw the slender figure of Amano Yuuma. In addition to Amano Yuuma, Lin Xiu also saw two beautiful girls, one tall and one short. These two beautiful girls are just like Amano Yuuma. They're all fallen angels. I remember that the blonde, twin-tailed fallen angel in a maid outfit was called Matilt, and the blue-haired, queen-like fallen angel in a cheongsam was called Calvana. They also have Orpheus's snakes on them, just like Linali. It seems that the evil group has already reached Juwang Town. I must become stronger as soon as possible. The old Demon King faction may attack me at any time. Taking a last look at the room, Lin Xiu saw Amano Yuuma walk in her own room and change into the black lace underwear he bought for her. It seems that Amano Yuuma is indeed in need of love. Lin Xiu chuckled, shook his head, and turned to leave. After returning home, Lin Xiu continued to exercise and practice the use of the magic weapon, as usual. The strength of a peak lower-level demon is not enough to safely survive the early stages. At the very least, the strength of the body must reach the level of an intermediate demon, and the Forbidden Hand must be successfully developed. A chance to defeat Tyrannosaurus without any damage, just enough to deal with Kirkbull. But now, Lin Xiu also needs to deal with the Demon King of the old Demon King faction, and the opportunity to defeat Tyrannosaurus without any injury is a bit stretched. Although Grayfia and the others will most likely take action to resolve this, I don't want to rely on others for my fate, if possible. I must break through as soon as possible. With the idea of becoming stronger as quickly as possible, Lin Xiu began to train like crazy. It's not just about training your body and swordsmanship, but also about training your magic power and how to use it. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with this body that had been strengthened by pure demon blood. It was very good and powerful. After his magic power was exhausted, although he was tired, he was able to cheer up and continue training his body in swordsmanship. All these characteristics reminded him that he had now transcended the realm of ordinary humans and had become an extraordinary creature. While exercising, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Ding! The host's willpower and strength have been detected to be up to standard, and the system is being upgraded. System upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for enabling the copy world function. The time ratio between the dungeon world and the real world can be freely adjusted between 1:10 and 10:1. The host can enter the dungeon world for 12 hours per day. A copy world. Can I also trigger system tasks in the dungeon world? Lin Xiu asked the question that concerned him most. Ding! Even in a dungeon world, the host can trigger system tasks normally. Okay, that's good. How do I get to the dungeon world? Even if he couldn't trigger the system task, Lin Xiu really wanted to go to the dungeon world. Because a time ratio of 10:1 is equal to 10 times the practice time. Even if you can only enter the dungeon world for 12 hours a day, that's 5 times the training time. Bite! The host's strength has been detected as a low-level demon. Extracting the primary dungeon world. Congratulations to the host for opening the primary instance, Apocalypse World. Host, are you going to the dungeon world now? Yes. Ding. Heading to the world of Apocalypse. The host will acquire an identity similar to but different from the original protagonist. After the story begins, the host will awaken memories from another world. Can memories only be awakened after the story begins? Lin Xiu frowned. He certainly didn't want to affect the plot after it had already begun. Ding! Although the host cannot awaken memories in advance, they can set the direction of action for their unawakened memories, thereby changing the past plot to some extent. Oh, can the past plot be changed according to the direction I set? That's quite thoughtful. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with this function. Before officially opening the dungeon world, please select your own initial abilities. The Apocalypse World is a primary world. The host can choose to carry 2 initial abilities or 2 opportunities to use the full power of the body. System, can I choose an initial ability first, and then choose the remaining one when I need it? Lin Xiu didn't want to be stuck on a fixed initial ability from the beginning. If an option can always be retained, it means that Lin Xiu can choose the ability he needs at any time. The host not only selects one initial ability before starting, but can also exchange an initial ability space for an opportunity to use full strength when needed. The system is quite user-friendly in some aspects. As long as the total energy consumption does not exceed the specified range, everything is fine. If the host needs to fill the initial ability space to quickly become stronger, you can also choose to capture the heroine. Each time you conquer a female protagonist, the host will gain an initial ability space. There are certain requirements for capturing the heroine's favorability, and it is not enough to establish a real relationship. Please consider your actions carefully when capturing her. Can I gain ability slots by conquering heroines? So, as long as I conquer more heroines, I can maintain the same peak combat power as in the DxD world. Touching his chin, Lin Xiu quickly made a decision. I've chosen to take the enhanced slime suit first, and I'll use the remaining space when needed. Lin Xiu's first choice was neither the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet nor the Pure Blood Leviathan bloodline, but the enhanced slime suit. The Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet and Pure-Blooded Leviathan bloodline can only be used by himself, and his performance in protecting others is not so impressive. The enhanced slime suit is different. In addition to Lin Xiu's favorite erotic function, the enhanced slime suit also has powerful combat functions. First of all, the enhanced slime suit can exert considerable power, even if the user has no magic power. Secondly, the enhanced slime suit can be divided. As long as Lin Xiu is willing, he can give it to anyone he approves of at any time. Even the enhanced slime suit can self-clean, purify toxins, and regulate temperature, making it truly omnipotent. It would be absurd not to bring such a useful tool. After asking for some more relevant information, Lin Xiu finally completed all the settings before crossing. Heading to the dungeon world, Apocalypse World, beginner difficulty. Initial ability, enhanced slime suit. The remaining initial ability spaces can be exchanged or converted at any time. Pre-awakening action mode. Mode 1. Try to interact with all the heroines. You can actively create events that increase favorability, but do not engage in direct interaction. Mode 2. When the heroine is likely to interact with any opposite S**X, it needs to be stopped. Mode 3. If possible, try to resolve the issue of Miyamoto Rei being threatened by Shido Koichi. World travel. Begin. After a moment of trance, Lin Xiu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The crossover was successful. Please complete the main quest of the Apocalypse World as soon as possible. Main Mission 1. Build a shelter with the strongest possible shelter capacity within 6 months. Blue. Note, the more heroines you take in, and the greater the total number of people, the higher the bonus. Main Mission 2. Kill as many zombies as possible within 6 months. No specific level. Depends on the actual number. Note, when a number of zombies killed is 1, 100, 10,000, 1 million, 100 million, etc., which are multiples of 100, you can get different levels of rewards. In the world of Apocalypse, on the rooftop of the school, Lin Xiu gradually regained consciousness. All of a sudden, a large amount of memories flooded into Lin Xiu's mind. The crossover was successful. Please complete the main quest of the Apocalypse World as soon as possible. The results of the pre-awakening action mode are as follows. After traveling through time, you live next door to the protagonist, Takashi Komuro, and the protagonist, Rei Miyamoto. Because your parents died young, your neighbors, Aoi Komuro and Kuriko Miyamoto, take good care of you. You and Miyamoto Rei grew up together. After junior high school, you began to actively contact Takagi Saya and gained another junior high version of a childhood sweetheart. When you were playing at Takagi's house, Takagi Saya's mother, Takagi Yuriko, always looked at you as if you were a future son-in-law. After entering high school, you not only excelled in academics, but also joined the school's kendo club. Although you were no match for the club's leader, Siko Busujima, you continued to challenge her. In your second year of high school, you discover that your childhood sweetheart, Rei Miyamoto, seemed unhappy. After a few seconds, the memory was received and Lin Xiu had a general understanding of his situation. Because the course of action had been set long ago, Lin Xiu's actions before awakening his memory were quite conservative. He was just creating scenes of contact with the heroines and had no intention of pursuing them. On Bisujimasiko's side, Lin Xiu joined the Kendo Club and became the second-in-command of the Kendo Club. Although he was no match for Bisujimasiko, he was still far superior to ordinary people. As for Sayatakagi, Lin Xiu often competes with her in performance and discusses questions, but overall, Sayatakagi still looks that tsundere. On the other side, Lin Xiu would get injured from time to time due to Kendo training. As the school doctor, Shizuka Juchuan would often apply medicated wine to him, and the two were very familiar with each other. The most important one belongs to Rei Miyamoto. After reading the memories related to Miyamoto Rei, Lin Xiu was stunned for several seconds. Because it is an evil protagonist system, Lin Xiu, like Komuro Takashi, became Miyamoto Rei's childhood sweetheart. Because Lin Xiu has excellent academic performance and outstanding kendo skills, Miyamoto Rei has had a very high degree of favorability towards Lin Xiu since childhood. But that's where the bad part lies. When the favorability reached a certain level, Miyamoto Rei chose to confess her feelings actively. Then, because of the initial setting that one cannot be too intimate with someone of the opposite S***X, Lin Xiu naturally rejected Miyamoto Rei. Therefore, Lin Xiu and Miyamoto Rei have actually already laid bare all their cards. Luckily, Miyamoto Rei hasn't thought of finding a fake boyfriend to annoy me yet. Otherwise, I would definitely give her a good slap. Lin Xiu has never had any resistance to drawing Miyamoto Rei. Because Miyamoto Rei deserves a beating, and she needs to be beaten hard. If you don't beat her, her eyes won't be clear. After roughly understanding the situation, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Fight! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline mission. Escape from Fujimi Academy. Task level, Greenda. Mission description. After seeing the zombie invasion scene on the rooftop, the host broke into Miyamoto Rei's class and forcibly took her out. Today, the ordinary everyday world has become an apocalyptic world, and all worldly concepts will change. Everyone will prioritize protecting their own lives. Mission requirements. Escape from Fujimi Academy with the person you care about. Note, the more people you bring, the more heroines you have, and the higher the bonus. During the time when Lin Xiu awakened her memory and triggered the system task, Miyamoto Rei, whose wrist was held by Lin Xiu, struggled violently. Xiu-kun, if you don't explain to me clearly why you forcibly took me out of the classroom, I'm going back to continue my class. The reason why Miyamoto Rei said this was because Lin Xiu suddenly rushed into her classroom and forcibly took her out. As a good student, she certainly could not accept this kind of skipping classes. As soon as Miyamoto Rei finished speaking, two male classmates ran out from the rooftop door, panting. Lin Xiu and Miyamoto, let's go back to the classroom. The teacher is furious. The first male student who ran over was named Jing Haoyong. In the original storyline, Jing Haoyong was Miyamoto Rei's boyfriend. However, now, he is just an ordinary male classmate who often takes the initiative to talk to Miyamoto Rei. Yeli and Xiu, let's go back quickly. Behind Igo, Komuro Takashi said breathlessly. Lin Xiu glanced at Jing Haoyong and Komuro Takashi. Judging from their daily behavior patterns, they undoubtedly like Miyamoto Rei. Otherwise, why would they chase after Miyamoto Rei after seeing her being brought out by him? Before Lin Xiu opened his mouth to explain, the screams around him answered their questions. A mentally ill person has entered the school. He's biting people. Call the teacher. He's dead. He's dead. No, those guys aren't dead. They're still moving. Don't get close to them. If you get bitten, you'll turn into one of those moving corpses. Could this be the reason why you brought me out, Xiujuan? Miyamoto Rei swallowed hard, and the look she gave Lin Xiu instantly became as docile as a cat. That's right. From today on, the world will change completely. Lin Xiu said seriously. Ah! As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, Jing Haoyong let out a painful roar. Because he was closest to the rooftop entrance, he was chosen as the first target by a zombie hiding behind the door. Don't come over here. Enduring the pain of his flesh being torn apart, Jing Haoyong wanted to push the zombie back to the rooftop. But he was surprised to find that the strength he had lost was so great that even if he tried with all his strength, it was of no use. Get out of here! Komuro Takashi plucked up his courage and kicked the zombie in the back, kicking him off the rooftop gate. Bang! As the zombies were kicked out, Lin Xiu seized the opportunity and locked the rooftop door. Seeing that the door was locked, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Lin Xiu did not stop. Instead, he picked up a baseball bat and slowly walked towards Jing Haoyong. Looking at Lin Xiu's calm gaze, Jing Haoyong broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xiujuan, what are you doing? Mr. Jing Hao, you just saw it. These moving corpses are just like the zombies in the movies. In the movie, if a companion is infected with the zombie virus, what should the rest of the people do? Lin Xiu replied calmly. Jing Haoyong broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Say, maybe the government will develop a vaccine? Lin Xiujuan, please don't come near me anymore. I will find a place to stay by myself. Please don't come near me anymore. Hey, this is murder. Miyamoto-san, help me persuade Lin Xiu-kun. The character of Jing Haoyong in this world is significantly different from that of Jing Haoyong in the original plot. In the original plot, Jing Haoyong was outstanding since childhood, and he became gentle and aware when he grew up. But this Jing Haoyong is different. After he developed some feelings for Miyamoto Rei, he realized that no matter his grades, looks, popularity with women, or strength, he was not qualified to compare with Lin Xiu. A man's jealousy is at its peak when he is competing with another man. Jing Haoyong, who is inferior to Lin Xiu in every way, chooses to stab the villain silently. Therefore, he has developed such a personality that is completely different from the original plot. Hearing Jing Haoyong's cry for help, Miyamoto Rei just bit her red lips lightly, looked at Lin Xiu hesitantly, and said nothing. At this time, it was Komuro Takashi who stood up. Xiu, should we lock him up first, just in case there's some way to save him? Hearing this, Lin Xiu immediately asked back. Okay, then, are you willing to be locked up with him? Are you willing to keep watch over him? In response, Komuro Takashi could only remain silent. Miyamoto-kun, aren't we friends? Are you just going to watch someone die without helping? And Komuro-san, don't worry, I will never hurt you. Can you help me stop Lin Xiu first? Lin Xiu, don't take revenge on me just because I like Miyamoto-san. In the face of death, Jing Haoyong revealed his truest side. Lin Xiu did not show any emotion about this. Is this your last words? After saying this, Lin Xiu swung the baseball bat and smashed it down. Bang! White and red intertwined. Brain matter exploded. A perfect fan-shaped streak was left on the rooftop wall. Igoi graduate. Pictured, Rei Miyamoto. After shooting Jing Haoyong in the head, Lin Xiu heard a system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 1, kill 1 zombie. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality, white. Undeath, white primary level of immortality. Even after losing a limb or vital organs, the character can still function normally. However, they will die after being shot in the head. Is it immortality similar to the zombies in the world of Apocalypse? Lin Xiu had long envied the Phoenix clan's immortality. Immortality was a powerful ability no matter where one was. Let's go, Komuro-san and Miyamoto-san. After killing Jing Haoyong, Lin Xiu walked past the two of them and opened the lock leading to the large platform at the top of the roof. Xiu, what are you doing? Miyamoto Rei was very confused. What am I doing? Of course I'm getting rid of harm for the people. As he spoke, Lin Xiu swung the baseball bat and smashed another zombie's head. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Under the life-doubting gazes of Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei, Lin Xiu danced on the rooftop like a dancer walking in a rain of blood. The headless zombies fell down one by one quickly, and the rooftop quickly became quiet. I'm leaving the rooftop, Miyamoto-san and Komuro-san. If you want to leave the rooftop too, just follow me and don't wander around. From the unfamiliar name Miyamoto-san, it can be seen that before awakening her memory, Lin Xiu was not very close to Miyamoto Rei. Of course, after all, they had been childhood sweethearts for so many years, so Lin Xiu wouldn't just abandon these two people here. However, Komuro Takashi obviously did not appreciate it. Xiu, is this your true self hidden beneath your daily life? Killing violence, is this what you seek? I know that violence is necessary when facing danger, but is it necessary to kill every zombie you see like this? Since he has never been threatened by zombies himself, nor has he killed anyone with his own hands, the current Komuro Takashi is much more indecisive than in the original plot. No, to be precise, Komuro Takashi had become indecisive a long time ago after he realized that he was not qualified to be compared with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu glanced at Komuro Takashi. Unlike Igo, he did not want to kill Komuro Takashi. At least, he can't be killed here, and he can't be killed in front of Miyamoto Rei. Mr. Komuro, do you know why you can talk to me here? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Because I am a human being, and moreover, an acquaintance of yours. That is why you can say such things to me. If you don't like my style of doing things, you can just take action on your own and deal with the zombies in your own way. As for Miyamoto-san, if you'd like to come with me, please follow me. After saying that, Lin Xiu turned and walked towards the gate of the rooftop. Here! Miyamoto Rei glanced at Komuro Takashi, who was still standing there, swallowed her saliva, and hurriedly caught up with Lin Xiu. Filial piety. Sometimes, such sacrifices are necessary. After saying this, Miyamoto Rei looked at Komuro Takashi deeply and hurriedly followed Lin Xiu. Just then, another exclamation was heard in the already chaotic campus. This voice is... Lin Xiu looked in the direction where the voice came from. He was so familiar with this voice. This is the voice of Shizuka Marikawa, the female school doctor who often rubs medicinal wine on him. Miyamoto-san, let's go to the school infirmary. Having said that, Lin Xiu did not hold Miyamoto Rei's hand, but just let her follow behind him. Things that come too easily will not be cherished. Like Komuro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei has not yet completed the awakening from ordinary student to ordinary person struggling to survive in the end times. Before Miyamoto Rei completes her awakening, Lin Xiu does not insist on licking her and forcing Miyamoto Rei to accept his help. Coming. Miyamoto Rei replied hurriedly. Although Lin Xiu's head explosion just now scared her and made her panties wet, she knew very well that it was safest to stay with Lin Xiu. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Rei suddenly felt strange. Although the amount was not much, she was indeed incontinent when Jing Haoyong was killed. Why? My panties don't feel wet at all now. Instead, they feel dry and comfortable to the extreme. In this way, Lin Xiu was killing people in the front, and Miyamoto Rei was following quickly behind, and the two of them rushed to the school clinic at an astonishing speed. As he was killing, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 2. Kill 100 zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality. Green. Immortality. Green advanced immortality. Even if the head and heart explode, the creature can maintain its vitality for a long time. As long as someone provides timely treatment, it can be perfectly resurrected. Oh, apparently, this is an advanced mission. Lin Xiu suddenly felt extremely motivated to kill zombies. On the other side, in the school clinic, Busujima Siko inserted the wooden sword into the wooden table and pierced through it with one stroke. Cough, cough, cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the ground red. Byusuja Masiko could clearly feel that her vitality was gradually fading away. I didn't expect Miss Marikawa Shizuka to have such a small wound. Damn it, it's all my fault for not being observant enough. Originally, Byusuja Masiko was cleaning up zombies, but who knew that the person she was protecting behind her turned into a zombie and bit her hard? Otherwise, with her ability, as long as she performs normally, she will definitely be able to leave the school. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, Byusuja Masiko's consciousness gradually faded. When her consciousness was about to completely fade away, a familiar figure flashed before Byusujima's eyes. Did I have any hallucinations before I died? However, it is really wonderful to be able to see Lin Xiu before I die. The next second, Byusuja Masiko felt a warm big hand. How come I can still feel it? Are the hallucinations before death so real? Byusuja Masiko was not wrong. At this moment, Lin Xiu was putting his hands on her well-trained long legs. Through Lin Xiu's big hand, the black enhanced slime symbiote is madly pouring into Byusuja Masiko's body. The enhanced slime suit has the effect of purifying toxins, and the zombie virus is also a type of toxin. 10 seconds later, under the siege of the symbiotes, the zombie virus was quickly eliminated. Soon, Byusuja Masiko regained consciousness. Looking at Lin Xiu in front of her, Byusuja Masiko was stunned for several seconds before realizing that she was not hallucinating. Lin Xiu, what just happened is... Bujima-senpai, you can think of this as my special ability to purify the zombie virus. Is that so, Lin Xiu-kun? You are as trustworthy as ever. Byusuja Masiko touched her lower abdomen. So, she was not wrong just now. Lin Xiu did inject something in her body. Looking at the blonde-haired thunder zombie in front of him, Lin Xiu sighed. So, it was Dr. Marikawa who bit Byusuja-senpai? Yes, that's right. It's school nurse Marikawa Shizuka, but now she has turned into a zombie. Byusuja Masiko's expression was complicated and sad. Don't worry, Byusuja-senpai. It's just something like this. There's still time. As he spoke, Lin Xiu kicked his legs hard and kicked the zombie-like Marikawa Shizuka into the chemical preparation room next to him. Lin Xiu, what do you mean? Byusuja Masiko opened her beautiful eyes slightly. Lin Xiu meant that Marikawa Shizuka could still be saved? Generally speaking, people who become zombies are already dead. However, Lin Xiu happens to have the ability to resurrect the recently dead. As long as the soul and body are roughly intact, Lin Xiu can use the true devil chess piece to resurrect it. It just so happens that as a member of the protagonist group, Shizuka Marikawa's luck and soul strength are much stronger than ordinary people. Bujima-senpai, I will try to rescue school Dr. Marikawa next. While I'm doing this, please, Senior Takujima, guard the door and don't let anyone in. As he said that, Lin Xiu walked into the chemical preparation room. Okay, no problem, Byusuja Masiko said with confidence. She could feel that after being infused with something by Lin Xiu, she had been reborn. In the chemistry preparation room, Lin Xiu completed the demon reincarnation in half a minute and pulled Marikawa Shizuka back. Bite! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a follower, Shizuka Marikawa. The dependent Marikawa Shizuka has obtained the innate ability, Healing Field. Healing Field. You can throw out a healing field at will. Allied units within the healing field will be healed, while enemy units will be subject to certain restrictions. Sure enough, the awakening of the true devil chess piece's abilities will differ depending on each person's talent. Lin Xiu originally planned to leave immediately after reincarnating Marikawa Shizuka, but after the resurrection, Marikawa Shizuka was extremely dependent on him and lay on him at the first moment. Therefore, Lin Xiu had no choice but to give up the idea of going out immediately. Xiu-chan, it's so great to see you in heaven. Shizuka Marikawa was confused about the situation for a moment. She only knew that she was very happy to see Lin Xiu again. After knowing the pain of separation, Juchuan Jingxiang hugged Lin Xiu and took her in her broad arms. Xiu-chan, I've always liked you. Xiu-chan, who always works so hard, is so adorable. Shio-chan, you should like me too, right? Otherwise, why do you always come to me and ask me to apply medicine every time you get hurt? I know that every time I apply the medicinal wine, Shio-chan's eyes are always focused on my chest. Lin Xiu didn't expect Zhu Chuan Jingxiang to be so bold. That's right, Shizuka, I like you too. Seeing that Marikawa Shizuka had said this, Lin Xiu also revealed his true feelings. Shio-chan finally called me by my name. I'm so happy. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang hugged Lin Xiu with a smile and kissed her actively. After coming to his senses, Lin Xiu did not hesitate and took the initiative. He lifted the back of Marikawa Shizuka's neck with one hand and began to dribble the ball skillfully with the other hand. Taking into account that 2 of the initial ability spaces have been used up, exchanged for the reinforced slime suit and the true devil chess piece respectively, and the ability spaces are in short supply, Lin Xiu also tend to supplement them on Shizuka Marikawa. The slime suit continued to flow, wrapping up the 2 of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Shizuka Marikawa. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability spaces is 3. Time was short and the task was heavy, so Lin Xiu had no intention of holding back. After only a dozen minutes, Marikawa Shizuka's already fleshy belly was filled up, and she fainted with her eyes rolled back. Pictured as Seiko Busujima. The other side, after watching Lin Xiu enter the chemical preparation room, Busujima Seiko looked around with a wooden sword in hand. The purple-haired, beautiful girl's mouth curled up unconsciously. Kill! 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 Now that the world has become like this, she no longer has to suppress the violent desires in her heart. Busujima Seiko, besides being a young lady, is also a girl with a strong desire to abuse others. Sizzle. Dark red blood sprayed into the air, and waves of blood rain fell. After obtaining a partially enhanced slime symbiote, even if Busujima Seiko does not have superb swordsmanship, the increase in her physical fitness alone is enough to roam the world of apocalypse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of the chemical preparation room, Busujima Seiko was killing the corpses that came one by one, like a ballerina dancing in a rain of blood. Until, more than 10 minutes later, Komuro Takashi arrived late, following the path that Lin Xiu had taken. There was no other way. The path Lin Xiu took had the least zombies and was the safest. Takashi Komuro arrived late, but he was lucky. Busujima Seiko and Miyamoto Rei were guarding the front door. Seeing that Lin Xiu was not there, Komuro Takashi took the initiative to greet the 2 of them. However, under the dual influence of her own sadistic desire and the strengthened slime symbiote, Busujima Seiko has become a bit bloodthirsty. Swoosh! Turning into a phantom, Busujima Seiko rushed towards Miyamoto Rei, who was closest to her. Wait, we are humans. Busujima-senpai, what's wrong with you? Miyamoto Rei was frightened by the bloodshot eyes of Busujima Seiko. Rei, get out of the way! Takashi Komuro shouted loudly. However, at this time, Busujima Seiko was already bloodthirsty. The purple-haired girl disappeared from her spot in an instant and turned into a gust of wind and attacked Miyamoto Rei. Faced with danger, Miyamoto Rei exclaimed subconsciously. However, after a few seconds, Miyamoto Rei did not feel any pain. After opening her eyes in confusion, Miyamoto Rei saw a layer of black substance that appeared out of nowhere. Take a closer look. It turned out that the clothes on her body had deformed and turned into black liquid that blocked Busujima Seiko's wooden sword. Bang, 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 bang. Busujima Seiko continued to swing her wooden sword and attack Miyamoto Rei. Unfortunately, before Busujima Seiko learned how to use the slime symbiote, she could not break through the enhanced slime suit's autonomous defense with just the strength from her enhanced physique and the wooden sword. Wow, so amazing. What on earth is this? Looking at the slime battle suit on her body that blocked Busujima Seiko's attack, Miyamoto Rei felt an unprecedented sense of security. Busujima Seiko continued to swing her wooden sword, until there was a loud bang. The wooden sword was caught by 2 fingers and hung horizontally in midair. The one who caught the wooden sword with 2 fingers was Lin Xiu, who had just fed Juchuan Shizuka. Miyamoto-san, these zombies are attracted to sound. In the future, don't yell when facing zombies. It will only cause trouble for others. Lin Xiu glanced at Miyamoto calmly and said, "Shiokuin, it's great that you're here." After being scolded by Lin Xiu, Miyamoto was not angry at all. Instead, she became even more obedient and submissive. I can only say that Miyamoto is just like that, and you can't be too nice to her. All right, Busujima-senpai, stop messing around. Lin Xiu caught Busujima Siko's rapidly attacking calf, and then took over the enhanced slime symbiote in her body. The next second, Busujima Siko's eyes became clear again. Busujima Siko frowned. Why was her wooden sword caught by Lin Xiu's fingers? You're out of control, Busujima-senpai. After releasing the wooden sword, Lin Xiu gave an order directly to Miyamoto. Miyamoto-san, Busujima-senpai, and I will clean up the zombies attracted by the sound. Go hide in the chemistry preparation room first, and take care of school Dr. Juchuan, who hasn't woken up yet. Okay, I understand. Although she was being ordered around in an imperative tone, Miyamoto was not angry at all. Instead, she felt much more at ease and hurried towards the chemistry preparation room. Ray, don't listen to him. After getting up from the ground, Komuro Takashi shouted loudly. The Lin Xiu of today is no longer the Lin Xiu we knew. He must have turned into some kind of advanced zombie. Run. The farther the better. Just now, Miyamoto closed her eyes out of fear. But Komuro Takashi saw it clearly. When he arrived in front of Miyamoto, the black slime liquid behind Lin Xiu had not been completely collected. Komuro Takashi has seen zombie movies. In the movie, humans like Lin Xiu, who are powerful and have strange auras, are all advanced zombies that have evolved human intelligence. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. What Komuro Takashi said was true in a sense. Miyamoto glanced at Komuro Takashi, then at Lin Xiu, and hesitated for a few seconds. Takashi, the zombies just broke out in the school. They shouldn't evolve into advanced zombies so quickly, right? In the end, Miyamoto did not choose to open her mouth, but instead showed a smile that was as obedient and cute as possible. He knew that what Komuro Takashi said was most likely true. However, as long as Lin Xiu still maintains his consciousness, does it matter whether he is a human or an advanced zombie? Looking at Miyamoto's gentle eyes, Lin Xiu smiled gently and turned to look at Komuro Takashi. Komuro-san, are you going to run away, or are you going to attack me? Whatever you choose, I have no problem with it, as long as you can bear the consequences of your choice after making it. Lin Xiu's words were equivalent to acknowledging what Komuro Takashi had just said. Of course I choose to stay. Komuro Takashi frowned fiercely. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't leave now. Miyamoto-san, what about you? Lin Xiu turned to look at Miyamoto again. Miyamoto pursed her red lips and replied softly. Of course I'm willing to stay with Shiojuin. Although Shioken and Didao-senpai are very powerful, they can't do everything for them personally. I want to stay by Shiokuin's side and help you with some chores. Although Miyamoto's statement was a bit clumsy, Lin Xiu still considered her to have passed. Okay, Miyamoto-san, go carry school nurse Mariko on your back. I really don't have time to take care of her right now. Lin Xiu looked around. Just now, Miyamoto's scream attracted a lot of zombies. Zombies in different worlds have different habits. The zombies in the world of Apocalypse, scientifically known as necromancers, are a type of zombie that is attracted to sounds. Bujima-senpai, I want you to hold my hand and eliminate the zombies that are attracted here. Can you do it? As he spoke, Lin Xiu picked up a metal rod and stretched out his hand towards Busujima Siko. Okay, no problem. Busujima Siko smiled slightly and took Lin Xiu's hand. Holding Lin Xiu's hand, the enhanced slime symbiote in Busujima Siko's body was instantly activated. The bloodthirsty desire that had been suppressed just now returned, and Byusuja Masiko almost lost control of her body. Lin Xiu held Byusuja Masiko's fair and tender hand tightly, his voice firm and unquestionable. Control it. Don't let it control you. This way, you are the one using the power, not the beast controlled by it. Okay, I'll do my best. Byusuja Masiko smiled knowingly and tried her best to control the enhanced slime symbiote in her body. The reason why Lin Xiu asked Byusuja Masiko to hold his hand and destroy the zombies was to train Byusuja Masiko and let her control the symbiote and her own killing desire through actual combat. He didn't object to Siko Byusujima having a bloodthirsty nature. However, she must not be controlled by this instinct. Byusuja Masiko also understood this. So, she in turn held Lin Xiu's hand tightly. Byusuja Masiko didn't say anything about following Lin Xiu because she had already made her choice with her actions. Holding Lin Xiu's hand, Byusuja Masiko and Lin Xiu walked slowly in the corridor. Byusuja Masiko holds a wooden sword and Lin Xiu holds a metal rod, and the two look extremely well matched. However, Lin Xiu picked up this metal rod not to use it as a weapon, but to attract zombies. Ding! In Lin Xiu's hand, the metal rod made a series of knocking sounds, attracting all the zombies in the building. Byusuja Masiko held Lin Xiu's hand, controlling the symbiote in her body while eliminating the zombies with amazing efficiency. Just like a couple taking a walk on a rainy day, the two of them strolled leisurely through the academy filled with zombies. Bang! Kicking open the locker that was blocked by the table, a panicked girl with pink hair and twin tails appeared in front of Lin Xiu. The pink-haired girl is named Takashiro Saya, and is Lin Xiu's second childhood sweetheart, whom she is not very familiar with. The reason I say I'm not very familiar with her is because Saya Takagi is at Sundara. Although she cares about Lin Xiu very much, she is always waiting for Lin Xiu to take the initiative to get close to her. As for Lin Xiu, due to the setting before he traveled through time, he would not take the initiative to get too close to a beautiful girl, so the two of them who would not take the initiative to get too close to each other have been put on hold until now. If they hadn't sat at the desks in front and behind each other in junior high school, perhaps the relationship between Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya would be more distant than it is now. Bang! Seeing the cabinet being kicked open, Takagi Saya held a short stick and hit the outside of the cabinet in panic. However, a hand she was quite familiar with grasped the short stick. Saya Takagi looked up and saw a peerless young man bathed in sunlight. Dong! Blood flowed throughout her body along with her accelerated heartbeat, and Saya Takagi's delicate face turned slightly red. Lin Xiujuan? Is that Lin Xiujuan? Why does she always feel that Lin Xiujuan is different now? Lin Xiujuan, did you come here specifically to see me? Thank you. I will definitely work hard to repay you. Takagi Saya stretched out her hand towards Lin Xiu, looking at her with anticipation in her eyes. Lin Xiu understood what Takagi Saya meant and took the initiative to pull her out of the cabinet. What a pity. After being pulled out of the closet, Takagi Saya's shyness disappeared when she saw Byusuja Masiko standing next to Lin Xiu. Takashiro-kun, I'm Siko Byusujima, the captain of the Kendo Club. I remember your family has some influence in Bedmaster City, right? Would you like to join us in searching for your family? Byusuja Masiko invited Takagi Saya. Huh? Oh, please let me come with you if you can. After being reminded by Byusuja Masiko, Takagi Saya finally gave up the idea of looking at handsome guys. Now, there are more important things than looking at handsome guys. Saya Takagi clapped her cheeks a few times and regrouped herself. Lin Xiu-kun, Dudao-san, please give me your guidance. Saya Takagi looked at Byusuja Masiko with a sharp gaze. Really, women's eyes are all the same, and the probability of a good man not being targeted by other women is really too small. In the school clinic, everyone gathered. When Saya Takagi saw Rei Miyamoto and Shizuka Morikawa, she felt even more pressured. What's wrong with Lin Xiujuan? Why is he picking out beautiful girls to save? And not a single guy? The end of the world has just begun, and you're already thinking about building a harem? Seeing Lin Xiu coming back, Miyamoto Rei took a breath, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke with a little disappointment. Xiaojun, Xiao just bandaged his wound and left. He said he didn't want to stay here and want to go find his family. Lin Xiu glanced at the lost Miyamoto Rei and chuckled. It's okay if Komuro-san leaves, as long as you choose to stay, Miyamoto-san. It was his own choice to leave. Everyone has the right to make their own choice, and we must respect that. Lin Xiu knew that Miyamoto Rei was only disappointed on the surface. This is an emotion that all normal human beings have. This kind of guilt is a normal reaction after people make selfish choices. However, this is the extent of Miyamoto Rei's guilt. If she was really in extreme pain, she would not choose to stay here. In a short period of time, Miyamoto Rei has comprehended the basic laws of the apocalypse. The weak must depend on the strong. Well, Shokan, I understand, and I respect Zhao's choice. My choice is different from Zhao's. I choose to stay with Xiaojun. Since I have made the choice, I must be responsible for it. So, I will do my best not to hold Xiaojun back. After being enlightened by Lin Xiu, Miyamoto Rei felt much better. Miyamoto Rei's words. She expressed her reluctance to see Komuro Takashi leave, received comfort from Lin Xiu, and finally, expressed her loyalty in not wanting to leave. It can be said that after this speech, Rei Miyamoto completed her own sublimation. Therefore, there was only one thing that concerned Miyamoto Rei: the smell of Shizuka Marikawa. While taking care of Shizuka Marikawa, Rei Miyamoto noticed that Shizuka Marikawa's skirt was gradually getting wet, and drops of white liquid kept flowing out. The white liquid seemed endless, and she wiped it for a long time, but couldn't wipe it clean. In the end, it was only when Shizuka Marikawa woke up, took a shower, and changed her clothes that the problem was solved. If she guessed correctly, the white liquid belonged to Lin Xiu. Could it be? Lin Xiu and Zhuchuan Jingxiang had done it in the school clinic long before the zombie crisis broke out. Otherwise, based on the time when the zombie crisis broke out, how could there be so many white symbiotes in Shizuka Marikawa's body? So, the next step is to find a car and go to my dad's place, right? Sayata Kagi adjusted her glasses. Within a few minutes, she figured out her own position and the position of everyone in the group. Lin Xiu is an all-round boss. Siko Busujima is the one who takes charge of the force. Miyamoto Rei is the one who does the hard work. Shizuka Marikawa is the supporting role. And she is the think tank who helps Lin Xiu come up with ideas. Just now, Teacher Zhuchuan said she has the key to the school bus. Lin Xiu, what do you think about us leaving school by bus? Takagi Saya gave Lin Xiu a questioning look. Okay, just take the school bus. After making the decision to take the school bus, Lin Xiu seemed to hear something and looked down. Boom! The next second, there was a roar of engines coming from the underground parking lot. It seemed someone has already gotten there first. And, judging by the sound of the engine, the car they drove away was a school bus. What should we do? We don't have the keys to the other vehicles. Sayata Kagi frowned fiercely. It's okay, we can just go straight down. They are blocked at the exit by the zombies attracted here. As long as we express our willingness to clear out the zombies, they will open the door on their own initiative. Lin Xiu made a decision quickly. Okay, I understand. This is the only way. Everyone, hurry down. Lin Xiuquan and Du Dao-san, please clear the way. Sayata Kagi nodded, understanding that time waits for no one. Click! After the door opened, everyone came out one after another. It didn't take much time for Lin Xiu and his group to rush out of the teaching building, because just now, Lin Xiu and Busujima Siko had cleared out almost 80% to 90% of the zombies in the entire teaching building. On the school bus, Shido Koichi widened his eyes and watched in disbelief as a group of people rushed from the teaching building to the garage entrance. The purple-haired kendo girl walked in the front, standing alone against 10,000 men. No matter what kind of zombie it is, once it enters the attack range of the purple-haired girl, its head will be cut off instantly, and it will fall to the ground. It's just that the pretty boy next to her that makes Shido Koichi a little unhappy. How can they be so clingy? They dare to hold hands, even when facing zombies? What are student couples thinking these days? Under the gaze of Koichi Shido, the group rushed to within a few dozen meters of the garage. Then, the boy whom he regarded as a gigolo spoke. "Open the door. We will clean up the zombies, and in exchange, open the door and let us in." "Okay, as long as you clear out the zombies first, I'll open the door." Ziteng Howie opened the window and replied loudly. Hearing this, Lin Xiu shook his head. "No, open the door first and let some people go up. After the zombies are cleared, let the other people go up. If you don't agree, we'll leave. You can probably tell that with our strength, we can definitely get out of the school. Once we're out of the school, any normal survivor will let us get on the bus." Lin Xiu looked like he was about to turn around and leave. Seeing Lin Xiu and his group were about to leave, Ziteng Howie could no longer sit still. "Okay, send some of your men over first. We'll be ready to help you open the door." Shido Koichi knew very well that the other party might not need their car, but they really need each other to deal with the zombies blocking the car. "You guys go ahead. Siko and I will be here soon." "I understand. Lin Xiu-jun, you have to be careful." Bang! The metal rod in Lin Xiu's hand made a knocking sound. The distant and loud knocking sounds echoed, instantly attracting the attention of a dozen zombies in front of the car. "Walk!" Sayadakagi and others seized the opportunity and broke in from the side with Rei Miyamoto and Shizuka Morikawa. The school bus door opened, and the three of them got in smoothly. "Walk!" Almost at the same time they got in the car, Shido Koichi stepped on the accelerator. The problem was solved, and the zombies were attracted away. There was no need for him to let anyone get on the bus anymore. Boom! The throttle is fully opened, and the engine roars. The school bus knocked away the scattered zombies, still lying on the windows, and finally rushed out of the garage. "Little devil, good luck to you." When driving past Lin Xiu, Shido Howie's face was full of expression, and his smile was more relaxed than ever before. Busuja Masiko frowned and stared at the school bus that was gradually moving away. "Lin Xiujuan, what should we do? Do you want me to throw a knife and puncture the tires of the school bus?" "No, thanks." Lin Xiu smiled slightly. "Look, hasn't the car stopped?" Lin Xiu pointed in the direction of the school bus. Busuja Masiko looked over and saw that, sure enough, the car was gradually slowing down and then stopped in the middle of the school. At this time, on the school bus, bang! Shizuka Morikawa picked up the fire extinguisher and smashed it hard on Koichi Shido's hand that was holding the steering wheel. "Hiss! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts!" Shido Koichi's expression was distorted, and his whole face was about to turn into wrinkles. "Teacher Juchuan, why did you hit my hand?" Koichi Shido really couldn't understand how the seemingly weak Shizuka Morikawa could burst out with such powerful strength. "What am I doing?" "I'm parking the car and letting Lin Xiujun get in," Morikawa Shizuka said as a matter of course. The next second, she continued to smile gently and then raised the fire extinguisher in her hand and smashed it down again. Koichi Shido hurriedly left the driver's seat to avoid the fire extinguisher. Seeing that Shido Koichi admitted defeat, Morikawa Shizuka smiled slightly and took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. "Dr. Juchuan, aren't you afraid of killing everyone in the car?" Shido Koichi shouted sternly. Hearing this, Takagi Saya adjusted her glasses. "According to our agreement, the car should not start until everyone is on board. If we don't keep our promise, won't everyone on the bus feel unsafe?" Sayadakagi could see that Koichi Shido, as a teacher with driving skills, had already established initial prestige among these students. So, she chose to directly attack Shido Koichi's base. As she said, no one wants to follow a leader who doesn't keep his promises. Anyone following such a leader could be sacrificed. Noticing the change in the student's eyes, Shido Koichi snorted coldly and tacitly agreed to Morikawa Shizuka taking over the driving rights. Click! The door opened, and Lin Xiu and Busuja Masiko quickly caught up and entered the school bus. After getting on the school bus, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. "Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission, escaping from Fujimi Academy. Mission requirements: escape from Fujimi Academy with the person you care about. Task level: green dot. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Doomsday All-Terrain Armored Vehicle. Apocalyptic all-terrain armored vehicle. Developed specifically for the apocalypse by a wealthy individual, this vehicle has a maximum capacity of 20. After system modifications, it features a diesel, electric, and magical three-wheel drive system, a wealth of integrated circuits, and numerous modern amenities. Note: the system only provides the coordinates of the armored vehicle. The host needs to go there to claim the reward. Seeing the apocalyptic armored vehicle rewarded by the system, Lin Xiu's expression instantly became subtle. My goodness, isn't the system too stingy? He actually needs to go and claim it in person as a reward? Anyway, let's show the coordinates of this apocalyptic armored vehicle on the map first, Lin Xiu said in his heart. Fight! The coordinates of the armored vehicle have been displayed. These coordinates are very close to the airport. I remember there was a plot character named Minami Rika near the airport. Perfect. I can take her with me when we go get the armored vehicle. With Lin Xiu's strength, he certainly doesn't need an armored vehicle to protect himself. The main reason he wanted to obtain this armored vehicle was for its symbolic significance. In the future, he will definitely build his own shelter. Placing such a large item in the shelter will greatly enhance the deterrent effect and the ability to stabilize the interior. Looking around, Miyamoto Rei saw an old acquaintance. Filial piety? Miyamoto Rei never expected that Komuro Takashi not only managed to walk out of the teaching building, but even got on the school bus. Korea. Komuro Takashi looked at Miyamoto Rei with complicated eyes, then looked at Lin Xiu and let out a long sigh. Takashi, I'm glad you're okay. Miyamoto Rei nodded, then sat down next to Lin Xiu. Now that Komuro Takashi is fine, her psychological burden is lighter. As expected of the male protagonist, he was able to walk out of the teaching building even after being injured. Is this what they call world protection? Interesting. Lin Xiu glanced at Komuro Takashi and found that Komuro Takashi was also looking at him. Their eyes met in the air. Lin Xiu did not retreat, but it was Komuro Takashi who took the initiative to retract his exploratory gaze. When Komuro Takamasa was feeling sad, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Looking back, it was Shido Koichi. Komuro-san, right? The teacher has actually been keeping an eye on you. Many students have developed psychological problems since the zombie crisis. How about some tutoring? If the teacher is not mistaken, you seem to have a conflict with that classmate named Lin Xiu. It seems that he is not only the type to be rude to teachers, but also to classmates. That won't do. When the apocalypse arrives, we should all be friendly and help each other. So, would you like to tell the teacher about your troubles? Komuro Takashi hesitated for a few seconds, but finally spoke. Teacher, you should also know that Lee is my childhood sweetheart. As for Lin Xiu, when Takashi Komuro expressed his true feelings, Sayatakagi is thinking about her next course of action. Takashiro-san, I'm so glad you're okay. Under Sayatakagi's puzzled gaze, a little fat man walked up to her and scratched his head embarrassedly. You are. Takagi-Sayayani laughed. She felt that the little fat man in front of her looked very familiar. However, she couldn't remember the classmate's name no matter how hard she tried. She only remembered that he was a classmate. Takashiro-kun, don't you remember me? I'm Hirano Toda. After you hid in the closet, Takashiro-san, I was the one who led the zombies away, right? Hirano Toda looked at Takagi Saya in disbelief. He tried his best to protect Takagi Saya, but she didn't even know his name. Is that so? Sorry, maybe it's because I hid in the closet and could only hear the sound of the zombies hitting the closet. So I didn't see what you did, Hirano-san. Didn't see it? That's it. Hirano Toda gritted his teeth and stared at Takagi Saya, hoping she would give further answers. Well, anyway, thank you very much, Hirano-san, for leading the zombies away. Thank you very much. If Hirano-san needs anything in the future, I will do my best to help you. Sayatakagi wrote a blank check. After all, she couldn't write a real check. Really? Then Takashiro-kun can be my friend. Hirano Toda got stuck in the middle of his words. Like a prey targeted by its natural enemy, Hirano Toda felt cold all over and couldn't stop shaking. The little fat boy raised his head and looked tremblingly at the source of the oppressive feeling. Lin Xiu, the person staring at him, causing him to lose his voice instantly, was none other than Lin Xiu. After just a glance, Hirano Toda huddled into a ball and never dared to look up again. Toda, right? Lin Xiu smiled. Although you didn't go back to find Saya, but got on the school bus by yourself. However, objectively speaking, you did help Saya. If you hadn't lured the zombies away, Saya might not have survived until I arrived. But that's all your kindness to Saya goes for. If you really wanted to rescue Saya, why did you leave her alone in the closet? Lin Xiu's words made Takagi Saya frown fiercely. Yeah. According to Hirano Toda, he led the zombies away on his own and never came back. How could such a person have the nerve to say that he saved her? If Lin Xiujuan hadn't opened the cabinet, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out of the teaching building. After thinking everything through, Takagi Saya stood up and bowed slightly to Hirano Toda. Hirano-san, although you chose to leave afterwards, you did lead the zombies away from me. This is a favor that must be repaid. If I could return home, I would definitely find a way to repay you, Hirano-san. Hirano Toda didn't say anything, but nodded with tears in his eyes. Lowering his head, Hirano Toda covered his eyes with his hat. Because if he doesn't do this, everyone will see his bloodshot eyes. You're kidding. I saved her. Not only can you not repay me by being my girlfriend, but you can't even be my friend. As expected, be asterisk, 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 all like gigolos. They're all in the same group. He said he would repay me when he got home, but it was all empty promises. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Xiu, Hirano Toda would not feel offended by Takagi Saya's words. He knew that Saya Takagi was usually like this. However, the usually arrogant Takagi Saya acts like an obedient baby in front of Lin Xiu. This attitude deeply hurt Hirano Toda. Your white moonlight goddess will not be arrogant when facing handsome guys and rich men. Instead, she will put aside her self-esteem and pursue them, just to become their toy. After realizing this, most men will break down. But, although Hirano Toda was extremely angry, he had no intention of continuing to pester Takagi Saya. There's nothing I can do about it. He's just such a cowardly man. While thinking about when to go to the airport, Lin Xiu suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him. Although it was only a moment, that look was filled with extreme malice. So much so that Lin Xiu looked behind in the moment he noticed it. After turning around, Lin Xiu and Ziteng Howie's eyes collided in the air. Hiss! Ziteng Howie's heart stopped instantly. He never thought that Lin Xiu would look back at this time. Shido Koichi, right? Lin Xiu stood up and slowly walked toward the car behind. Shido Koichi. When Ziteng Hao heard Lin Xiu address him, he frowned for a moment. Student Lin Xiu, have you forgotten what the school taught you? Respecting teachers is a basic quality for a student. Although Shido Howie was shocked by Lin Xiu's martial arts, he still mustered up the courage to ask Lin Xiu to respect him. He knew that if he retreated in the confrontation with Lin Xiu, he would lose more of his voice. Oh, respect your teachers. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, then slowly unbuttoned his school uniform jacket. Wow! The next second, Lin Xiu suddenly exerted force and threw the coat out. Due to Lin Xiu's extremely exquisite strength, the thrown coat perfectly covered Shido Howie's head. What are you going to do? After losing his vision, Shido Koichi fell into unprecedented panic. Due to some past experiences, he hated the feeling of losing vision the most. However, a big hand held down his head, making it impossible for him to take off his coat no matter how hard he struggled. What am I going to do? Of course I want to help you recall the scene of that night and show you how much I respect my teacher. Lin Xiu smiled slightly and picked up a fire extinguisher with a noticeable dent. That night, it was you? So, it was you who did this to me that night. Shido Koichi thought back to a few months ago. That day, he was returning home safely, but on the way, someone kicked him into an alley. Before he could see who had attacked him, He was put into a sack and severely beaten. The most important thing is that after beating him up, the other party also threatened him to give up the idea of attacking Miyamoto Rei. At first, he thought it was Miyamoto Rei's childhood sweetheart, Komuro Takashi, who did it. After all, Lin Xiu had always been very gentle in school. Now it seems that the person who attacked him at that time was Lin Xiu. Hearing the conversation between Lin Xiu and Shido Koichi, Miyamoto Rei covered her red lips with tears in her eyes. She was asking why Shido Koichi had a bruised face for a while. She was talking about why Shido Koichi gave up the idea of threatening her, and thus clamping down on her parents. It turned out that Lin Xiu had secretly gone to see Shido Howie. He went to see Shido Howie for her. Miyamoto Rei shed tears out of emotion and guilt. On the other side of the school bus, Komuro Takashi was also stunned. He was asking why Shido Howie was targeting him so much. It turned out that he was taking the blame for Lin Xiu. Originally, Komuro Takashi would never sympathize with someone like Shido Koichi. But since he was the one who took the blame for Lin Xiu, that's another matter. After thinking about it, Komuro Takashi finally gave some advice. Shokon, we still need manpower now. Should we keep teacher Z-Tong here? After all, Mr. Z-Tong is one of the few people who has driving skills. Hearing this, Lin Xiu turned to look at Komuro Takashi and smiled brightly. Originally, if Komuro Takashi had been obedient, Lin Xiu would not mind sparing his life for Komuro Always' sake. But now, since Komuro Takashi wants to join forces with Shido Koichi to fight against him, don't blame him for not remembering the friendship between their childhood sweethearts. When facing a dispute, Komuro Takashi's position is very clear as he does not stand on the side of his childhood sweetheart, but on the side of his enemy. Komuro-san, are you pleading for Shido Koichi, the man who bullied you? You don't think I don't know what you're thinking, do you? You want to team up with Shido Koichi to go against me? Is this how you treat your childhood sweetheart? Looking at Lin Xiu's calm eyes, Komuro Takashi suddenly felt a little scared. Lin Xiu, you're not planning to attack him, are you? Wait, Xiu-jun, aren't we childhood sweethearts? You're not going to attack me. My mother takes such good care of you. How could you? Bang! Before he could finish his words, Lin Xiu slapped Komuro Takashi in the face. Light! Under Lin Xiu's tremendous force, Komuro Takashi's neck directly rotated 720 degrees. Komuro Takashi's bizarre death pose caused several female students to scream. However, Lin Xiu only glanced at them briefly, and they quickly covered their mouths, fearing that they would make any more noise. On Shido Koichi's side, recalling the fear of being dominated by Lin Xiu and seeing Komuro Takashi being easily defeated by Lin Xiu, his psychological defenses were finally broken. Don't! Lin Xiu-kun, I was wrong. It's my fault. I shouldn't have targeted Miyamoto Rei-san, and I shouldn't have retaliated against Komuro Takashi-san. I will drive well. I will listen to you carefully, so... Do you know you're wrong? Lin Xiu chuckled and shook his head. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. Bang! With another loud bang, Lin Xiu smashed the deformed fire extinguisher on Z-Tong Howie's head for the second time. Shido Koichi's body stiffened for a moment, then gradually became limp. Bloodstains. Red blood oozed from the back of Shido Koichi's head. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had covered himself with his coat in advance, so the blood did not flow all over the floor. Teacher Z-Tong, now you can finally stop making mistakes. After saying that, Lin Xiu opened the rear window, threw Komuro Takashi out first, and then threw Shido Koichi out. Pa. After rolling several times on the ground, the bodies of the two men finally came to a stop. Several roadside zombies were attracted by the collision sound of the corpses and pounced on them immediately. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, killing Shido Koichi personally. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The evil protagonist speech, green. Speech of the evil protagonist. Green, when you're giving a speech, the audience will be infected by your emotions and will be more accepting of the content of the speech. The more excited you are during a speech, the louder your voice is, and the more confident you are, the more recognition you will receive. Seeing Lin Xiu throwing Ziteng Howie out, everyone swallowed hard. When all the students were silent, a beautiful girl with long flaxen hair excitedly hugged Lin Xiu. The girl not only hugged him, but also offered her red lips. Xiu-kun, Miyamoto Rei frantically grasped Lin Xiu's breath, wanting to express her love and gratitude to Lin Xiu. It turned out that without her noticing, Lin Xiu had been silently protecting her. Lin Xiu didn't kiss Miyamoto Rei for long. After just a dozen seconds, Lin Xiu let go of Miyamoto Rei, who was still responding frantically. Okay, Lee, I still need to talk to everyone about serious matters, so please restrain yourself for a moment. Miyamoto Rei lowered her head and replied softly. The fact that Lin Xiu was willing to call her Lee was enough to make her so excited that she couldn't sleep tonight. After glancing at the people who dared not speak, Lin Xiu stood in the middle of the school bus. Everyone, the peaceful daily life we used to have is completely gone from us. Previous laws and morals are completely obsolete. You and I must adapt to living in a new worldview. In today's world, survival is the most important thing. To survive, you need water, food, and even more, strength. We need to build new structures to help us access the resources we need to survive. Lin Xiu's speech lasted 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, these students had a personal understanding of the situation they were facing. Before, they still kept thinking in the mindset of students. Now, after changing their way of thinking, they realized how lucky they were to be with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's willingness to say this means that Lin Xiu is willing to assume the responsibility of a leader. In the end times, it is so reassuring to have a leader like Lin Xiu. At least, as long as you listen to Lin Xiu, you won't be kicked out of the car. At least, as long as you listen to Lin Xiu, you can greatly improve your survival rate. Now that the world has become the apocalypse, living with a leader who has both leadership and personal military power seems not bad. After giving the big stick, Lin Xiu also did not forget to give a sweet treat. Shizuka, drive to the Bedmaster Hotel. We'll rest there and collect supplies. Yes, understood. Shizuka Marikawa smiled adorably and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom with her jade feet in red high heels. The engine roared, and it sped away with Lin Xiu and his group. Half an hour later, the school bus stopped in front of the Bedmaster City Hotel. Lin Xiu and Busujimashiko rushed out from the front and back and quickly wiped out the zombies in front of the hotel. Next, we will collect and organize the materials. There are many supermarkets and supporting living facilities near the Bedmaster Hotel. My classmate Dudao and I will first eliminate all the zombies inside. Takashiro-kun, you will be responsible for assigning tasks to everyone. Have everyone organize and classify the collected supplies and store them in a safe place. Yes, everyone, please gather here first. I will assign different tasks based on your sports performance. Saya Takagi adjusted her glasses and raised her hands to indicate her location. Seeing that Takashiro Saya quickly entered the working state, Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. As long as Takashiro Saya's head was not confused, her leadership was the best here. The next second, Lin Xiu looked at Miyamoto Rei and Marikawa Shizuka again. Rei, you and Shizuka go find a map. See if there's a suitable island or village nearby. After collecting the supplies, we will use school buses to transport them to the target islands or rural areas. It's clear that modern metropolises can't sustain our lives forever. We need to find safe areas where we can carry out agricultural production. Yes, Miyamoto Rei raised her hand and replied excitedly. By the time Lin Xiu and Busujimashiko finished killing the zombies and everyone had collected supplies, it was already evening. In the lobby of the Bedmaster City Hotel, where the door was blocked, everyone gathered together. Looking at the various supplies piled up in the hotel lobby, everyone smiled sincerely. Next, we will distribute the meals and register the various supplies. Takashiro-kun, I'll leave this task to you. Is that okay? Yes, no problem. Leave it to me. Saya Takagi stood at attention and the thunder in her chest shook. In just one afternoon, her leadership skills grew significantly. Although there are still some shortcomings, as long as she discusses with Lin Xiu, she can always complete the task well. By the way, Lin Xiu-kun, this is the list and detailed information of the people you and Bisuto-sen rescued in the hotel and the mall. I have already compiled it all. Sayatakagi took out another booklet. Lin Xiu flipped through the booklet. The registration information was very detailed and clear. These people will eat after we finish our meal. After dinner, I will assign them different tasks based on their identities and information. Oh, there's another county council member named Yukino Shida. I'll have a private conversation with her later. Seeing the counselor with the surname Yukino Shida, Lin Xiu paid special attention to him. It was a pity that the counselor did not have a daughter named Yukino or Haruno. While eating, the new member looked at Lin Xiu and his group who were eating and kept swallowing his saliva. As adults, they knew very well that everything in the past had become a thing of the past, and that boy named Lin Xiu was the guarantee of their future life. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu and his group had eaten and drunk their fill. Okay, you can eat now. After dinner, we will assign everyone a room. After getting Lin Xiu's permission, everyone was calm and lined up in an orderly manner under the arrangement of Takashiro Saya. Adults who have experienced the world are more useful than students. As long as they are given a stable environment, they can quickly adapt and participate in the workforce. After dinner, under the instructions of Sayatakagi, everyone cleaned and tidied the hotel rooms and placed the remaining supplies in the designated area. Night. After rejecting the request of the female counselor named Yukino Shida to sleep with him, Lin Xiu pulled Juchuan Shizuka into his room. Late at night, Miyamoto Rei used the door card to find Lin Xiu's room. Looking at the clothes, stockings, and high heels scattered on the floor, and then looking at Shizuka Marikawa, who was already asleep on the bed, Miyamoto Rei swallowed hard. Lee, you're here? On the bed, Lin Xiu rested her head on Marikawa, Shizuka's big thunder, and greeted Miyamoto Rei. He was well prepared for Rei Miyamoto's arrival, because he personally gave Miyamoto Rei's room card to her when he took the opportunity to arrange the leader's room cleaning task for her. Xiu-kun. After spending the afternoon and evening together, Miyamoto Rei found that she had a new understanding of Lin Xiu. However, instead of feeling scared, she liked Lin Xiu even more. That's why she took the initiative to come to Lin Xiu's room today. Looking at Miyamoto Rei, who was about to take off her clothes, Lin Xiu smiled and waved her hand. That's it, Lee. I like to see you in a sailor suit. I like to see girls swaying on me, showing off their most beautiful postures. Yeah, Miyamoto Rei replied softly. The youthful JK girl climbed onto Lin Xiu, kissing her while lowering her slender waist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Miyamoto Rei. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 4. As the symbiote continued to penetrate deeper, the girl's plump thighs trembled uncontrollably. Miyamoto Rei's crystal white toes kept curling and stretching in her black silk stockings, stretching the black stockings. As the symbiote completely merged with it, Miyamoto Rei and Lin Xiu interlocked their fingers. Her eyes rolled up uncontrollably, and tears of happiness flowed from the corners of her eyes. The next day, early in the morning, after finishing their meal, the group continued to act according to the plan made yesterday. Lin Xiu and Bisuto first cleared today's jungle area, and then Takagi Saya assigned everyone the task of collecting supplies. Unlike yesterday, when he only collected water, food, and other supplies, today, Lin Xiu expanded the scope of supplies to include medicine, energy, tools, seeds, fertilizers, and so on. After clearing the corresponding area, Lin Xiu and Juchuan Jingxiang got on a collected motorcycle. Takashiro-kun, while Shizuka and I are away, the management of this place will be handed over to you and Busujima-senpai. I'll be back tomorrow morning at the latest. If you have any questions about management, you could discuss it with Ms. Yukino Shida. If you need force, You can look for Siko and Rei. Yesterday, Lin Xiu also reincarnated Miyamoto Rei as a demon, and also shared the powerful spear talent called Heavenly Spearmanship. Miyamoto Rei is now definitely the strongest person in the shelter besides Lin Xiu and Busujima Siko. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. Sayatakagi raised her eyebrows and looked at Rei Miyamoto in confusion. She remembered that yesterday, Lin Xiu had called Miyamoto Rei Miyamoto-san. Why was she calling her Rei now? Moreover, looking at Rei Miyamoto's appearance, she seems to be much more beautiful than yesterday. Could it be that Miyamoto Rei has already? Damn Miyamoto Rei, taking advantage of her while she was working hard, right? When she thought of this possibility, Sayatakagi's delicate face turned red. She suddenly regretted focusing so much on the shelter's affairs. After explaining what needed to be explained, Lin Xiu sat in the middle of the motorcycle, and Juchuan Jingxiang sat in the front of the motorcycle, and the two sped away. Woo-woo-woo. On the road, Shizuka Marikawa felt the strong wind blowing in her face and Lin Xiu's dribbling skills, and shouted excitedly. Originally, Lin Xiu didn't plan to take her with her. However, after hearing that Lin Xiu was planning to go to the airport and was also going to look for Minami Rika, Marikawa Shizuka insisted on following him. After giving the reason that Minami Rika would find it difficult to agree to go with Shiojuan without me, Lin Xiu finally decided to take Marikawa Shizuka with her. Shio-chan, there's a little child on the wall, not far ahead. Behind Lin Xiu, Juchuan Jingxiang reminded. Yes, I know. I've seen her. Even without the data, Lin Xiu's perception was sharper than Marikawa Shizuka's. How could she not see the little lowly trembling on the wall? If it's just one person, we can still bring him along. Normally, Lin Xiu doesn't bother to care about these things. He was driving a motorcycle, so he had no time to care about others. However, if it's just a lowly, it's okay to bring her along. What's more, Lin Xiu had already recognized her identity through the strength of her soul. This little lowly with brown-red hair is named Cerealis. She is the little lowly with a very mature mentality among the protagonists of the original plot. The other side, airport. A dark-skinned lady with wheat-colored skin was lying at the sniper point, constantly sniping at the zombies that were blocking the plane's flight path. Bang, bang, bang. As the sniper rifle continued to hit, Minami Rika's chest wrapped in the black uniform kept shaking, which in a sense acted as a shock absorber. Under Minami Rika's sniping, the zombies on the airport runway were quickly cleared out. The zombies had been cleared, and people could be assigned to clean the runway. After clearing the zombies, Minami Rika reported to her partners and superiors through the tactical headset. Okay, I'll report right away. Chief Police Officer Minami, you can take a rest first. On the rooftop, Minami Rika's sniper observation partner Taijima replied. Outside the airport, the roar of a motorcycle attracted Minami Rika's attention. There is no way. In today's world, there are very few people who dare to step on the accelerator so ostentatiously. Minami Rika was very interested in this, so she hurriedly took out her observation telescope and looked toward the target location. Then she saw a scene that shocked her. A teenager is riding a heavy metal Harley motorcycle, holding a blonde Harley-Davidson in front of him, and there is a child with reddish-brown hair behind him. What kind of combination is this? A sandwich combination? Wait, why does that blonde cow look so familiar? Nan Lixiang has really broadened her horizons. However, before she could carefully confirm the identity of the blonde cow, a cry of surprise came from the tactical headset. Captain Nanli, look at the sky. The sky is dark. Something is approaching the airport. It's bats and crows. So big, so fast. As Minami Rika raised the telescope, she heard Taijima's screams. Damn it, have birds turned into zombies too? That means planes aren't safe anymore. People who were boarding the plane rushed out of the plane frantically, trying to get back to the waiting hall. Bang, 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 bang. A large number of zombie bats and zombie crows crashed into the tempered glass outside the waiting hall, deepening the cracks. It was here that the roar of a motorcycle caught their attention. After cutting open the barbed wire outside the airport, a heavy metal motorcycle sped across the airport runway in broad daylight. Xiaoxiang, where are you? On the motorcycle, Shizuka Marikawa stood up and called out her best friend's name loudly. This sound is... Hearing this familiar voice, Nan Lixiang shuddered and quickly turned the telescope. Damn, it's that blonde cow. It's okay that she's brainless, but does the person leading her also have no brains? Making such a loud noise is simply courting death. Minami Rika hurriedly picked up the sniper rifle and prepared to snipe to cover Marikawa Shizuka. Then, she realized that she had completely overthought. Faced with the swarming zombie bats, the boy on the motorcycle stood up and drew the long sword at his waist. Pa 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 pa. Like hail on a rainy day, the black-haired boy's sword light formed an absolute defense net, completely isolating all the zombie bats outside. F***K. Is this a human? In the end, Minami Rika could only give this evaluation. After coming to her senses, Minami Rika hurriedly joined in the fight against the lost bat. However, she didn't aim at the little bats. She was aiming at the giant bat that was leading the group. Bang! The sniper bullet fired and streaked toward the giant bat. With Rika Minami's sniping skills, she can easily hit the target even if it is a moving target. However, this target is not just a dynamic target. There are also a large group of small targets around it. After passing through more than a dozen small zombie bats, the sniper bullet had lost most of its kinetic energy. In the end, the bullet that hit the giant bat only left a crater. It's just okay like this. What made Minami Rika most upset was that the giant bat had already noticed who was behind the attack and was rushing towards her. Looking at the giant bat rushing towards her and the small bats surrounding it, the corners of Minami Rika's mouth twitched slightly. Completion. She could still give it a try if it was just one giant bat, but facing a giant bat surrounded by countless small bats, she could only wait for death. While Minami Rika was standing there in a daze, a young man jumped directly in front of her from an observation port several meters high. WTF. The observation port is over 10 meters high. Under Minami Rika's shocked gaze, the young man raised the sword in his hand, and then suddenly threw it out. Swish! The long sword pierced through everything, passed through countless small bats, and hit the giant bat that was approaching rapidly. Without any suspense, the next second, the giant bat's head fell off. Blood splattered in the air, and the giant bat's body fell on the side wall of the building where Minami Rika was due to inertia. Damn, this man is so strong. Minami Rika never thought that she, who had always been strong, would actually develop a little dependence on the opposite S***X. But this feeling seems pretty good. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu cleared out all the zombies. In the waiting hall, all the passengers and staff who had just gotten off the plane gathered together, looking at the young man in front of them with awe and respect. Could it be that the myths and legends are true, and this young man is a god who came to Earth to save them? The scene where Lin Xiu instantly killed the plot bat was so shocking that they had to come up with such an idea. Ding! Lin Xiu placed the sword in front of him, looked around, and spoke slowly. My name is Lin Xiu, and I'm currently managing a shelter with Yukinoshita County Councilor. Who's the boss here? Seeing Lin Xiu being so rude to the royal family, a middle-aged woman who looked like a secretary showed dissatisfaction. However, before she could say anything, she was driven away by a black-haired girl with a G-style hairstyle. Don't be rude to this gentleman. After sending the secretary away, the black-haired girl in an elegant kimono bowed gracefully to Lin Xiu. I am Huang Shenlai, and I am temporarily managing this airport with the permission of my uncle. Master Lin Xiu, what brings you here? Huang is the surname of the Fuso Emperor's lineage. In other words, you are a member of the royal family? Lin Xiu glanced at Huang Shenlai. Well, it is exactly the same as his impression of the Emperor Camille in the world of Code Geass. P.S. I won't be describing too many characters outside the world of Apocalypse. I'm just looking for a mascot for the expansion of power. There will be some upgraded zombies, but they won't be too strong. Within 15 chapters, you can fight monsters and collect girls at the same time. After collecting them all, you will return to the DxD world. Yes, I am indeed a member of the royal family. I wonder what brings you here, Master Lin Xiu. Do you wish to contact the government or the self-defense forces? Huang Xinlei maintains the dignity and demeanor that a member of the royal family should have. No, Lord Kagura. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, revealing his true intentions. I'm here to protect you. As a member of the royal family, it is too dangerous for you to stay in an airport where you could be attacked by zombie bats at any time. For your own safety, please come back with me to my sanctuary, okay? Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Lin Xiu, who had just been asking who was in charge, couldn't possibly be here to protect Kagura. However, no one dared to say anything. Some people even thought that what Lin Xiu said made sense. If it really came down to safety, there was no place safer than with Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu's advice makes sense. However, I wonder if Master Lin Xiu would be willing to have a long talk with my uncle. We can contact my uncle at the airport, and we'll get a reply in half a day at the latest. The uncle that Emperor Camarilla mentioned is none other than the current Emperor of Fuso. I believe that with Lord Lin Xiu's leadership and personal abilities, he will be able to play a greater role with my uncle. Kagura planned to test whether Lin Xiu respected the royal family. If he had no intention of replacing the royal family, she could introduce him to her uncle. Let's talk about the contact later. I think it's better to protect Lord Kagura now, isn't it? Lin Xiu did not respond to Kagura's move. That's true. Uncle is very busy, so we should not disturb him easily. Kagura pursed her red lips and had to give up her original idea. This person is... Suddenly, Lin Xiu caught sight of a beautiful young woman who looked very familiar. Aunt Miyamoto, Kiriko. After being named by Lin Xiu, a beautiful woman with a sexy figure and a face that was 70% similar to Miyamoto, Ray, stood up. Xiu-jun, is it really you? I thought I was seeing things. Where's Lee? How is she now? Kiriko Miyamoto was concerned about her daughter's safety first. Losing that fake husband who loved men was nothing, but if she lost her own daughter, she was really afraid that she would not be able to bear it. Don't worry, Aunt Kiriko. Ray's fine now. She's in my shelter. Lin Xiu glanced at Miyamoto Kiriko briefly, and his expression became more subtle, because he found that Miyamoto Kiriko seemed still pure. System? Is this also your doing? Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask. Ding. The system only cut off the possibility of marriage for Miyamoto Kiriko and others. After the birth of Miyamoto Ray, that was the inevitable direction of the world. At the appointed time, Miyamoto Kiriko and the others will become pregnant even without a man. I see. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the statement that Miyamoto Kiriko and others will become pregnant due to fate. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu said to Miyamoto Kiriko, Aunt Kiriko, it's almost evening now, and it's inconvenient to move around at night. Tomorrow, after daybreak, we can go see Ray with Miss Kagure. Okay, I understand. Lin Xiu-jun, I want to go with you. Miyamoto Kiriko nodded hurriedly. Lin Xiu did not intend to abandon the airport directly. However, considering that flying is no longer safe nowadays, the role of this airport has been greatly reduced. Therefore, Lin Xiu's final arrangement was that the hundreds of people at the airport could go back with him if they were willing, but if they were not willing, it was up to them to decide for themselves. Night. Minami Rika fell asleep with mixed feelings. She had never imagined that there could be a human being that powerful. She never expected that the man was actually Shizuka Marikawa's man. Damn it, Marikawa Shizuka, you stinky cow. You said you wouldn't look for another man. How could you betray our previous vows? And you turned around and found a young and handsome man. Feeling dissatisfied with Shizuka Marikawa, Minami Rika fell asleep angrily. Late at night, there was a sound from the door, and Minami Rika woke up immediately. However, before she could react, someone covered her mouth. Liar! Shizuka Marikawa smiled and made a hush gesture. Minami Rika's mouth was covered by Marikawa Shizuka, and both of her hands were easily locked by Marikawa Shizuka's one hand. Xiaoxiang, do you still remember the vows we made? You told me that if I were to find a man, that man must be one who satisfies you. I also said something similar to you. So, today I brought Shio-chan to see you. As she said this, Marikawa Shizuka smiled and held down Minami Rika, who wanted to resist. Minami Rika was surprised to find that she couldn't break free from Marikawa Shizuka's grasp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Nan Li Xiang. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 5. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He came to see Minami Rika just to satisfy his collecting addiction and fulfill Marikawa Shizuka's wish. I didn't expect that Minami Rika has already reached the standard for the strategy. As expected, dark-skinned ladies like Minami Rika are mostly carnivorous? What? Don't you know it's rude to stop at a time like this? Nan Li Xiang was displeased with Lin Xiu's sudden stop. So, she flipped over and rode on top of Lin Xiu. It was already the end of the world, and Nan Li Xiang wasn't bound by her old ways. In a world where death was a possibility at any moment, she should enjoy herself while she could. Xiaoxiang, this is really great. Shizuka Marikawa smiled and stroked Minami Rika's long purple hair. She had always been worried that Minami Rika would not be able to find a man in the future. Now, she finally fulfilled her childhood promise. The next day, Lin Xiu was awakened by a rustling sound. When I opened my eyes, it turned out to be Minami Rika. Nan Li Xiang woke up at some point and was crawling towards him timidly. Last night, Lin Xiu fell asleep inside Nan Li Xiang's body. After waking up, Nan Li Xiang was surprised by Lin Xiu's terrifying ability, and she couldn't help but have some small thoughts. Therefore, she was hesitant to straighten her body so that the symbiont could penetrate deeper. Lin Xiu reached out to help Nan Li Xiang straighten herself up. As Nan Li Xiang's belly bulged again, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiu couldn't help but reveal a subtle smile. Xiaoxiang, if you have such needs in the future, you can just tell me directly. There's no need to act like a thief. Lin Xiu's teasing expression made Nan Li Xiang's delicate and mature face reveal a rare hint of shyness. Even when she was her ****D by Lin Xiu yesterday, she had never been so shy. Just by telling you, can you satisfy me? Let me tell you in advance that I'm very strong. Minami Rika shrugged her slender waist in dissatisfaction. Oh, really? Very strong. Lin Xiu did not comment. Ahem, you're still a little under the weather because it was my first time yesterday. This time I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Nan Li Xiang grabbed Lin Xiu's collar stubbornly so that she could gain more leverage. Really? Then I can only wait and see. Lin Xiu gripped Nan Li Xiang's groin with his thumb and pressed his whole hand down suddenly, causing Nan Li Xiang, who was still testing, to roll her eyes instantly. During breakfast, Huang Shenlai and Miyamoto Kuriko got to sit opposite Lin Xiu and looked at Lin Xiu with interest while eating. In any case, the uniqueness displayed by Lin Xiu did indeed deeply attract them. Women are all creatures that admire the strong. The worse the environment, the more women tend to rely on the strong to survive. Now, in this apocalyptic world with the outbreak of zombies, it goes without saying how terrible the environment is. Therefore, even if Lin Xiu had no intention of respecting the royal family, Kagura would be more inclined to rely on Lin Xiu. The reason why ordinary people have to obey the law is not because the law is so noble, but because the country that makes the law has violent organs to force ordinary people to obey it. Lin Xiu possesses such absolute power. He can make everyone, even all the zombies, obey the rules he sets. And she, Huang Shenlai, only needs to be a mascot with some power as before. Lord Lin Xiu, why can't I see Police Chief Nanli? Did you assign her to do an investigation mission? Kagura asked curiously. Oh well, she's still sleeping in my room now. Lin Xiu spoke nonchalantly about Nan Li Xiang's current situation. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, both Sagami Rakuya and Miyamoto Kuriko had a blush on their faces. They didn't expect Lin Xiu to act so quickly. After thinking for a while, Kagura slowly opened her red lips. Master Lin Xiu, do you like the type of police chief Nanli? I know that Master Lin Xiu's powerful genes should be passed on. However, next time, Master Lin Xiu, could you please consider me first instead of Chief Nanli? With the royal blood flowing in my veins, I will surely be able to help Master Lin Xiu give birth to a noble and powerful offspring. Kagura made an explosive statement. Miyamoto Kuriko's smile was a little stiff. She didn't expect that Kagura, who was a princess, would take the initiative to this extent. Lin Xiu smiled and looked up at Kagura. Is it really okay to make this decision without consulting your uncle and the Prime Minister? Of course it's no problem. I've always been a strong-minded kid. Besides, who else is qualified to be Master Lin Xiu's legal wife besides me? With me becoming Master Lin Xiu's legal wife, the people under Master Lin Xiu will be more obedient. Lin Xiu admitted that what Kagura said made sense. Kagura, you are such a smart person. Although your actions are splitting the bets, I recognize your determination. If there's a chance, I'll find a chance to announce this to everyone. Yes, I'm honored to have the favor of Master Lin Xiu. Kagura forced a smile. Bet separately. Indeed, she was placing her bets separately. In today's zombie outbreak, even the royal family may be completely cut off. In order to ensure the continuation of the royal bloodline, it is the correct and normal choice to let the various royal bloodlines marry with the leaders of various factions and place their bets separately. Kagura, as a token of my recognition of your resolve, this is for you. Lin Xiu took out a bloody chess piece. Master Lin Xiu, this is my chess piece. After absorbing my chess piece, you can gain power similar to mine. But in return, your body and soul will become my property. Duh. With a soft sound, Lin Xiu placed the bloody chess piece on the table. A power similar to that of Lord Lin Xiu. Kagura opened her red lips slightly, and her watery eyes kept trembling. She just wanted to be a mascot with some power, but she didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be willing to let her gain some of his power. Perhaps this is the king's magnanimity. Master Lin Xiu, you possess the aura that makes you an absolute king in this troubled world. When Kagura reached out to take the chess piece, Lin Xiu looked up at the sky. Coincidentally, Shizuka Marikawa also ran over from a distance. Shio-chan, something terrible has happened. Bats and crows. There are more bats and crows flying towards the airport than yesterday. Crow. Kagura hurriedly looked outside the airport. Just as Shizuka Marikawa said, a black swarm of crows is rapidly approaching the airport. Kagura, next, let me use facts to tell you how correct your choice was. Lin Xiu stood up and walked towards the covered bridge slowly. Boost! The next second, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands appeared, and Lin Xiu's aura instantly doubled. Lord Lin Xiu, are you planning to handle these things alone? Kagura couldn't help but ask. That's right. At this stage, I'm the only one who can handle it. However, in the future, you will be the ones to deal with these problems. Lin Xiu replied. Boost! 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 As Lin Xiu walked, his strength continued to improve. When he walked onto the corridor bridge, Lin Xiu's strength had already risen to the upper demon level. A magic bullet the size of a basketball was fired. The next second, with Lin Xiu's arm as the center, a fan-shaped green light cannon shot straight into the sky. Dragon shoot. Wide area scattering version. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, hundreds of meters. After zooming in to hundreds of meters, the green light cannon completely covered the attacking zombie bats. 10 seconds later, Lin Xiu retracted the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand and calmly walked back to his table. Okay, let's eat quickly. We have to go back to the shelter after dinner. Lin Xiu's tone was quite calm, as if nothing had happened. It took a while for Kagura to come back to her senses. The first thing Kagura did after coming to his senses was to demonstrate the most standard Dajiza posture on the spot without caring about the dust on the ground. Not caring about the dust on her princess dress, The royal princess of noble blood lowered her head. I, the concubine, the imperial godly, the princess of Akashino Palace, am willing to serve Master Lin Xiu for the rest of my life. From now on, your husband's life is my life. I hope Master Lin Xiu will show some favor. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu drove the Apocalypse all-terrain armored vehicle, rewarded by the system near the airport. Driven by the magic engine, the Doomsday armored vehicle roared like a monster, knocked away all obstacles along the way, and rushed towards the Bedmaster Hotel. Except for Lin Xiu and his group, other airport operations and security personnel took the airport bus to the Bedmaster Hotel. However, on the way, Lin Xiu received a call for help from Saya Takashiro. Brother Lin Xiu, there's a sister on the radio who calls herself Takashiro Saya. She said she has something important to talk to you about. Siri Alice's mission is to monitor the broadcast to communicate with Takagi Saya. According to the agreement between Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya, the two will contact each other regularly through light waves of the agreed frequency band. Siri Alice completed her task well and notified Lin Xiu as soon as she received the call. Hello, Takashiro-san, what's wrong? A zombie wave? Aren't Busujima-senpai and Rei on your side? What? Not only are there a lot of them, but there are also powerful mutant zombies? Can't we hold the line with just 2 people? Okay, I'll be right back. After understanding the situation on Sayatakagi's side, Lin Xiu immediately opened the entrance and exit above the armored vehicle. Lord Lin Xiu, is the situation over there very urgent? Do you want to take me with you? Kagura asked. She had just absorbed Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, and now she had some basic combat power. No, I'll be much slower if I carry you with me. Lin Xiu replied. Kagura, Xiaoxiang, and Shizuka, when you arrive, find a girl named Takagi Saya. She will arrange for you to guard your place. As for me, I'll go back and support the defense first. The next second, a green light flashed on Lin Xiu's hand, and the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared. Boost! 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 With the help of the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands, Lin Xiu's speed continued to increase, and he flew quickly towards the Bedmaster's hotel. Soon, Lin Xiu passed the outer area of a zombie siege and landed in front of the Bedmaster Hotel. Lin Xiujuan, you're finally back. Gao Qing Saya finally breathed a sigh of relief. In her opinion, as long as Lin Xiu was there was nothing that could not be solved. Well, Saya, give me the list I asked you to compile. We are in urgent need of additional regular combat forces. As the team expanded, Lin Xiu also realized that it would be difficult to hold the defense line with only a few people. Sooner or later, he would need to build a team that was absolutely loyal to him. Okay, here's the list I compiled. It includes young women who performed well in the supply collection activities yesterday and today. Before you, Lin Xiujun, came back, I had already asked Ms. Kinoshita to call them to assemble. Gao Chengsei's expression was a little subtle. She knew very well why Lin Xiu added young women to the selection criteria. A minute later, the personnel were assembled. Lin Xiu said a few words, then gave them the slime's symbiote and reincarnated them into demons. The 16 of you will hold the line under the command of Gao Chengsan. As for me, I will go and meet the leader of this wave of zombies first. After saying that, Lin Xiu spread his devil wings and took off on the spot. Just now, when Lin Xiu was flying, he sensed several powerful auras below. When facing a zombie tidal wave with powerful zombies gathering together, it is always right to capture the leader first, because the zombie tidal wave is most likely a gathering of these high-level zombies. Yes, in the distance, Lin Xiu heard the echo of the guards. In the sky, Lin Xiu was clearing the zombie bats and zombie crows in the air while flying rapidly towards Busujima Siko and Miyamoto Rei. Their tactics were, 2 of them took the initiative to go forward into the zombie tide, attracting high-level zombies to prevent them from directly attacking the shelter. The tactics of the 2 were very successful. When Lin Xiu flew back just now, Only low-level zombies were left near the shelter's defense line, and the shelter's own armed forces could barely resist. Bang! Lin Xiu fell from the sky and landed in front of Busujima Siko and Miyamoto Ray. Boost! 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 Dragon Shoot. Wide area scattering version. Opening a 180-degree fan-shaped attack range. Lin Xiu quickly cleared out the zombies around him. Noticing Lin Xiu's arrival, Busujima Siko and Miyamoto Ray both breathed a sigh of relief. Even after absorbing the demon pieces, their strength was only that of a high-level, lower-level demon. If it weren't for the powerful defense of the reinforced slime armor, they would have collapsed long ago. After hesitating for a few seconds, Miyamoto Ray took the initiative to speak. I'm sorry, Shogun. When you left, Komuro Takashi drove away the school bus while we weren't paying attention and took away a lot of supplies. Komuro Takashi? Isn't he dead? Lin Xiu frowned. Yes, he's indeed dead, but somehow he managed to sneak into the base and even managed to carry away a large amount of supplies and firearms with that fat guy named Hirano Toda. So, resurrection from the dead? Interesting. The next time I see him, I'll kill him completely. Lin Xiu roughly guessed what was going on with Komuro Takashi. Now, the world of Apocalypse is going from bad to worse. A large number of zombies are evolving, and the protagonist, Takashi Komuro, has joined the ranks of the gloriously evolving zombies. Even the heroine. Lin Xiu noticed the strength of Miyamoto Ray and Busujima Siko. Only one day had passed, and although their strength had not yet advanced, it had grown significantly compared to yesterday. In other words, it's not just the zombies and the hero who are evolving. The heroine is also evolving along with the world. Miyamoto Ray noticed Lin Xiu's gaze and shook her cockroach hair fiercely, her eyes determined. Xiu-jun, you don't have to do anything. If I meet him in the future, I will definitely defeat him personally and make him pay for his sin of betraying Xiu-jun. Miyamoto Ray's eyes were full of murderous intent. She thought Lin Xiu was worried about Komuro Takashi's problem. I think that Lin Xiu-jun doesn't need to worry about this problem. Busujima Siko smiled and shook off the blood on the sword. Lin Xiu was very interested in why Busujima Siko said that. Oh, why don't I have to worry about this? Because among the survivors we found today, there is a woman. Her name is Komuro Aoi. Busujima Siko replied with a chuckle. Komuro Aoi? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Komuro Aoi is Komuro Takashi's mother. As long as Komuro Aoi is with us, I believe that we will meet Komuro Takashi sooner or later. Lin Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. It just so happened that he was just wanting to see if Komuro Aoi's situation was the same as Miyamoto Kuriko's, and Komuro Aoi came to his door like a pillow given to someone who was sleepy. From the sky, it seems that only my shelter has a large number of zombies gathered here. Either the zombies are attracted to the gathering crowd, or someone is behind this. Found it. With the number of zombies decreasing significantly, Lin Xiu finally found the advanced zombies hiding among the ordinary zombies. Lickers? And web spinners? What kind of biohazard? For ordinary people, evolved zombies such as lickers and web weavers pose a huge threat. But to Lin Xiu, these are just a few small soldiers still hovering in the realm of lower-level demons. Lin Xiu fired several tracking magic bullets in succession in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Under the multiplication of the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, the tracking magic bullets hit the high-level zombies at an astonishing speed. Bang, 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 bang. After hitting the target, the tracking magic bullets exploded one after another, blowing up the high-level zombies one after another. Below, Busujima Siko looked at Lin Xiu with a strange look in her eyes. Lin Xiu-jun is worthy of being the man he likes. Both his own strength and the decisiveness he shows in killing are quite in line with Busujima Siko's wishes. Watching Lin Xiu killing groups of zombies in the air, a large number of zombies disappearing one after another, and the evolved zombies also fleeing one after another. A dampness came from Busujima Siko's exquisite and elegant white panties. Lin Xiu-kun is really awesome. After killing all the zombies in sight, the zombie tide finally showed signs of retreating. With no leader, the remaining zombies were quickly wiped out by Lin Xiu and his team. A few minutes later, Lin Xiu stood on the armored vehicle and returned to the shelter under the fanatical gaze of everyone. Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu adult, Lin Xiu adult, Lin Xiu adult. Master Lin Xiu, I admire you. The huge armored vehicle gave everyone a great shock. Of course, the biggest shock must have come from Lin Xiu himself. Seeing Lin Xiu growing wings and easily killing zombies in the air, everyone was surprised and shocked at first. And then, they showed amazing enthusiasm. They knew that powerful high-level zombies had emerged among the zombie hordes in recent days. In the past, even ordinary people could hold a front as long as they could use firearms under effective organization. But what about the future? What if more powerful zombies evolve in the future? At this time, we need strong people like Lin Xiu to lead us into the future. Standing on the armored vehicle, Lin Xiu looked around. Originally, he was unwilling to do such a thing. The life and death of others were not important to him. But who says the more people there are in the shelter, the higher the bonus? In Lin Xiu's mind, these people were just NPCs who would help him get high bonuses in the final settlement. Although Lin Xiu did not take them seriously, they had already regarded Lin Xiu as a king or god. Being able to evolve a higher life form in the apocalypse, what else could a Lin Xiu be but a god? Next, I want to say a few words. Lin Xiu just raised his hand slightly, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. I'm sorry for the wait. Everyone behaved very well while I was gone. With our joint efforts, we managed to hold the front line and successfully drag me back. This fight against the zombie horde is my personal victory, everyone's victory, and even more so, a victory for our Bedmaster City Shelter. It's a victory for humanity. Faced with the zombies, we displayed the brilliance of humanity and carried forward the ancient gene of cooperation. After giving a brief speech and using the skill Speech of the Evil Protagonist to restore morale, Lin Xiu took a look inside the armored vehicle. Kagura understood what he meant and hurried to the front of the stage and stood next to Lin Xiu. This time when I went out, in addition to driving back this car, I also brought back a VIP. From now on, she and Saya will help me manage the shelter. Kagura, come and say a few words. Looking at the elegant kimono-clad girl beside Lin Xiu, everyone started talking about it. Why do they feel that this girl looks familiar? Surrounded by the crowd, Kagura performed a royal etiquette, accepting gazes from all directions with absolute nobility and standard princess demeanor. Sayada Kagi's leadership is indeed very good, but when facing big scenes and sudden crises, Kagura is still stronger. I am the Imperial Goddess, Princess Akashino. It is my honor to meet you all here as Master Lin Xiu's companion. Kagura's shocking words caused a stir among the crowd. A princess from the royal family. They were wondering why she looked so familiar. After Kagura reminded them, they all remembered. Kagura, isn't she the Princess Akashino who often appears on TV? What happened next was very formulaic. It was nothing more than using the identity of Kagure Royal Princess to give Lin Xiu another layer of gilding. After receiving the bonus from the Royal Princess, the people in the shelter's fanaticism and loyalty to Lin Xiu reached a new peak. Here, Sayada Kagi, the eldest daughter of the Takagi family, represents the old aristocratic forces in Bedmaster City. The head of the Yukino Shida family, who represents the emerging aristocratic power in Chuangju City. There is the royal princess Kagura, who represents the orthodoxy of Fuso Shintoism. There is also Lin Xiu, who represents absolute force and absolute order. Everyone feels extremely honored to be able to work and live here, and is afraid that any poor performance will lead to them being kicked out. In the evening, Lin Xiu met with his personal guards one by one. He had no intention of eating these carefully selected beautiful girls right now. The hero in his team hasn't finished eating yet, so Lin Xiu won't indulge in his desires so early. He just wanted to assign some more detailed tasks to his guards. Lin Xiu entrusted many things to Takagi Saya and Kagura. However, there are some things that Lin Xiu can only do by herself. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, while you are away, I will take good care of the water and food management of the shelter. When you return, you will surely find a more prosperous refuge. A girl who looked very similar to Asuna bowed respectfully and left Lin Xiu's room. After meeting with the last member of the royal guard, Lin Xiu moved on to the last item on his agenda. Dong dong dong. After a gentle knock on the door, a slender young woman with perfect curves walked in hesitantly. She is none other than Komuro Takashi's mother, Komuro Aoi. The reason why Lin Xiu asked Komuro Aoi to come over was simple. It was to fill the initial ability space. I've already used up 4 of my initial ability slots. I've exchanged them for reinforced slime armor, true devil chest piece, pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline, and Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. Considering that the zombies have evolved, it's time to get as many initial ability slots as possible to unleash your full potential. Lin Xiu raised her head and looked at Komuro Aoi, who opened her red lips slightly as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. After a few seconds, Komuro Aoi calmed down and spoke slowly. Xiu-jun, you're looking for me because of filial piety, right? Komuro Aoi still has a good impression of Lin Xiu. After all, she watched Lin Xiu grow up, and Lin Xiu has always been a good child who respects elders and has excellent grades. So, she didn't care too much about Komuro Takashi's escape. Aunt Komuro, do you think that Komuro Takashi just left on his own? Lin Xiu chuckled and shook her head. Isn't it? Aoi Komuro frowned her beautiful brows. Of course not. He ran away with a classmate named Hirano Toda. Not only did they escape, they also took away firearms and a large amount of supplies. Although considering the growing size of our shelter, this amount of supplies is nothing. But for an individual, that amount of supplies is enormous, enough to meet a person's needs for more than 2 years. Lin Xiu put his hands on the table, his expression becoming more and more serious as he spoke. Is that really the case? Takashi, why did he do this? Komuro Takashi's beautiful eyes opened slightly, looking very confused. Because he saw me using the demon wings, and because he didn't approve of me from the beginning. Lin Xiu explained calmly. Demon wings? Mr. Xiu, as expected, you have evolved just as everyone said. Komuro Aoi swallowed her saliva. Today, she also saw the scene of Lin Xiu fighting. That invincible posture shocked her mind, and at the same time, she subconsciously developed a sense of dependence in her heart. If possible, she wanted to stay in the shelter and stay with Lin Xiu. Then, she was told that her son had run away. Only now did she realize that not only had Komuro Takashi run away, but he had also taken away guns and a large amount of supplies. Damn, isn't this a trap? Shiokoin, I will be responsible for finding Xiao and making him compensate for the supplies. If I can convince Xiao, can you? Aoi Komuro's tender eyes were filled with pleading. In response, Lin Xiu just shook his head. Aunt Komuro, I'm sorry, I can't accept this condition. As the leader of the refuge, I must eliminate those who defected in order to maintain the refuge's stability. Otherwise, wouldn't I be telling everyone that anyone can run away with the supplies from the shelter, and I won't hold them accountable? Komuro Aoi was silent. She admitted that Lin Xiu was right. But, Xiu-jun, aren't you and Xiao good friends who grew up together? Komuro Aoi still tried to make Lin Xiu change her mind. Aunt Komuro is right. Komuro Takashi and I are indeed good friends. That's why I let him into my shelter, and that's why I gave him some rights to manage the warehouse. And this is how he repays me. If it weren't for the old feelings I still have in my heart, Aunt Komuro, you would just be locked up as bait and have no right to see me at all. Lin Xiu's voice was not loud, but it was deafening. Xiu-jun, can't you just let Xiao go? I will teach him a lesson. Komuro Aoi held Lin Xiu's hands and looked at her with pleading eyes. Let him go. It's not impossible. As the saying goes, a son's failure to educate his parents is the fault of his father. Since Uncle Komuro is gone, why don't you, Aunt Komuro, make amends for his mistakes. As he spoke, Lin Xiu followed the hand that Komuro Aoi was holding and slid up to Komuro Aoi's chest. Xiu-jun, you. Komuro Aoi didn't expect that Lin Xiu actually planned to attack her. She was shy and indignant, bewildered and afraid. But she didn't dare to move. Just now, she finally figured out why Lin Xiu met with her alone. It turns out that Lin Xiu has taken a fancy to her. Although she had liked Lin Xiu since she was a child, that was purely the care of an elder for a younger person and had nothing to do with love between men and women. But she didn't expect that. Although she didn't mean that, Lin Xiu meant it very much. Seeing that although Komuro Aoi was shy but did not move, Lin Xiu gently lifted Komuro Aoi's smooth chin. Aunt Komuro, I actually like you very much. I have liked you since I was a child. Besides, aren't you and Uncle Komuro just a couple in name only? It's just a superficial relationship, so why would you need to maintain it? Xiu-jun, how did you know? Halfway through her words, Komuro Aoi realized it belatedly and stopped talking with her red lips. Aunt Komuro, now that things have come to this, I'll speak frankly. As long as you're willing to be mine, I will not hold Komuro Takashi responsible. On the one hand, it's because I really like Aunt Komuro. On the other hand, if Aunt Komuro becomes my person, then Komuro Takashi's act of defection will turn from a business matter into a family matter, and I will have a reason to shut everyone up. Well, no matter how you look at it, this is a good solution, right? There was a long silence. Half a minute later, Komuro Aoi raised her head, her already watery eyes trembling constantly. What do I need to do? This is my first time, and no, I'm not very familiar with the specific procedures. Komuro Aoi finally gave in. How to do it? It's very simple. Just listen to me. Lin Xiu picked up Komuro Aoi's hair with satisfaction, feeling the fragrance in her hair. A few minutes later, under Lin Xiu's guidance, Komuro Aoi knelt down at Lin Xiu's waist, her toes in her black stockings constantly opening and closing, her watery eyes gradually turning white. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Aoi Komuro. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 6. The next day, after waking up, Lin Xiu immediately used the initial ability space. Exchange system reward, true water breathing. Bite. The initial ability space was used successfully. System reward redeemed, true water breathing. Remaining initial ability space, 1. Because the water breathing technique has the effect of enhancing the origin of Leviathan, after switching to the water breathing technique, Lin Xiu's blood vessels dilated again. Komuro Aoi frowned and hummed softly, feeling the rhythm of Lin Xiu. Komuro Aoi felt very complicated. This is... Komuro Aoi was both shy and scared, but besides fear, she also had a hint of anticipation. Lin Xiu understood what Komuro Aoi was looking forward to and responded to her expectations with 100% enthusiasm. So, Komuro Aoi didn't eat breakfast, because her lower abdomen and stomach were all full. After breakfast, Lin Xiu and his group of personal guards all gathered in front of a huge map. Next, we need to integrate all the forces in Bedmaster City. Among them, the shelter at Takashiro's home is the most difficult to tackle. Mr. Takagi? What do you think? Lin Xiu turned to look at Takagi Saya. Seeing that Lin Xiu valued her so much, Takagi Saya proudly puffed out her towering chest and looked at Huang Shenlai opposite her with great pride. Humph! Did you see that? Lin Xiu-jun still relies on her the most. Ever since Kagura arrived, Takagi Saya had developed a sense of crisis. This princess was not only as capable as she was, but her status in the hearts of the other members of the shelter was also comparable to hers. Now, it's finally her time to prove her worth. The royal princess is just of noble blood. When it comes to dominating the city, it depends on her gouching family. In the face of Takagi Saya's provocation, Huang Shanlei smiled without saying a word, just looked at her gently. Under Kagura's gaze, Takagi Saya slowly spoke. As I reported to Lin Xiu-jun yesterday, We have established contact with the Gouching family shelter. Today, before dinner, I sent him a meeting expression at Lin Xiu's instruction. The other party's reply has arrived. The head of the Takashiro family, Takashiro Soichiro, said that he is willing to meet with us to discuss the leadership of the rescue work in Chuangju City. Saya Takagi is quite professional and serious when she is working. Even though Soichiro Takagi is her father, she calls him by his name in order to cut off her relationship with the Takagi family. Personally, Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi are indeed her parents. But let's be clear, we are talking about official business now. When talking about official business, refer to the position. In terms of official business, Takagi Soichiro and Takagi Yuriko are the leaders of the forces that have not yet been conquered by them. Okay, that's settled then. After we finish arranging things at the shelter, we'll go to the Gouching family at 11 o'clock sharp. Just like that, the plan to go to the Takagi family was decided. The accompanying personnel include Lin Xiu, Dokushima Siko, Miyamoto Rei, Marikawa Shizuka, Takagi Saya, Kirie Rei, and Komuro Aoi. Rikuya Okamura, Kuriko Miyamoto, Asami Nakoka, etc. That's right, Asami Nakoka, the female police officer with a strong sense of justice in the original plot. During the expansion in the past few days, Lin Xiu's shelter absorbed Asami Nakoka while absorbing survivors. However, it was not Lin Xiu who decided to bring her into the team, but Kagura. Asami Nakoka participated in the operation as Kagura's bodyguard. After Lin Xiu and his group left, only Mrs. Yukino Shida and a group of royal guards were left at the base. In addition to the guards, several superhumans with astonishing powers have awakened in Lin Xiu's shelter. Lin Xiu has assigned each of these awakened individuals the task of defending the base. Standing on the armored vehicle, the figures of Lin Xiu and his group gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Xiu waved to Mrs. Yukino Shida and turned to face forward. From the awakened ones emerging from the shelter, I can tell that this apocalypse world is very different from the apocalypse world I had in mind. At this stage, only high-level zombies of the lower demon level have appeared. Will there be zombies of the intermediate demon level, or even the upper demon level in the future? Lin Xiu didn't care much about the fact that zombies could evolve. How far can the zombies in the Resident Evil world evolve? As long as they don't reach the Demon King level, he has the confidence to defeat them. Even if he reaches the Demon King level, doesn't he still have a chance to use Tyrannosaurus? P.S. Well, there won't be zombies that strong. The upper-level demons are the best of the best. Along the map, Lin Xiu and his team drove the armored vehicle forward relentlessly. While moving forward, Lin Xiu killed the zombies he encountered along the way. This is not because Lin Xiu is so bloodthirsty. Lin Xiu is just completing the system task of eliminating zombies. The dozen or so high-level zombies killed yesterday each provided Lin Xiu with about 500 kills, greatly speeding up the process of completing his goal. Before arriving at the Gouching family's mansion, Lin Xiu's zombie kill count finally reached 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 3. Kill 10,000 zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality, blue. Immortality, blue comparable to the immortality of vampires in the old times. It can quickly recover if it is just physical damage. Even if the head and heart are blown off, they can slowly resurrect. However, the resurrection speed is not fast, and their abilities will be greatly limited during the resurrection period. From a distance, Lin Xiu saw the welcoming team. Armed men holding guns stood in 2 rows, guarding the side. There was a red carpet in the middle of the road, and a burly middle-aged man and a young woman with a big body stood at the end of the red carpet. They are Saya Takagi's parents, Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi. Bang, 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 bang. Several fireworks rang out in succession to show Takashiro Soichiro's courtesy to Lin Xiu and his group. Hearing the sound of fireworks, Lin Xiu frowned, but he didn't say anything and got off the car as planned. Takagi Soichiro hurried forward to meet him. Welcome His Highness Huang Xinlei, and His Highness Huang Shun Lei's husband, Lord Lin Xiu. As soon as they met, Gao Qingzong gave Lin Xiu a warning. It can be seen from the fact that he put Kagura's name before Lin Xiu that his recognition of Kagura is far higher than that of Lin Xiu. That's right, he has always treated Lin Xiu as a junior since he was a child. Even though Lin Xiu has shown enough ability, he has not fully recognized him. Lin Xiu did not express any reaction to Takashiro Soichiro's contempt. Instead, Kagura's smile froze, and she even wanted to beat Takagi Soichiro to death. Where did this traitor come from? He wanted to murder her the moment they met, right? Master Gaocheng, thank you for your personal welcome. Kagura's tone remained the same, and there was an irresistible majesty in her smile. However, according to ancient customs, a woman must obey her husband after marriage. From now on, please, Master Gaocheng, put my husband before me. If there is anything you need to discuss with me, please be sure to bring my husband along. Takashiro Soichiro didn't understand why His Highness Kagura, who he thought was both smart and determined, valued Lin Xiu so much. Could it be that in just these few days, Lin Xiu has completely conquered Kagura? Since this is the will of His Highness Kagura, I shall obey. Master Lin Xiu, His Highness Kagura, please. Takagi Soichiro raised his hand in an invitation. At this moment, something strange happened. Oh no, Lord Soichiro, zombies are surrounding us. A defense officer reported very timely. What? Zombies? Zombies attacked us when we were welcoming Lord Kagura. It's really rude. Takagi Soichiro looked very self-blaming. Maybe it's because of the salute that Master Takagi just fired, zombies are attracted to sounds. Kagura still smiled. It's okay, Kagura-sama. The zombies that are attracted by the noise are low-level zombies. If they are just low-level zombies, the Gaocheng family can quickly eliminate them. As he spoke, Takagi Soichiro drew the samurai sword in his hand. As the most determined man in Gaocheng Mansion, he became a so-called awakener shortly after the zombie crisis broke out. Really? Low-level zombies, Kagura smiled. It turned out they were waiting for her here. You're saying the salute is for courtesy, but isn't it just to attract the zombies so they can show off their abilities in front of me and test our abilities? In that case, Kagura turned and looked at Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, I wonder if you are willing to reproduce the bravery you used to save me from the countless zombies that day, among thousands of zombies? As soon as these words were spoken, both Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi showed expressions of surprise. They knew that Lin Xiu was most likely an awakener, but they didn't know that Lin Xiu was so powerful, saving people from a horde of zombies? Even for an awakened being, that's a bit too perverted, right? Is this the reason why Lord Kagura took a liking to him? That's right. I haven't seen Uncle Gaocheng for a long time. It's necessary for Uncle Gaocheng to see my changes and progress. Lin Xiu smiled happily, drew out the katana from his waist, and looked at Takagi Saya. Takashiro-kun, haven't you always wanted to prove yourself to your parents? In this battle, I will be in charge of the front line, and you will be in charge of the command. Yes, understood. Looking at her daughter, who was excitedly engaging in the command work, Takagi Yuriko pursed her red lips. I haven't seen my daughter for just a few days. How come she looks like she's been trained so well? Although she said that the command would be handed over to Takagi-sa, Takagi Yuriko knew very well that the initiative of the battle would definitely be in the hands of Lin Xiu. To be so happy about something like this, my daughter is really, alas, call out. Without using the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, Lin Xiu accelerated and disappeared in front of everyone. Takagi Soichiro raised his eyebrows and turned to the person next to him and said, Tanaka, Tamura, Nakamura, you will guard Master Lin Xiu and help him complete the Vanguard mission. Yes. The four awakened ones filed out and rushed in the direction Lin Xiu left. At this time, Lin Xiu had already rushed into the group of zombies. True water-breathing land formed twisting whirlpool. The blue-purple Leviathan magic was activated, and Lin Xiu was surrounded by cutting water. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The boy's figure kept flashing among the zombies. Wherever he went, the vortex of water surrounding him would clear out all the zombies there. As Lin Xiu regained more and more power, his zombie-killing speed increased by an unknown amount compared to before. From a distance, Gao Qingzong looked at Lin Xiu's invincible posture and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xiu's strength is obviously one level higher than him, and the awakened ones under him. Such a Lin Xiu is indeed qualified to marry Kagura. Soon, under the command of Sayatakagi, the gathered zombies were wiped out. Before the red carpet, Takashiro Soichiro retracted his blood-stained samurai sword and bowed to the returning Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, welcome to Gaoqing Mansion. Please follow me. I have prepared a sumptuous lunch for you and Lord Kagura. Under the guidance of Soichiro Takagi, Lin Xiu and his group entered the Takagi residence. However, on the way to the main house, Lin Xiu suddenly drew his sword and threw it towards the crowd of onlookers. A flying sword attacked, and a little fat man wearing glasses was nailed flying and stuck on a wall in the distance. This is the little fat boy who rushed out of Fujimi Academy with Lin Xiu and others. Hirano Toda? Master Lin Xiu, what do you mean? Gao Qingzong frowned fiercely. It's nothing. I'm just clearing out the traitors from my own shelter. This person drove away a lot of supplies from our shelter. If I don't clean up this traitor, how can I continue to lead the shelter? So that's how it is. Takagi, Soichiro nodded. Everyone, see? This is the fate of betraying the collective. In this apocalypse, only by abiding by the rules can we survive better. Gao Qingzong did not doubt Lin Xiu's words. He was asking why the two students came with guns and several months' worth of supplies when they sought refuge. It turned out they stole them from their own shelter. He, Soichiro Takagi, hates people who betray the organization the most. The next second, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand, and the katana stuck in Hirano Toda's body was summoned and flew back into his hand. It was just a normal action, but almost scared Takashi Komuro, who was standing next to him. He thought Hirano Toda was dead, and he would be the next one. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't seem to have any intention of killing him as well, Komuro Takashi breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he had transformed into a conscious advanced zombie, he knew he was no match for Lin Xiu. But why? He had already killed me once, so why didn't he attack me after seeing me? Soon, Komuro Takashi found out the reason. Because he saw the beautiful young woman, Atoy Komuro, following behind Lin Xiu's team. Mother. Komuro Takashi wiped his eyes and stood there in a daze. Did Lin Xiu not attack him because he didn't want to kill him in front of Komuro Aoi? While Lin Xiu was having a meal, Komuro Takashi found Komuro Aoi, who was having a meal in the side hall. Aoi, mother. Takashi Komuro called his mother's name softly, his voice trembling noticeably. It's great that Aoi Komuro is still alive. That voice is Takashi. Takashi, why are you here? When entering Takagi's mansion, there were so many people welcoming her that Aoi Komuro didn't recognize Takashi Komuro in the crowd. Seeing that Komuro Takashi was still alive, Komuro Aoi's eyes filled with crystal tears. After saying something to Shizuka Marikawa next to them, Aoi Komuro and Takashi Komuro went outside. Seeing Komuro Aoi come out, Komuro Takashi also breathed a sigh of relief. It was also very stressful for him to stay at the dining table all the time, because Miyamoto Rei was always looking at him with an extremely oppressive look. Takashi, how are you? Are you okay these days? Well, it's okay. I first escaped from school, and then went through many twists and turns, and finally came to this Takagi mansion. In order to avoid worrying Komuro Aoi, Komuro Takashi tried to simplify his escape route. After listening to Komuro Takashi's explanation, Komuro Aoi was hesitant to speak. My goodness, this is too much of a simplification, isn't it? Are you afraid that she'll worry? What about you, Aoi? Are you doing okay these days? Asked Komuro Takashi. I'm fine these days. Komuro Aoi paused and said hesitantly. It was more than okay. These past few days, she experienced the joy of being a woman for the first time, submitted to a man for the first time, and fell in love with the feeling of being conquered for the first time. But she knew that these were not suitable words to say to Komuro Takashi. By the way, Aoi, why are you in this team? Did the leader of this force take the initiative to bring you along? Komuro Takashi asked again. Yes. It was the leader of this faction who took the initiative to bring me along. The leader of this force is none other than Shiojun. Komuro Aoi directly stated that she had long known that the leader of the force was Lin Xiu. As expected, is that so? Komuro Takashi gritted his teeth and glanced at the living room. That be ********* D Lin Xiu. Was he really planning to threaten him with her mother? Aoi, let's find a chance to escape together, shall we? Actually, I've been ostracized by the people in the Gouching Mansion recently, and it's no longer suitable for me to stay here. In order to get Komuro Aoi to run away with him, Komuro Takashi told a little lie. Seeing Komuro Takashi so scared, Komuro Aoi shed tears unconsciously and comforted him. Takashi, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, I've already made an agreement with Shiojun. He won't attack you. Huh? Komuro Takashi stood there in a daze. I've already made an agreement with Shiojun. In other words, Lin Xiu, has he already told you about me? A hint of darkness flashed in Komuro Takashi's eyes. Judging from Komuro Aoi's expression, she probably doesn't know that Lin Xiu killed her once, nor does she know that she has turned into a zombie. Well, Shiokun has already told me the mistake you made, Xiao. I've already convinced Shiojun. As long as you're willing to apologize after returning to the camp, and then be locked up for a few days, Shiojun won't hold you responsible. Before he finished listening to what Komuro Aoi said, Komuro Takashi growled. Impossible. I can't put my fate in someone else's hands. Especially Lin Xiu's hands. How could Komuro Takashi go back? With Lin Xiu's intelligence, he would definitely be able to guess that he has turned into an intelligent zombie. Takashi, listen to your mother and stop being stubborn, okay? Shiokun won't do anything to you. Komuro Aoi looked at Komuro Takashi with pleading eyes. Feeling the look in his mother's eyes, Komuro Takashi felt both angry and helpless. Kue, how can you believe what Lin Xiu said? But didn't he just fulfill his promise? Just now, he only attacked the defector named Hirano Toda and didn't attack you. Otherwise, how could you stand here and talk to me? There was some truth in what Komuro Aoi said, but unfortunately, Komuro Takashi had no intention of listening at all. That's only now. Just today. Just in front of you, Aoi. Who knows what he'll do to me after we go back? I will never rely on others for my fate. Shall you? Komuro Aoi was helpless and didn't know how to give advice. Final. Komuro Takashi and Komuro Aoi argued for a long time without any result, and their conversation was interrupted by Miyamoto Rei, who came over. Looking at the disgusted look in Miyamoto Rei's eyes when she left, Komuro Takashi's eyes drooped again. Night. Komuro Takashi plans to talk to Komuro Aoi again. Fortunately, although his room was of a different specification from Lin Xiu and the others, it was barely on the same floor, and he was able to use the peephole to observe some of Lin Xiu's team's movements. In this way, Komuro Takashi kept hiding in his room, waiting for Komuro Aoi to come back. During this time, a large number of beautiful girls and young women passed by him. I've seen that person on TV, and I've heard from people around me that she's a princess from the royal family. So, the two people next to her are royal security? But isn't that Aunt Kiriko? When did Aunt Kiriko become associated with the royal family? Huh? Why didn't they go back to their own rooms, but went back to Lin Xiu's room instead? As he watched, Komuro Takashi realized that they did not return to their own rooms, but instead walked towards Lin Xiu's room. Komuro Takashi was not wrong. At this time, in Lin Xiu's room, Huang Shun knelt on the ground, bowed respectfully, and then slowly stood up. I wonder if Lord Lin Xiu is satisfied with my gift. After standing up, Kagura asked with a smile. The gifts you mentioned are these two. Lin Xiu glanced behind Kagura. At this time, two beautiful girls in police uniforms were kneeling behind Kagura. Originally, they had no habit of kneeling and greeting when they met people. But who asked them to swear allegiance to Kagura? Since Kagura Yato was kneeling to pay his respects, they had no choice but to kneel as well. Because the kneeling posture was too tight, and both of them had good figures, the explosive figures wrapped in the hip skirts attracted Lin Xiu's attention. Yes, they are both gifts from me. Kagura used her pampered hands to gently stroke Miyamoto Kuriko's delicate face, causing Miyamoto Kuriko's body to tremble. Didn't Master Lin Xiu grant me a demon chess piece? After absorbing Master Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, I also awakened my own abilities. I can sense souls. After awakening the ability of soul perception, I discovered something interesting. Master Lin Xiu is not simply collecting beautiful girls. For example, the members of Master Lin Xiu's personal guards, before they became Master Lin Xiu's pawns, their soul power was stronger than that of ordinary people. This is especially true for Lord Lin Xiu's team. Whether it's Miss Miyamoto, Miss Marikawa, or Chief of Police Nanli and Officer Kuriko, they all possess spiritual powers far beyond those of ordinary people. It's normal for Miyamoto, Rei, and the others to have powerful souls. After all, they're the heroines of the world of Apocalypse. However, why do the beautiful girls in the Royal Guard also have strong soul powers? Lin Xiu was a member of the Royal Guards selected based on appearance and hard work. However, after he finished selecting, he found that the guards he chose looked very similar to the heroines of some anime. For example, there's a flax-haired beautiful girl who looks like Asuna, a white-haired beautiful girl who looks very much like Ellie, and a chef girl who looks very much like Arina Nakiri. Could it be that because they look so similar, their soul power is stronger than that of ordinary people? Does this count as taking advantage of the other world? While Lin Xiu was thinking, Kagura continued. Later, I discovered that the Awakeners in Lord Lin Xiu's team also had soul powers stronger than ordinary people. So, I have made the judgment that Master Lin Xiu selects his team members based on the strength of their soul power. I don't know, is my idea correct? Well, that's what I mean. Lin Xiu nodded. If you have to say it, Kagura was not wrong. Really? Really? Kagura's smile widened. By the way, Master Lin Xiu, could you please answer another question of mine? What's the question? Master Lin Xiu, will you become stronger because of these people with powerful souls? I asked Miss Juchuan about Master Lin Xiu's experience in becoming stronger, and I found that Master Lin Xiu became stronger gradually. Based on this comprehensive understanding, I made this judgment. Under Kagura's expectant gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. Meeting? Really? That's great. Kagura jumped lightly in excitement. Lin Xiu's ability was destined to make him grow. He was destined to stand at the top of the world. For her, there was no better news than this. After being happy, Kagura looked back with a smile. Officer Kuriko? Officer Nakoka? Did you hear Master Lin Xiu's answer? Yes, we are happy to be of assistance to Master Lin Xiu. The two replied in unison. Lin Xiu didn't expect that these two people would listen to Kagura so much. I guess it's because they're all police officers. It's normal for them to be extremely loyal to the royal family. So, the reason Kagura took Nakoka Asami as her bodyguard was because she sensed her extraordinary spiritual power. Miyamoto, Kuriko, and Nakoka Asami's faces flushed as they reached out and prepared to take off their uniforms. Just then, Lin Xiu called out to the two of them. Etc. What's wrong? Lord Lin Xiu. Kagura tilted her head. Could it be that Lin Xiu was a little dissatisfied with her autocratic behavior? Could it be that Lin Xiu doesn't have that kind of intention towards Miyamoto Kuriko? Isn't that right? She had observed it many times, and she was sure that the way Lin Xiu looked at Miyamoto Kuriko was not as if she were an elder, but as if she were looking at someone of the opposite *X. That's why she made the decision today. She chose to be Lin Xiu's black glove, helping Lin Xiu do things that were inconvenient for him to do in order to gain Lin Xiu's extra favor. Under Kagura's puzzled gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. No, I mean police uniforms and stuff like that. You don't have to take them off. Lin Xiu's words left the three of them silent for a long time. A few seconds later, Miyamoto Kuriko looked at the scissors that appeared in Lin Xiu's hand and swallowed hard. It turns out that Lin Xiu, whom she has seen grow up, actually has such a perverted side? Where does he want to cut with the scissors? Master Lin Xiu, you are really a pervert. Kagura breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of taking off her gorgeous princess dress. She was happy to satisfy her husband's little hobby. An hour later, after Kagura and Nakoka Asami fainted one after another, Miyamoto Kiriko reluctantly accepted Lin Xiu. After integrating into a large number of symbiotes, Kiriko Miyamoto's pupils turned slightly white and her well-trained belly bulged slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Asami Nakoka. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Miyamoto Kiriko. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 8. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the members of the Miyamoto family. Miyamoto Rei, Miyamoto Kiriko. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Fighting Instinct, Blue. Battle Instinct, Blue as the name suggests, a powerful battle instinct that can help the host quickly use various combat and weapons. Even without any training, the host's physical fighting instinct alone is enough to allow him to defeat a burly man with the strength of an ordinary person. Just considering the bonus in intuition, it even surpasses the intuition of level B. When Lin Xiu achieved the collection achievement, Komuro Takashi could be said to be in extreme agony, because he found that Lin Xiu seemed to be endless. At the beginning, it was just Kagura and his group. Later, Marikawa Shizuka, Miyamoto Rei, Minami Rika, and other girls with different styles entered Lin Xiu's room. And they never came out again. When he saw Rei Miyamoto entering Lin Xiu's room, Takashi Komuro almost couldn't help but rush out. However, he didn't expect that there would be someone bigger after Miyamoto Rei. His mother, Aoi Komuro, also entered Lin Xiu's room at the end. Under Komuro Takashi's questioning gaze, Komuro Aoi took out a makeup mirror to check her makeup while adjusting her black stockings. Bang! As Komuro Aoi entered Lin Xiu's room, Komuro Takashi could no longer bear it and rushed out. However, when he arrived at Lin Xiu's door, Komuro Takashi was still stunned. What could he do? Just go in and interrupt? Even if he succeeds in interrupting this time, then what about next time? Now, Komuro Takashi finally understood why Lin Xiu let him go. It turned out that it was his mother who protected him at the cost of herself. It turned out that Lin Xiu had changed his way of taking revenge on him. When he thought of Lin Xiu attacking his birthplace, Komuro Takashi's mind was in a mess. He clenched his fingers tightly, and a trace of blood seeped out. In the past 2 days, he ate Shido Koichi and a large number of zombies on the road, and has eaten himself to the level of an intermediate demon. Originally, he was planning to eat Hirano Toda. He could smell the scent on Hirano Toda's body and knew that eating him would be of great benefit to him. However, even after eating so many people, Komuro Takashi did not dare to attack Lin Xiu in Gouching Mansion. By then, not to mention Lin Xiu, even awakened people like Gao Chang Soichiro will attack him. Half an hour later, Aoi Komuro let out a sweet cry and then fainted. Hearing the only sound coming out after Komuro Aoi went in, Komuro Takashi's eyes dimmed and he collapsed. The next day, after breakfast, Aoi Komuro still wanted to persuade Takashi Komuro to go back and admit his mistake. This time, Komuro Takashi had no intention of communicating with her. He just looked at her angrily and walked away. In Soichiro Takagi's office, after listening to Komuro Takashi's report, Takagi Soichiro stood up directly. Komuro-kun, can you guarantee the authenticity of the information you provided? The information provided by Komuro Takashi was too explosive, and Takagi Soichiro had to treat it with caution. Yes, I can guarantee it. I am willing to use my life to guarantee the authenticity of this information. Komuro Takashi replied firmly. Okay, I understand. I'll find a way to verify it. Komuro-kun, You can leave now. Takagi Soichiro put his hand behind his back and looked at the fountain in the mansion, his heart as turbulent as a tsunami. 10 minutes later, Soichiro Takagi informed Yuriko Takagi of the information. However, the two people who always had the same judgment showed differences at this time. No, I don't agree with you doing this, Soichiro. In the face of a doomsday crisis, we should unite all the forces we can. Besides, we watched Lin Xiu grow up under our watch. Even if the truth is as what Komuro-kun said, there is no need for us to act rashly. After hearing what Yuriko Takagi said, Soichiro Takagi narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuriko, are you sure it's not because he's the one your daughter has a crush on? What do you mean by your daughter? Soichiro, isn't Saya your daughter? Takagi Yuriko replied sternly. No. Who knows which wild man you and that little b*** ch gave birth to? I've told you everything. I haven't had s*x with anyone, and I don't know how Saya got pregnant out of nowhere. I already told you about this when you married into my family, and you accepted it. What's the point of bringing it up again now? Yuriko Takagi was very sad. She didn't expect that Soichiro Takagi would specifically focus on her scars. Did we agree on this when I married into your family? Takagi Soichiro snorted coldly. The past was the past. The present is the present. Now, after the old man's death, I am the head of the Gaochung family. The big families in Fuso have a tradition of letting outstanding men marry into the wife's family. Soichiro Takagi was the scapegoat found by the Takagi family after they discovered that Yuriko Takagi was pregnant. This kind of person who is willing to take the blame for other people's children is either extremely cowardly or extremely patient, preparing to explode in the future. Obviously, Soichiro Takagi belongs to the latter. Soichiro, it turns out that you never intended to take responsibility for Saya and me from the beginning? That's right. From the very beginning, your goal was to usurp the Takagi family. Is that right? That's right. UB*****************. With tears in her eyes, Yuriko Takagi raised her submachine gun towards Soichiro Takagi. However, before she could make a move, a samurai sword appeared in front of Yuriko Takagi's neck. Zuichiro, Yuriko, you are no longer fit to participate in the next operation. Let's wait until you wake up before we discuss everything. Soichiro Takagi had no intention of killing Yuriko Takagi directly. At least, he didn't have that intention now. The chaotic times had just arrived, and he had not yet reached the point of breaking away from the Takagi family and establishing a power completely of his own. He wants to use the power and reputation of the Gaochang family to build his own power. Lunchtime. Today's lunch is still sumptuous, even better than the welcoming banquet we held yesterday to welcome Kaguya. After eating and drinking, Gao Chengzong invited Lin Xiu and his party to go to the courtyard. Master Lin Xiu, I captured a high-level zombie today. To boost the morale of the Gaocheng residents, I plan to execute it in public. I wonder if you and His Highness Kagura have time to observe the event. Oh, Uncle Gaocheng has made such rapid progress that he can even capture a high-level zombie alive. Lin Xiu investigated Gaocheng Soichiro's strength. Intermediate demon? Takashiro Soichiro's strength has reached the level of an intermediate demon. No wonder he can capture high-level zombies alive. The guest follows the host's wishes. Uncle Gaocheng, please lead the way. Lin Xiu looked at Takashiro Soichiro deeply and said with a smile. 10 minutes later, in the Gaochang family courtyard, there is a steel cage surrounded by several layers of special steel bars. Lin Xiu, Takagi Soichiro, and others were included, while the members of Takagi's residence were outside. Inside with Lin Xiu and the others was a high-level zombie imprisoned in a small cage. Seeing that most of the core members had arrived, Gao Chengzong shouted loudly, "Everyone, today I'm going to show you one of the evolved species of zombies, the licker. Although the licker cannot walk upright, it can use its strong limbs and sharp claws to flexibly climb walls or roofs. Due to their excellent jumping ability and swift movement speed, even weapons with rapid fire have difficulty hitting them accurately. When a zombie tide arrives, lickers are at the top of the list of those to deal with. This is because they have extremely strong charging capabilities and can break through our defenses at an astonishing speed. From now on, when you see this kind of zombie, you must report it immediately. Papa. After delivering his speech, Soichiro Takagi clapped his hands. The next second, the small, electrified cage opened. The licker tried it out and found that he would not be electrocuted anymore. So he rushed out of the cage at an astonishing speed. Swoosh! Takashiro Soichiro flashed past the licker like a ghost, and the next second, puff! The licker turned into pieces of red flesh and blood, and its body gradually disintegrated in the air. After killing the licker, Takagi Soichiro did not stop, but accelerated and rushed towards Lin Xiu and Kagura. Obviously, the purpose of setting up this iron cage was not to trap the licker, but to trap Lin Xiu. Ding! There was a sound of metal clashing. A pair of wings like black jade blocked Takagi Soichiro's samurai sword. Is that really the case? Looking at the black devil wings behind Lin Xiu, Gao Chung Soichiro took a deep breath. Superior! At a command, the door of the iron cage opened, and the awakened people who had been lying in ambush rushed in. Realizing that the visitor was up to no good, Kagura immediately shouted loudly, "Master Gao Chung, how dare you assassinate my husband? Back off!" The senior executive Soichiro did not respond to Kagura's words, but instead looked at Lin Xiu with a very oppressive look. Lin Xiu put down the demon wings and looked at Gao Chung Soichiro with a smile. Overall, Lin Xiu was still very satisfied with Takashiro Soichiro's actions. The reason why he didn't take action against Komuro Takashi was to let Komuro Takashi inform Takagi Soichiro. "Uncle Gao Chung, do you know what you're doing?" "Mr. Lin Xiu, I certainly know what I'm doing. I'm destroying the advanced zombies that have given birth to human intelligence." As he said that, Gao Chungzong gave Lin Xiu another knife. Unfortunately, it was easily deflected by Lin Xiu. Did everyone see that? This man named Lin Xiu has mutated into some kind of zombie-like creature. Even His Highness Kagura was bewitched by him. Eliminate the advanced zombies disguised as humans. Rescue Her Highness Kagura. Now, Takagi Soichiro's words fully demonstrate the ancient tradition of the lower classes overthrowing the higher classes in Japan. As long as it is said that the monarch has been bewitched by a villain, he can rebel with justification. Throughout history, there are too many cases where people claim to be defending the king, but actually started a rebellion. Really? You're going to defeat the high-level zombies? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Superior! At a command from Soichiro Takashiro, the awakened ones who surrounded Lin Xiu attacked him at the same time. Boost! After using the Red Dragon Emperor's cage to increase his strength to the intermediate demon level, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. The Leviathan origin in the body was activated, and the extremely pure Leviathan magic burst out, wrapping around Lin Xiu's body and sword. True water breathing 7th form Shizuku Ripple Strike. Shizuku Ripple Strike is the fastest stabbing technique among all the sword techniques of water breathing. Lin Xiu's water knife slashed at an angle, drawing a curve made of water flow in the field. Every time it touches an enemy, a blood flower blooms, just like ripples on the surface of water. One knife. With just one strike, Lin Xiu eliminated 1/3 of the attacking enemies. Lin Xiu felt it was a waste to use the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet against an awakened being whose strength had just reached the lower demon level. But there is no other way. When facing ignorant people, only the most primitive violence can teach them the principle of the survival of the fittest. True water breathing, Type 4 Strike Tide. Lin Xiu's arms swung back and forth like the tide. The water kept flowing, and the knife light kept flashing. Every time the knife flashes, a splash of blood will appear in the cage. Every streak of blood represents the passing of a life. After just a dozen seconds, Takagi Soichiro was the only one besieging him. At this time, Takashiro Soichiro's fine steel sword had been broken, and part of his calf was cut off during the fight with Lin Xiu. He could only sit there. No, is this a zombie? Even if Lin Xiu evolved before other advanced zombies, he wouldn't be this strong, right? According to his speculation, humans should have started evolving at the same time as zombies. He was one of the first awakeners to break through to the second stage of evolution. Logically speaking, as a second-stage awakener with a bunch of first-stage awakeners, he should be able to easily defeat Lin Xiu. How could this happen? Standing in front of the stunned Soichiro Takashiro, Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Uncle Gaocheng, I will take care of your wife and daughter. Go with peace of mind. In fact, Lin Xiu still felt sorry for Takagi Soichiro, who didn't even get to eat a bite of meat. Unfortunately, his ambition was too big, and he even wanted to attack him. So he had no choice but to send him away on the spot. As soon as Takagi Soichiro opened his mouth, a white light flashed across his throat. So many things happened in half a minute. It was not until Soichiro Takagi died on the spot that the crowd gradually became noisy. Kagura, the rest is up to you. Lin Xiu didn't like to clean up messes unless necessary. He trained Takagi Saya and Kagura to make things easier for himself. Yes, my lord husband. You guys should be familiar with the operations of Gaocheng Mansion, right? Kagura looked at the few awakened ones who did not attack Lin Xiu. Although he would have to replace them with his own people sooner or later, considering the need to maintain the stability of Gaocheng Mansion, it would be better to promote some of the original staff first. The other side. A few minutes later, in Yuriko Takagi's room, Takagi wakes up the unconscious Yuriko Takagi. Saya, why are you here? Could it be that Soichiro has already taken action? Takagi Yuriko asked anxiously. Well, he did do it. As for the result, Mother, you can go to the balcony and see for yourself. Takagi Saya replied calmly. Half a minute later, on the balcony, Yuriko Takagi looked at the bloodstains on the ground and watched Soichiro Takagi's body being carried away and sighed with mixed feelings. Next to Yuriko Takagi, Saya Takagi handed her a bottle of champagne and a champagne knife to open the champagne. Mother, that man named Soichiro is dead. Shouldn't you open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? Saya, as Soichiro's daughter, how can you say such things? Takagi Yuriko turned around and wanted to scold her daughter for her rebellious behavior. However, she met Takagi Saya's unwavering gaze. Really? Mother, are you sure this is the truth? Am I really his daughter? Facing Takagi Saya's question, Takagi Yuriko remained silent for a full half-minute before she opened her red lips again. Saya, already know? Yeah. Takagi Saya nodded calmly. When did you find out? When I was in high school. I thought his movements were strange, and he didn't seem very affectionate with you, Mother. So I bought a hidden camera and installed it in his room. Then, I saw him taking the man back to his room. Saya Takagi's situation is different from Rei Miyamoto's. Rei only learned and accepted this reality after Miyamoto Kuriko and Lin Xiu established a real relationship. And she had known the truth about Soichiro Takagi a long time ago. Yuriko Takagi was silent, not knowing how to respond to Saya Takagi. Saya Takagi shook her head, smiled with relief, and raised the champagne knife in her hand. So, Mother, would you like a drink? Oh, squeak, squeak, squeak. The champagne knife cut across the mouth of the champagne bottle. The cork flew out, and bubbles splashed out, spraying all over the ground. Yuriko Takagi took the champagne glass and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Yuriko Takagi drink the drugged wine, Saya Takagi smiled happily. Yuriko Takagi noticed Sana Takagi's slightly weird smile and immediately felt a strong sense of sleepiness. Mother, Saya will make you happy. Saya Takagi leaned close to Yuriko Takagi and whispered in her ear. Saya, before Takagi Yuriko could say anything, she fell into Takagi Saya's arms. Lin Xiu's killing of Takagi Soichiro on the spot caused a huge response in Takagi's residence. Among them, the one who reacted most strongly was Takashi Komuro. Takashi Komuro has been watching from a high place, ready to witness with his own eyes the scene of Soichiro Takashiro killing Lin Xiu. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, and Takashiro Soichiro was easily killed by Lin Xiu, like killing a chicken. In this regard, Takashi Komuro could only run away while cursing Soichiro Takagi as a waste. That's right, run away. Takashi Komuro realized that he absolutely could not stay in the Takagi mansion any longer. His strength is only comparable to that of Soichiro Takagi. Soichiro Takagi was defeated in seconds, and the same situation would happen if he were to take his place. If it is discovered that he was the one who leaked the information to Soichiro Takagi, he would be in great danger even if Aoi Komuro pleaded for him. Besides, he also didn't want Komuro Aoi, who was enjoying herself under Lin Xiu's crotch, to plead for him. After comprehensive consideration, Komuro Takashi made a decision. Lin Xiu, tonight. Tonight, I will make you pay the price. Takashi Komuro hid in the cellar to avoid contact with everyone. As night fell, Komuro Takashi finally showed his fangs. Taking advantage of the dead of night, Komuro Takashi came to the place where the bodies of Takagi, Soichiro, and others were buried. What a nice smell. I can feel it. The power that will allow me to evolve is right here. The reason why Takashi Komuro came to Takagi's house is because Takagi's house is the place with the most awakened people in Beju City. And eating the awakener can make the zombies even stronger. Lin Xiu, you didn't expect that all the awakened ones you killed would become my food. Soon, Komuro Takashi dug up a grave and started feasting. The other side, on Yuriko Takagi's side. When Yuriko Takagi woke up again, it was already night. After hearing a girl's sweet voice, Takagi Yuriko opened her eyes in confusion. Why did she feel that this voice was so familiar? Yuriko Takagi looked in the direction of the sound in a daze. Then, she saw Takagi Saya with her twin ponytails held by Lin Xiu. Saya Takagi is like a horse with reins held by its twin ponytails. When the reins are pulled back, you can see her white neck raised and her crystal jade toes clasped in white stockings. Seeing Takagi Saya with her eyes slightly rolled up but still actively turning her back to kiss Lin Xiu, Takagi Yuriko swallowed her saliva. She had never expected that her daughter, who she always thought was a proud and spoiled girl, would be so proactive and bold. It's fine if he did it alone, but he actually brought her along? How audacious! In reality, even if Takagi Saya was bold, she wouldn't have made up her mind so quickly. Miyamoto Kuriko and Miyamoto Rei were half-heartedly agreeing to the deal, having already made up their minds. But Takagi Saya really made the decision on her own initiative. Today, Takagi Saya learned a lot of information from Kagura. After comprehensive consideration, she finally made up her mind to bring Takagi Yuriko in as well. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence in herself. Although she thought she was pretty, she was still no match for others. Facing the extremely lethal combination of Miyamoto Rei and Miyamoto Kuriko, Minami Rika and Marikawa Shizuka, she must develop a stronger fighting style. Yuriko Takagi is a member of her strong team. Anyway, there is no affection between her and Soichiro Takagi. In addition, with the testimony of Kagura, Takagi Saya also learned that Takagi Yuriko, like Miyamoto Kuriko, was born with a natural pregnancy. Takagi Yuriko not only suffered long-term contempt and discrimination, but also never got her own happiness. As a daughter, Satakagi felt that she had to do something for Yuriko Takagi. So she put drugs in Yuriko Takagi's wine. Noticing that Takagi Yuriko had woken up, Takagi Saya looked at her in confusion, and then said something to Lin Xiu behind her. A few seconds later, Takagi Yuriko looked at Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya walking towards her, and for the first time she panicked. However, before she could say anything, her body reacted before her and took the initiative to meet him. What Satakagi gave her was not just sleeping pills. And Takagi, actually, I have always liked you. Lin Xiu leaned close to Takagi Yuriko's ear and whispered, perhaps you don't know why you're pregnant? Actually, it's all because of me. My future self, to some extent, interfered with the direction of the world. As she spoke, Lin Xiu touched Takashiro Yuriko's red cheongsam and touched her charming long legs. So it's you? Yuriko Takagi opened her beautiful eyes slightly. She had thought that she might have been chosen by God. She had also thought that she might have gotten pregnant in the swimming pool by chance. But she never imagined that all this was because of Lin Xiu. Yuriko Takagi was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then showed amazing enthusiasm and initiative. Lin Xiu's words made Takashiro Yuriko completely determined. Since it was you, Lin Xiujuan, who was responsible, I have no choice but to let you take the responsibility. As she spoke, Takagi Yuriko took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Xiu's neck and kissed her with her fragrant red lips. At the same time, her long legs were wrapped around Lin Xiu's waist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Takagi Saya, Takagi Yuriko. Blank initial ability grid +2. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 10. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, collecting all the members of the Takagi family, Takagi Saya, Takagi Yuriko. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Holy Sword Prototype, Purple. Holy Sword Prototype, Purple, the most basic Holy Sword, much stronger than the standard Sword of Light, but slightly inferior to Excalibur in the DxD world. It does not have many redundant Holy Sword abilities, only the most basic Holy Power Burst ability. However, what replaces it is endless possibilities. Any Holy Sword type weapon can be absorbed by the Holy Sword Prototype. After absorbing enough Holy Swords, the Holy Sword Prototype will evolve accordingly. Although it is only purple at this stage, the prototype of the Holy Sword has endless possibilities. It can continuously evolve and improve its quality by absorbing Holy Swords. Finally, I have a weapon that I like. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. This was a result of his 2 hours of hard work. As for Saya Takagi, it's easier to deal with her. She has always had a high favorability towards Lin Xiu, and the conditions for the capture of her were met as soon as she established an actual relationship with Lin Xiu. There are some problems with Takagi Yuriko. Although she likes Lin Xiu very much, that is the love of an elder for a younger person. She lost her virginity to Lin Xiu only because of her own self-abandonment. It took Lin Xiu 2 full hours to change Takashiro Yuriko's feelings for him from that of an elder for a younger person to that of a man and a woman. Late at night, Yuriko Takagi woke up. There was no way. She slept too much today and couldn't sleep at night. In the morning, she was knocked unconscious by Soichiro Takagi. In the afternoon, she was drugged by Saya Takagi. At night, she was knocked unconscious by Lin Xiu again. If she hadn't expended a lot of energy with Lin Xiu at night, she probably wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. Xiu-kun, you're really cute. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was sleeping with her in his arms like a little child, Takagi Yuriko showed a maternal smile. As she watched, Yuriko Takagi looked at Saya Takagi, who was holding Lin Xiu on the other side. Unlike Yuriko Takagi, who slept soundly, Saya Takagi slept very soundly. Saya, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to cheat me. You are really getting more and more rebellious. Takagi Yuriko decided that if she found the chance in the future, she would definitely cheat me back. By the way, is Saya's choice indeed Lin Xiu-kun? That's right. Lin Xiu-kun has always been a reliable boy since he was young. Feeling Lin Xiu still soaking in her body, Takagi Yuriko felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security. Lin Xiu said that the reason she became pregnant was because he interfered with the world line. In other words, she and Lin Xiu must have lived into the future, and the future Lin Xiu must be very powerful. Just knowing this, Yuriko Takagi felt an incomparable sense of security. After thinking for a while, Takashiro Yuriko slowly moved Lin Xiu's head to her chest and closed her eyes. She really liked the feeling of being snuggled up by Lin Xiu, and she even preferred to keep in contact with Lin Xiu so that she could better feel Lin Xiu's rhythm. Holding Lin Xiu, Takagi Yuriko's consciousness gradually became blurred. Just then, there was a loud noise outside the window. Xiu-kun, something seems to have happened. As soon as Takashiro Yuriko turned her head to look at Lin Xiu, she saw Lin Xiu's bright eyes. Bo! The next second, Lin Xiu pulled himself out of Takagi Yuriko's body, stretched out his hand to the side, and a holy sword shining with sacred light instantly appeared. A powerful enemy is coming, Yuriko. Take Saya and seek refuge first. I will go and meet it. Well, Lin Xiujuan, you must be careful. Lin Xiu quickly dodged, and Takashiro Yuriko quickly woke up her still sleeping daughter. At this time, the non-core area outside the courtyard of Gouching Mansion, a giant zombie over 12 feet, 3.6 meters, tall, is frantically gnawing on corpses in a cemetery. What he was gnawing on were not the corpses of ordinary people, but the corpses of the dozen or so awakened ones who were killed this morning. As it gnawed on the corpse of the awakened one, the giant zombie's already huge body continued to grow larger and soon exceeded 15, 4.5 meters, feet. Outside the cemetery, Kaguya and Busuja Masiko were the first to arrive. Ms. Busuja Masiko, this is the special zombie the patrol discovered. I'm counting on you. Kagura frowned fiercely because before they arrived, most of the patrol personnel on the outer wall and the destination had been killed. You know, there are several awakened people among the outer wall patrol members. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. I will hold on until Lin Xiujun arrives. Behind the giant zombie, Busuja Masiko pulled out the slime sword. Although she has not yet absorbed the demon chess piece, her strength has reached the intermediate demon level, just like Takagi Soichiro. However, even so, Busuja Masiko felt that she was no match for the giant zombie in front of her. After devouring the protagonist and a large number of awakened corpses, the giant zombie's strength has reached the peak of an intermediate demon, and it's still climbing. Draw the sword and cut. Busuja Masiko suddenly exerted force with her legs, leaving a shadow on the spot, and suddenly rushed towards the giant zombie. However, ding! A clear and distant crashing sound. The giant zombie used its muscles to catch Busuja Masiko's knife, but made a sound like metal collision. At this moment, the aura of the giant zombie became even stronger. Superior Demon. After devouring a large number of awakened people, as well as eating Koichi Shido, Toda Hirano, and Soichiro Takagi, the giant zombie finally broke through to the upper demon level. With one kick, the giant zombie just kicked casually to the side. Bang! Under the terrifying force, Busuja Masiko was instantly knocked away, and layers of spider-like cracks were created on the wall. Puff! Even with the slime symbiote's cushioning, Busuja Masiko couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ahem! Busuja Masiko struggled to stand up, but before she could react, the giant zombie was already in front of her. At the critical moment, several water bullets flew in front of her. Leviathan style. Water explosion. Bang, 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 bang. Several water bombs exploded in succession. The huge impact force repelled the giant zombie. Busuja Masiko looked behind her and saw the familiar boy. In the sky, Lin Xiu spread his demon wings, revealing the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands, and even drew out the prototype of the Holy Sword. A superior demon. He finally met an opponent worthy of his serious attention. However, looking at the appearance of this zombie, why does it look so much like the legendary Death Tyrant? The Death Tyrants were an offshoot of the Tyrant Project, where subjects were enhanced to develop superhuman strength and agility after being exposed to the Epsilon strain. This Super Tyrant mutation increases the Death Tyrant's height to over 12 feet and develops powerful muscles. In a military experiment set in the Resident Evil universe, the Death Tyrant demonstrated terrifying resistance to small arms fire and astonishing speed, capable of single-handedly taking on entire armies. From the looks of it, this Death Tyrant doesn't have the disadvantage of an exposed heart. I just don't know if it has the disadvantage of being afraid of electric shocks. Wait, why is its soul so strong? Lin Xiu frowned and used the initial ability space to exchange for his remaining abilities. With the support of the data, Lin Xiu finally got the detailed information of the Death Tyrant. Damn, so Komuro Takashi ate so many people? I mean, how come his soul strength is so high? But Just saying that doesn't give you the right to bark at me. As Lin Xiu raised the holy sword, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Mission level blue. Mission description. After being killed, Komuro Takashi turned into a zombie. However, due to his status as the protagonist, his intelligence did not completely dissipate. Instead, he began to actively devour various beings that had an evolutionary effect on him. After absorbing Shido Koichi and Hirano Toda, Komuro Takashi has become the most intelligent and highest-ranking zombie in the Apocalypse world. If he is not killed now, he may eventually become a terrifying existence at the highest level of demon. Quest requirements. Kill the evolved Death Tyrant. If I don't kill him in time, he might become the highest level demon. Lin Xiu really hoped that it would show its strength of the highest level demon right now, because in this way, he would probably trigger a purple level task. Although the world of Apocalypse is easy, the levels of the triggered tasks are not high, so it can only be said that there are gains and losses. Let's make a quick decision. After several doublings, Lin Xiu's strength also rose to the peak of the intermediate demon. Taking out the prototype of the Holy Sword, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. Leviathan's magic power continued to flow, forming several water dragons on Lin Xiu's sword and around him. Lin Xiu's body was surrounded by water like a water dragon, and he quickly approached the Death Tyrant in the air, spinning and tumbling. With each rotation, the water dragon's flow rate becomes faster, and the aura around Lin Xiu becomes stronger. True breathing of water, pick up form, flowing everlastingly. Call out. Several water dragons and Lin Xiu attacked the Death Tyrant at the same time. With the Holy Sword's sharpness and sacred attributes, Lin Xiu easily cut off the Death Tyrant's right hand. Blood splattered, and red and black blood exploded. But this is just the beginning. Several water dragons rushed directly into the blood vessels of the Death Tyrant along the cut blood vessels. Leviathan style, water explosion. Bang, 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 bang. There were several explosions in succession, and several water dragons continued to explode after drilling deep into the blood vessels. The Death Tyrant instantly lost the ability to move. While watching the anime, Lin Xiu was impressed by the way the Demon King Lucifer meticulously controlled his destructive magic power to eliminate the snake of Orpheus. Therefore, he also conducted special training in this area. Originally, Lin Xiu's fine control ability was still a little awkward, but after obtaining the talent of combat instinct, Lin Xiu quickly mastered it. This kind of delicate manipulation can produce unimaginable results when dealing with a giant without magic power like the Death Tyrant. But Lin Xiu looked behind him. Even though his heart had exploded, the Death Tyrant hadn't died. He was even recovering at an astonishing speed. Immortality? That's really troublesome. Boost. Another doubling. Lin Xiu's strength rose to the upper demon level. In that case, how about trying this trick? True breathing of water, pick up form, flowing everlastingly. Lin Xiu did the same thing again, cutting off the Death Tyrant's left arm and right leg at the same time. But this time, Lin Xiu did not control the water dragon to explode. Several water dragons drilled into the Death Tyrant's body and blocked his blood vessels. And then there's this. Lin Xiu raised his hands high and gathered a dark purple sphere. Leviathan flow, dissolving tide. A dark purple sphere was shot out, wrapping the body of the Death Tyrant. The tide of dissolution is an advanced technique recorded in the Leviathan technique. It can only be used when one's strength reaches that of a superior demon. It possesses amazing dissolving and digesting powers. After being wrapped in the dark purple sphere, the Death Tyrant's recovery ability and the dissolving ability of the dissolving tide formed a kind of dynamic balance. It seems that the Death Tyrant has lost his ability to move, and the dissolving tide can no longer do anything to him. Unfortunately, that was the situation when Lin Xiu's power was just surpassed by this superior demon. Boost, boost, boost. Half a minute later, Under the second wave of dissolution launched by Lin Xiu, most of the Death Tyrant was easily dissolved. Bye-bye. Holding the holy sword high, the sacred light continued to gather. When the light condensed to the extreme, a golden light cannon burst out. X-Curry Stick. Although Lin Xiu's holy sword is not Ain's Curry Stick, Lin Xiu still named it in such a childish way. Under the divine light, the body of the Death Tyrant was finally completely destroyed. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements. Kill the evolved Death Tyrant. Mission level Blue. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Physical enhancement Blue. Physical enhancement. One chance to enhance physical fitness. Even the most basic mortal body can gain the strength of a peak lower-level demon after physical enhancement. If the host's own strength surpasses that of a mortal, the increase won't be as terrifying, but it will still be quite noticeable. As the physique strengthening took effect, Lin Xiu's strength instantly broke through the boundaries of the lower-level demons. At this moment, his true strength has reached the level of a genuine intermediate demon. A mid-level, demon-level, god-destroying tool user can already kill everyone within the range of the highest-level demons. If you risk your life, a fight with the Demon King is not impossible. I am. After waking up, Busujima Masiko looked at Lin Xiu, who was holding her, and asked in a daze, Bushima Senpai, you just fainted due to internal bleeding, but don't worry, you're fine now. So, the high-level zombie just now has already... Yes, I have destroyed it. Thanks to you, Senior Du Dao, for holding it back. I was able to arrive in time. Lin Xiu replied. Hearing Lin Xiu addressing her, Busujima Masiko's eyes dimmed for a moment. Bushima Senpai, Lin Xiu-kun, now that things have come to this, can you tell me that you call Miyamoto-san Rei, call school doctor Ju Chuan Shizuka, but call me Busujima Senpai? Because they all have established substantial relationships with you, but I haven't? Busujima Masiko gave the answer directly. That's about it, Lin Xiu nodded. Judging from what my classmates have said about me, I should be pretty good-looking. Why don't you take action against me, Lin Xiu-jun? Busujima Masiko asked curiously. Siko, the reason why I haven't attacked you is because I believe that we will be together sooner or later. Lin Xiu changed her address at the right time. Since we're going to be together sooner or later, why bother with the present moment? It's better to let the relationship develop naturally. Busujima Masiko was very satisfied with Lin Xiu's answer. Is it because we will end up together sooner or later? Taking a deep breath, Busujima Masiko smiled sweetly. Mr. Lin Xiu, I wonder if I would be lucky enough to bear your last name? Faced with the girl's euphemistic confession full of ancient style and seeing Busujima Masiko showing her rare girlish charm, Lin Xiu came forward and answered Busujima Masiko's questions with facts. Yes, I'm honored. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took the initiative to kiss Busujima Masiko's beautiful red lips. Feeling Lin Xiu's warmth closely, Busujima Masiko first subconsciously shrank her neck. However, after she came to her senses, she took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu's neck and began to occupy the territory in Lin Xiu's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Siko Busujima. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 11. As they kissed, Lin Xiu raised her eyebrows. Oh my goodness. Before he even picked up his gun and went in a battle, he heard the notification sound that Busujima Masiko had been captured. The system had long told him that physical contact wasn't a prerequisite for capturing the heroine. However, when faced with the situation, Lin Xiu was still moved. Is establishing a relationship or something just a catalyst to speed up the conquest? Lin Xiu raised his head and looked at Busujima Masiko with an unprecedented possessiveness. The beautiful Yamato Nadeshiko senior girl who looks bloodthirsty but is actually extremely pure is truly lovable. Kagura, the rest is up to you. In Lin Xiu's room, Lin Xiu took out a queen chess piece and looked at Busujima Masiko, who was holding her waist with one hand. Originally, he planned to give Busujima Siko a knight chess piece. However, considering that Busujima Siko was the first one to meet the conditions for capture before having physical relations with him, Lin Xiu gave up his queen chess piece without hesitation. "Senior Siko, are you willing to accept my chess piece and become a demon?" Lin Xiu asked. "Well, Xiujuan, I am willing to give birth to your child at any time." Busujima Siko answered the question irrelevantly. Lin Xiu tilted his head. Why didn't Busujima Siko's answer match his question? However, considering that Busujima Siko's answer actually answered his question in a sense, Lin Xiu had no intention of asking again. Just like that, Busujima Siko's body was wrapped in blood-colored energy, and she sank down while accepting the queen chess piece. As the symbiote continued to penetrate deeper, the purple and white kimono worn by Busujima Siko began to wrinkle. The demure Yamato, Nadeshiko, slightly opened her red lips, her eyes slightly rolled up, and revealed a slightly foolish smile. "Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the worlds of Apocalypse. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. One chance for universal bloodline evolution, purple. Bite! Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the pure blood Leviathan bloodline to purple. Pure blood Leviathan bloodline, purple briefly described. With a pure-blooded demon blood of purple quality, one can become a top-level demon as long as he practices normally, where his potential is developed to the limit. Even a Super Demon King level is not a dream. In terms of bloodline strength, the host is almost the same as the second-generation Leviathan, but in terms of bloodline purity, the host has already surpassed the second-generation Leviathan. Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the Succubus bloodline to blue. Succubus bloodline, blue top-tier Succubus bloodline, significantly increasing attraction to the opposite S*X. If the opposite S*X already has a favorable impression of the bloodline holder, this will significantly increase their favorability. The next day, after killing Takagi Soichiro and the Death Tyrant, Lin Xiu and others successfully took over the Takagi Mansion and promoted the merger of the Takagi Mansion and the Bedmaster City Shelter. After 5 days in the dungeon world, Lin Xiu went back to the DxD world, because the dungeon world can only be opened for 12 hours a day. If the time is adjusted to 10 times the speed, Lin Xiu can only come to the dungeon world for 5 days at a time. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was able to slow down the time after returning. So in the eyes of Takagi Saya and others, Lin Xiu came back after just over 2 hours. In this way, Lin Xiu studied and lived in the DxD world during the day and killed zombies in the Apocalypse world at night, and his time passed extremely fulfillingly. The world of Apocalypse. 15 days later, Lin Xiu's strength had risen to the peak level of an intermediate demon, and the number of zombies he had killed had reached 1 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 3. Kill 1 million zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality. Purple. Immortality. Purple. The immortality is as strong as that of a second-generation vampire. Even if the head and heart are exploded, the combat capability can be maintained. Note: not afraid of any sacred objects. In addition to killing zombies, Lin Xiu also reincarnated all the heroines in the Apocalypse world into demons. Lin Xiu already had a set of chess pieces as a system reward, plus the set rewarded from the underworld. Lin Xiu had a total of 30 chess pieces. 30 devil chess pieces are enough for Lin Xiu to reincarnate the heroine of the Apocalypse world and his personal guards. Miyamoto Rei and her group are the heroines of the world of Apocalypse. With the dual bonuses of world mutation and devil chess pieces, they have also made rapid progress. When Lin Xiu returned to the DxD world 15 days later, most of them had reached the intermediate demon level, and their talents were also well developed. Busujima Siko, Queen, high-level intermediate peak. Innate ability. Sword Dance. Ability description. Gain amazing bonuses when using handheld melee weapons, such as swords. Combined with innate talent, you can be said to be invincible in melee combat at the same level. Takagi Saya, Bishop, Beginner Intermediate Demon. Innate ability, Battlefield Evolution. Ability summary. Able to conduct battlefield simulations with astonishing computing power. If enough information is obtained, it can even predict the future. Miyamoto Rei, Knight, mid-level demon. Innate ability, Heavenly Spearmanship. Ability description, Tiandao Spearmanship, Tiandao Proxy. Gain significant bonuses when using spear weapons, making it easy to defeat the strong with the weak. Shizuka Morikawa, Bishop, Beginner Intermediate Demon. Innate ability, Healing Field. Ability description, you can throw out a healing field at will. Friendly units within the healing field will be healed, and enemy units will be subject to certain restrictions. Minami Rika, Bishop, High-Level Intermediate Demon. Talented ability, Dream Bullet. Ability description, items with various attributes, including magic, fire, storm, etc., can be made into bullets and fired out. Ranged ability bonus, which provides a huge bonus when using flying props and various ranged abilities. Yuriko Takagi, Chariot, Intermediate Level Demon. Talented ability, Fantasy Beast Modeling. Ability description, can transform inanimate objects into phantom beasts under one's control. The strength of the phantom beasts is determined by their own strength and the quality of the transformed items. Miyamoto, Kiriko, Knight, Intermediate Level Demon. Komuro, Aoi Knight, Beginner Intermediate Demon. Siri Alice, Knight, Lower Level Demon Peak. After 15 days passed in the Apocalypse world and 3 days passed in the DxD world, Lin Xiu, in addition to killing zombies in the Apocalypse world, put his focus back on the DxD world. Because, according to the agreement between him and Sona, he will meet with Sona tomorrow. Song-na will most likely break off the engagement with him tomorrow. These past few days, aside from going to the Apocalypse world to kill zombies at night, Lin Xiu's life in the DxD world has been pretty regular. Before going to school, Lin Xiu accidentally met Kiryu Aika at the doorstep of her house. The two exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other's intentions and engaging in combat on the spot. Kiryu Lanhua took the initiative to kneel in front of Lin Xiu and unbuckled Lin Xiu's belt. When he was in school, Lin Xiu studied and practiced at the same time as before. The Book of Leviathan, given to him by Grayfia, contains many powerful spells suitable for him. In addition, Lin Xiu also discovered that many of the spells in the Book of Leviathan can be used in conjunction with the true water breathing method. After a slight improvement, both can become more powerful than before. After school, Lin Xiu met Amano Yuuma on the overpass. In the past few days, the situation has gradually become that after Lin Xiu kissed Amano Yuuma, although shy, would respond to him. Even after being kissed, Amano Yuuma would invite Lin Xiu out on a date. After the date with Yuuma Amano, the sun had already set completely. Just then, Kiryu Aika called him. Lin Xiujuan, can you come over here? What's wrong? Lanhua, are you in trouble? Given that the relationship between the two was already quite close, Lin Xiu changed the way he addressed Kiryu Lanhua to the more intimate Lanhua. In Lin Xiu's mind, am I the kind of woman who will only cause you trouble? Kiryu Lanhua was a little unhappy. It's my family. Lin Xiujuan, didn't you say you were looking for a follower with special abilities? After school today, I've been wandering around Zhuang Town, using my eyes that can see through reality to help you find talent. And guess what? I actually found a talented person who no one else wanted. Her name is Asia Aldet. Asia? Okay, I get it. I'll be right over. Although he had just returned home, Lin Xiu didn't have time to rest and went out again immediately. From what Lin Xiu said, you seem to know this Asia? Kiryu Aika was very curious. I know him, but I don't know him either. You can think of me as possessing some kind of revelation ability, able to obtain some intelligence through channels unknown to you. I learned the name Asia through my ability of revelation. Okay. Anyway, Asia and I are waiting for you at my house. So, come over quickly. Secretly, I persuaded you to give up your job and work for you. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu hadn't expected Kiryu Lanhua to be so capable and to have done the job he had prepared. Doesn't this make him, as a king, look stupid? Okay, I'll be right there. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu arrived at the door of Kiryu Lanhua's house. Looking inside from the door, Lin Xiu found Kiryu Aika at a glance. Opposite Kiryu Aika, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes was happily chatting with her. This beautiful blonde girl is Asia Allgate. Asia Alldet, the former saint of the church, is the user of the powerful healing artifact Smile of the Virgin Mary. In the original plot, she was exiled by the church because she could heal the devil's injuries. The fallen angel Linali stationed in Jiwang town expressed her willingness to accept Asia. So Asia traveled thousands of miles to Jiwang town. Linali can do this kind of thing, and Lin Xiu can do it too. As long as you give him a place to stay, you can get the loyalty of the top healing artifact user. This kind of lantern is hard to find even if you're looking for good things. Hey, Lin Xiu Jun. Here. Kiryu Lanhua stood up and asked Lin Xiu to sit down. Asia, this is the superior demon I told you about, Lin Xiu. After Lin Xiu sat down, Kiryu Aika introduced him with a subtle expression. Yes, please, Ms. Kiryu. Asia was very reserved and immediately lowered her head respectfully after Kiryu Aika finished speaking. Hello, Mr. Devil. My name is Asia Alldet. I'm grateful to Ms. Kiryu for taking care of me. I hope to work for you. Asia lowered her head and closed her eyes, introducing herself awkwardly. Don't be so formal. Just call me Lin Xiu. Can I ask, what did Lanhua say to you that prompted you to make up your mind to work for me? Lin Xiu took a sip of coffee and asked with a smile. Ms. Kiryu said that the demon clan has set their sights on the fallen angels in Ku town and will soon dispatch personnel to eliminate them. For my own safety, it would be best to find someone who can protect me long-term. I see. Lin Xiu discovered that Kiryu Lanhua was quite good at fooling people. Of course, in reality, it's not true that Kiryu Aika is misleading. Whether in the original story or now, the Fallen Angels organization in Ku Town is destined to not exist for long. Lanhua is right. The Fallen Angel organization in Jiwang Town won't exist for much longer. Asia, you really should make plans early. To be honest, I really need your powerful healing ability, Asia, which can even heal demons. If you'd like, you'd be welcome to work for me. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took out a bishop chess piece. Can I ask what kind of work Mr. Lin Xiu intends to assign me? Although Asia was naive, she was not yet at the point of accepting the chess piece directly. Mainly responsible for cooking for me and treating my dependents. As for the salary, including various benefits and basic salary, it's roughly this amount. Lin Xiu handed over a contract. The underworld was quite generous, giving him a lot of assets and cultivation resources while giving him the identity of a pure-blooded demon. Therefore, Lin Xiu had enough capital to support his family. 2 million in a month? Is it really okay to pay me that much? Asia had always lived a poor life in the church and was somewhat frightened by the extremely high salary offered by Lin Xiu. Of course, no problem. The demon clan values contracts above all else. I'm willing to pay this price because you, Asia, are worthy of it. Of course, if you think it's too much, you can give some to Lanhua. After all, if it weren't for her, you wouldn't have gotten this job. Lin Xiu explained. I see. Lin Xiu's fair trade attitude gave Asia great comfort. Working hard and being self-sufficient is what she has always hoped for. Okay, I understand. Then, please take good care of me from now on. Asia said, extending her hand towards the contract. As Asia is about to sign the contract, bang! The door of Kiryu Aika's house was suddenly blown open, and a young man in luxurious clothes rushed in. Asia, don't sign a contract with him. If Asia wants to become a demon, I'm willing to be your king and protect you forever. As soon as he broke into the door, the devilish young man with a feminine temperament said something like a confession. While saying something that sounded like a confession, the feminine young man walked towards Asia. When he walked in front of Asia, Asia also recognized his identity. "You are Mr. Theodora?" Asia was pleasantly surprised. It was such a joy to meet someone she knew in a foreign country. "Yes, it's me, Theodora. Asia, I'm the demon whose injuries you treated. It's so great to see you again." The feminine young man smiled gently, looking both relieved and moved. "Come to think of it, I haven't told Asia my full name yet, right? Actually, my full name is Theodora Astaroth. Like him, I'm a high-ranking demon in the underworld. Asia, since you've decided to become a demon, why not become my servant? It's better for Asia to become my familiar than to be a demon I don't know." In front of Lin Xiu, Theodora started to poach people. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's hands were filled with pure Leviathan magic. "Hey, Theodora, I'm almost done with the discussion, and you're still trying to butt in. Isn't that a bit rude?" Lin Xiu had roughly guessed why Theodora was here. He had most likely been following Aisha the entire time, and when he saw Lin Xiu trying to reincarnate Aisha as his own follower, he couldn't help but step forward. Well, Theodora had set up such a plan, and she certainly didn't want him to take advantage of it. Not very polite, Theodora still smiled, but her eyes were much colder. "Lin Xiu Leviathan, isn't it rude of you to drag Asia into your empty team?" "Asia, you don't know yet, do you? This person just became a high-ranking demon, and there's no one else in the team yet. Although I have left my followers with others, I already have 14 followers. Unlike Lin Xiu, a novice who just became a high-ranking demon, I am the one who can truly protect you in the underworld." Swoosh! A magic bullet flew out from Lin Xiu's hand and flew straight towards Theodora's face. Ding! As if anticipating an attack, a defensive spell appeared on Theodora's face. "You attack others without warning, as expected of a half-blood demon who has never received a proper aristocratic education." "What? Did I hit a sore spot? Pain? I just think that you need a new hairstyle." Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Next second, bang! The defended water ball exploded again. The explosion blew up Theodora's defensive formation and instantly blew Theodora's carefully styled hair into an afro. It happened so suddenly that it took Theodora several seconds to realize what had just happened. "How dare you? How dare you use your base powers to directly touch me?" Boom! Theodora's body erupted with the magical power of a superior demon, easily crushing the wooden floor beneath her feet. When the situation became tense, Asia stepped forward. "Please stop arguing." Asia opened her arms and stood between the two of them. She first bowed to Theodora. "Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Theodora. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to see you again. However, since I have already promised Mr. Lin Xiu to become his dependent, I should keep my promise." "Sorry." After saying this, Asia turned and looked at Lin Xiu. "Mr. Lin Xiu, let's sign the contract first." "Okay, Aisha, you just need to put your fingerprint at the end of the contract." Aisha said so. Lin Xiu. There was no reason to fall out with Theodora on the spot. Asia quickly signed the contract and smiled with relief. In her opinion, the contract was already signed, so Lin Xiu and Theodora had no reason to quarrel. "Okay, Asia, since you have made the decision, I can only choose to respect your opinion." Having said that, Theodora obviously had no intention of giving up. The next second, he turned and looked at Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu Leviathan, make an offer. If Asia's side doesn't work, then he'll try Lin Xiu's side. You must be in dire need of followers right now, right? If you agree to trade Asia to me, I can immediately provide you with an excellent follower who could be used right away. How about a bishop who's as powerful as a regular queen?" Theodora made her own offer. As he made his offer, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt. "Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil quest. Mission level, blue. Quest requirements, break Theodora's defense. Note, the higher the defense penetration level, the higher the bonus level." Looking at the system task that was so in line with his wishes, Lin Xiu looked at Theodora with a smile. "Theodora, how about this? If you can defeat me in battle, I'll give Asia to you. How about that?" Even if Lin Xiu was dumb, He knew that this would lower Aisha's favorability, but he still firmly chose to do so. If you want to pass the level quickly, you can't use the conventional method. Upon hearing this, both Asia and Theodora were stunned. Mr. Lin Xiu, Ms. Theodora, I am not your trophy. Please respect my will. Asia replied immediately. To be honest, she was a little disappointed with Lin Xiu. She didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be so angry and actually use her as a bet between him and Theodora. Could it be that she made the wrong choice? Unlike Asia, who looked a little depressed, Theodora was so excited that she almost jumped up. Okay, it's a deal. If I win, you'll have to trade Asia to me. Are we going to have a showdown? Then I'm here at the right time. At the door, a silver-haired maid arrived at the scene at some point. Grayfia? Lin Xiu glanced at Grayfia, then glanced at the Book of Leviathan in the storage space. As expected, is it because of that book? Grayfia must have detected Theodora's magic through that book and rushed to the scene. Normally, it takes at least half an hour to prepare a magic array that can teleport a body across the vast world, from the underworld to the human world. Otherwise, in the original plot, Rias wouldn't have to support herself for a while after asking Surzex for help. Since Grayfia had arrived so quickly, Lin Xiu could only assume that she had always been in the human world. Moreover, she had been keeping an eye on his situation. It seems that from now on, if it is not necessary, there is no need to carry this Book of Leviathan with me. While Lin Xiu was looking at Grayfia, Grayfia was also looking at Lin Xiu with interest. Because, in just one day, Lin Xiu's strength was upgraded from the lower demon level to the intermediate demon level. Interesting, really interesting. Grayfia suddenly felt regretful for using Lin Xiu as bait to attract the old Demon King faction. Unfortunately, this was a decision made by the higher-ups in the underworld. All she could do was report Lin Xiu's current situation and see if she could try to change the current plan. In a different space, Grayfia stood in the center, with Lin Xiu and Theodora on either side. After taking a deep look at Lin Xiu, Grayfia slowly said, "The duel between Lin Xiu Leviathan and Theodora Astaroth will now begin. If Master Theodora wins, he will gain ownership of Master Lin Xiu's subordinate, the Bishop. If Lord Lin Xiu wins, he will gain ownership of all of Lady Theodora's chess pieces. My lords, I think you have no objection." Grayfia made the final confirmation. No objection. Lin Xiu and Theodora replied at the same time. When Lin Xiu asked about Theodora's bet, Theodora directly bet all her relatives to express her love for Asia. In his opinion, Lin Xiu had no chance of winning. He could risk his entire family and show Asia his determination. So why not? Okay, in the name of the head of the Lucifergus family, I approve of the duel. The battle begins. Grayfia gave the order. Boost. At the first moment of the battle, Lin Xiu summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand. Is this a divine artifact? Theodora showed a look of disgust. You're actually a divine weapon user? As expected, your pure blood is the result of a mutation. At your core, you're a lowly half-blood demon. Theodora felt sick when she thought that Lin Xiu, a half-blood demon, was actually called the purest heir of Leviathan and the hope of the demon clan to continue its pure blood by those ancient demons. After all, Lin Xiu's extremely pure Leviathan bloodline is just a fake. Fake. Don't bark in front of a real, pure-blooded demon. Complex spells appeared around Theodora, and the magic power of a high-level demon was running at high speed. Swoosh! Soon, a green magic ball flew out from Theodora's hand and went straight to Lin Xiu's face. As Theodora prepared, the Security Eye's gauntlet flashed several times in succession. Boost! 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 Save over. Power save. This time, there was no long doubling time of 10 seconds. In a short moment, Lin Xiu raised his strength to the peak of the upper demon. True water, breathing land formed, twisting whirlpool. Wah wah wah. Water. A large amount of Leviathan water wrapped around Lin Xiu. Theodora's magic ball attacked without any setbacks, and was swallowed up silently by the vortex. This power has reached the pinnacle of a high-level demon? How is that possible? Theodora subconsciously took a step back. The outside world only knew that Lin Xiu defeated Rebel, but did not know the specific process, so Theodora naturally believed that Lin Xiu's strength was at the intermediate demon stage. Damn, what kind of artifact could instantly elevate the power of an ordinary mid-level demon to that of a high-level demon? This is such a ripoff. Master Lin Xiu, I never thought that in just a few days you would develop a new use for the artifact. I'm increasingly looking forward to your future. Because Lin Xiu's performance was so outstanding, even Grayfia, who should have been neutral, couldn't help but look at him with admiration. You are too kind, Lord Grayfia. I just want to become stronger as quickly as possible and gain strength that matches my status. Lin Xiu replied calmly. Currently, Lin Xiu has not yet developed the artifact to the Forbidden Hand stage. This rapid multiplication mode is a transitional state between the normal mode and the forbidden mode. It can quickly increase Lin Xiu's strength, but it cannot increase it to the upper limit in one go. Quick multiplication. After 5 times, Lin Xiu needs 50 seconds to perform the next multiplication. Considering the disadvantage that the normal mode can only double the strength once every 10 seconds, it is obvious that the fast doubling mode is the best solution before turning on the ban. How is that possible? Theodora was a little defensive. Lin Xiu was just a mid-level demon, but after using the artifact, he actually gained power beyond his own? How could he easily accept such a thing? Don't come near me. Astaroth style. Magic cannon. Theodora opened her hands again, and several magic turrets placed in front began to frantically pour magic bullets towards Lin Xiu. Bang, 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 bang. Countless green magic bullets flew towards Lin Xiu at the same time. However, the vortex of water has become Lin Xiu's surrounding shield. No matter what kind of ranged attack, if you want to hit Lin Xiu, you must first break through the water vortex's defense. Obviously, a spell like the magic turret, which only had firepower but no one-time terrifying power, could not break Lin Xiu's water vortex. In this way, Lin Xiu controlled the water vortex while rapidly approaching Theodora. Don't come near me. Theodora was frightened and took a step back. While maintaining the magic turret, she drew out some magic power to charge it. He also realized that without using that extremely powerful ultimate move, it would be impossible to defeat Lin Xiu with just the magic turret. Just as Theodora was gathering strength, Lin Xiu pulled out a pistol from his arms. A light gun used by a priest of the church. Boost, 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 boost. Bang! After doubling several times in a row, the light bullet was shot out at an astonishing speed. The extremely pure light bullet easily penetrated Theodora's defensive spell and hit Theodora in the face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the erosion of the power of light, 20% of Theodora's face was blown off, and under the blood and flesh, the white bones were exposed. It hurt so much, 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 so much. The intense pain hit her, and Theodora's already unrecognizable face became even more distorted. How dare you dare to? Theodora raised her hands high and quickly gathered strength. He wants to use this super large magic bullet to make Lin Xiu pay the price. It's over, Theodora. Lin Xiu replied calmly. In extreme anger, Theodora used most of her magic power for the next wave of charge attacks. In this case, he could only reduce the magic input of the defensive spell. Lin Xiu, who possesses the Eye of Data, seized this opportunity at the first opportunity. Go! Lin Xiu's faith moved, and the vortex of water wrapped around his body broke away and flew towards the weak point of the defensive spell. What? Theodora didn't expect that Lin Xiu could find the weakness of his defensive formation in the first place. At this point, it was too late for him to do anything. Lin Xiu's water vortex had already arrived before his eyes. Leviathan style, water explosion, art, just a blast. Bang, 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 bang. After announcing Lin Xiu's victory, Grayfia hurried to Theodora to help him heal his wounds. Asia watched the entire battle between Lin Xiu and Diodora. However, she did not feel any sense of security. Besides being sad, she only felt the sadness of being treated as an object. Sure enough, even here at Lin Xiu's place, she was treated as an object. When she thought of this, Asia's nose felt sore and big. Crystal tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Asia crying, Kiryu Aika beside her opened her arms and hugged her to her chest. Aisha, do you know? Long before I told Lin Xiu about you, he already knew your name. Huh? What? Asia was stunned. He said he had some kind of revelation ability. So even though he had never met you, Asia, he knew your name in advance. So that's how it is. Asia nodded, not quite understanding, but she didn't understand why Kiryu Aika told her this. Under Asia's gaze, Kiryu Aika continued. Asia, you know what? I really like Lin Xiu. Huh? What? Asia didn't understand why Kiryu Aika brought up this topic. The opportunity came from last year's baseball game. Kiryu Aika softly recounted stories from the past. Originally, Ku Wong Academy was an all-girls school. After it became a coeducational school, the school's baseball team performed poorly due to the lack of boys. Many boys were unwilling to take the initiative to practice. However, after Lin Xiu received the task of training the baseball team from the student council president, he put the entire baseball team training in perfect order. It was only later that I heard what Lin Xiu had done. On the one hand, he forced the male students to participate in training, and on the other hand, he helped them solve various life and study problems. He even set an example by arranging more than twice the training workload of the ordinary team members every day. Just like that, the Juwon College baseball team evolved from a little-known weak team to a team strong enough to win the national championship. What I value is Lin Xiujuan's sense of responsibility. Even though he is self-centered, he will definitely take responsibility to the end. I believe that Lin Xiujuan has the same attitude towards you, Asia. Kiryu Aika finally brought the topic back to Asia. She wanted to tell Aisha through this incident that since Lin Xiu took her in as his follower after knowing her intelligence, he would definitely be responsible for her to the end. After a long silence, Asia smiled gently and wiped the tears from her face. I didn't expect that Kiryu-san actually likes Mr. Lin Xiu. It's really unexpected. Kiryu Aika's words did indeed greatly change Asia's opinion of Lin Xiu. Although she didn't get the high score she got in the first exam, Asia still kept her expectations for Lin Xiu. What she feared was that Lin Xiu would treat her like a commodity and trade her back and forth. However, since Lin Xiu was the type who would take responsibility to the end, she felt much more at ease. Half an hour later, when Theodora woke up again, half an hour had passed. However, he was not in a good mood, because as soon as he woke up, he saw his cousin, Latia Astaroth. Cousin Theodora, long time no see. Latia Astaroth sends you her sincere greetings. Beside Theodora's bed, a beautiful blonde girl performed the greetings typical of nobles. Latia has blonde hair and a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her noble posture holding a folding fan makes people unconsciously want to conquer her. In terms of appearance, Latia was definitely not inferior to Grayfia. In fact, in the eyes of some nobles whose hobbies were more about girls than queens, Latia was even more attractive than Grayfia. Of course, overall, Grayfia is more charming, because Latia lacked the bonus of temperament. In terms of temperament and momentum, Grayfia was the best in the underworld, far beyond the reach of Latia, a standard noble lady. Since the transaction of chess pieces needs to be witnessed by the original owner, I can only wait for you to wake up, cousin. Latia waved her hand helplessly, and then took out the chess piece that Theodora had left with her. According to the rules of the underworld, pure-blooded demons cannot lose their virginity before marriage, and the wife who marries into the man's family is subject to extreme restrictions before marriage. Therefore, according to the customs of the underworld, before marriage, Theodora's relatives of the opposite S**X need to be placed in the hands of peers of the opposite S**X. Latia was the opposite S**X relative who was in charge of Theodora's family. That was why Theodora was so unhappy after seeing Latia, because Latia's arrival reminded him all the time that he had lost his own family. 10 minutes later, under Theodora's gloomy gaze, Grayfia completed the transfer of her followers. After transferring the chess pieces, Grayfia walked in front of Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, the Demon King Akame, said that he is very sorry for his nephew Theodora's offense against you. This set of blank chess pieces is his compensation to you. With this set of blank pieces, you can adjust your team more flexibly when participating in the raiding game. Lady Theodora has not yet signed a contract with these people due to some special reasons. You can sign it with them on your own. Of course, the premise is you can sign a contract with them. After saying these meaningful words, Grayfia handed Lin Xiu a bloody chessboard. As Lin Xiu took over the chessboard, he heard the system prompt sound. Fight! Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements: break Theodora's defense. Quest level: blue-purple. Theodora was so angry that she vomited blood when she thought about these saints being snatched away before she could even make a move. Fight! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Explosion Magic. Hui exclusive. Explosion Magic. Megumin exclusive. This is a conceptualization of the explosion magic used by Megumin, the heroine of the Soharu world. It can be transformed into various forms according to the will of the host. Magic bullets, light cannons, beams, and even weapons. When chanting magic, the longer the chanting time, the more silly the lines, and the more determined the heart, the greater the power that can be unleashed. Note, if you don't want to say the second-year lines, you can also use the Red Dragon Emperor's boost instead. Explosion Magic, and its purple-rated Explosion Magic. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the Explosion Magic. At this stage, he was lacking such a decisive and powerful spell. Theodora said nothing, but hastily deployed the teleportation array. Having lost so much face, he certainly couldn't stay here and be laughed at. Afterwards, Grayfia and Latia also left one after another. However, both Grayfia and Latia looked at Lin Xiu with interest before leaving. Latia didn't expect that she would see the news of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan in the newspaper of the underworld this morning and meet Lin Xiu in person in the evening. She had never imagined that Lin Xiu, a pseudo-pure-blood Leviathan, who was a hybrid demon, could easily defeat her cousin. Being able to easily defeat her cousin proved that Lin Xiu's strength had reached the level of next-generation family head, which was quite excellent even among pure-blooded demons. After Grayfia left, Latia walked up to Lin Xiu and said softly, "Master Lin Xiu, Master Akame asked me to bring you a message." When examining Theodora, he verified the information you provided through your apocalypse ability. Theodora does indeed possess the power of the infinite dragon god Waifus. The underworld has now strengthened its supervision of Theodora. However, without actual evidence, the underworld cannot directly capture a pure-blooded demon. Please forgive me. Yes, I know. I just want to give the underworld a warning. I don't mean to capture him right now. Lin Xiu knew that the set of blank chess pieces given by Akame was not compensation at all, but a reward for his meritorious service in reporting Theodora. By the way, although this is just my personal invitation, if Master Lin Xiu is willing, you can come to the underworld to have tea with me at any time. After saying this, Latia smiled slightly, covered her delicate face with a folding fan, and disappeared in the light of the teleportation array. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu brought Akame and Asia back to his home. Is this what Lin Xiujuan's house looks like? There aren't any paper balls all over the floor. How surprising. Akame had only stayed at the door of Lin Xiu's house and had never entered Lin Xiu's house. She was very interested in the furnishings and decoration of Lin Xiu's house. Asia, you know what? It said that boys put pornographic books under their beds or in their closets. How about we go explore together later? Akame covered her mouth and chuckled. revealing a happy smile. Eh, what's a pornographic book? Is it the Bible? Asia was quite innocent, so innocent that she didn't even know what a pornographic book was. Huh, Asia, you don't even know what a pornographic book is. Kiryu Aika was once again surprised by Asia's purity. Okay, let me explain to you. The so-called pornographic book is Yuan, #%*. Half a minute later, Asia lowered her head with a rosy face. Her little face was red and steam was coming out her head. She suddenly regretted asking Kiryu Aika that question. Lin Xiu did not play with Asia and Kiryu Aika. He was preparing the summoning ritual. While Kiryu Aika was explaining to Asia, Lin Xiu just completed the summoning ritual. Come out! Through the summoning ritual, Lin Xiu summoned the prepared followers obtained from Theodora. Soon, 14 girls with different styles appeared from the teleportation circle. They had long known that they had been traded, and they also knew that Lin Xiu was their new master. However, they obviously had no good feelings towards Lin Xiu, who was regarded as a demon. They just bowed in understanding and then looked at the silver-haired wavy girl who was in the lead. The silver-haired saint is the strongest among them, and is also the queen destined by Theodora. However, according to Grayfia, for some special reason, Theodora had not yet had the time to take them in as her dependents. The first time she saw them, Lin Xiu knew this special reason with her own eyes. Welcome to my home, former saints of the church. They actually gave their own saint a spell that would cause her to self-destruct if she came into contact with a demon. When did the church become so extreme? Oh, you can actually see the special arrangement of the church on the saint. You are quite capable. The silver-haired saint snorted coldly in response. That's right. Without the strength of a demon king, it is impossible to remove the restrictions on the church saint. And demon king-level masters generally won't offend the church just to get a mere saint. So, you should give up your ridiculous plan of taking us as your followers. The silver-haired saint said in a decisive tone. Perhaps she felt that what she said was too harsh, so she added, Of course, if you are willing to keep us, we can act as your servants and help you cook or clean the room. If you don't want to keep us, you can trade us to other demons. However, I advise you to give up the idea of reincarnating us into demons and not have any contact with us. Otherwise, not only will our souls be shattered, but you will also be affected by the soul fire that burns when the ban is triggered. The silver-haired saint kindly explained to Lin Xiu the consequences of physical contact between the demons and them. After listening to the silver-haired saint's explanation, Lin Xiu tilted his head back and laughed uncontrollably for the first time. So that's how it is. Ha ha. Lin Xiu smiled happily. He was asking why Theodora was so vulnerable and why Theodora joined the group of trouble before the plot time point. It turns out that it's because the little head is hard. Yes, the fastest way for Theodora to remove the restrictions on these saints is to join the group of disaster. After joining the Scourge, Theodora can betray the demon clan, use the resources obtained from the Scourge to increase her strength to the highest level of demon, and then use Orpheus's snake to temporarily increase her strength to the level of Demon King. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the Demon King Aquika to help him lift the ban, right? If he really asked Aquika, one of the 4 great Demon Kings, to help do such a thing, Aquika would definitely beat him to death on the spot. Hearing what you said, you have already figured out Theodora's purpose? Lin Xiu continued to ask. He's just a scum demon who used the church's system to make the church expel the saint. Everything he does is an act. The silver-haired saint shouted sternly. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the silver-haired saint's answer. Okay, in that case, why don't you explain to Miss Asia why you and she are here? Lin Xiu pointed at Asia, who was stunned beside him. Asia, could it be the saint known for her healing abilities? Asia Aldet? The silver-haired saint was familiar with the name Asia. Yes, I am Asia Aldet. Saint Olivia, please, tell me everything I need to know. Asia's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the silver-haired saint. No matter how dumb she was, she must have noticed something through the large number of saints present. That Theodora Had she been deceiving her from the very beginning? With the explanation of a silver-haired saint, Asia finally knew the true identity of Theodora. She remembered correctly that these female relatives that Lin Xiu had taken from Theodora were all famous nuns or saints in the church. Theodora first came into contact with them, then deliberately revealed her identity as a demon, allowing the church to expel them. As for his goal, it was these saints themselves. If they didn't have restrictions that would harm both parties or even burn themselves if touched by demons, Theodora would have attacked them long ago. Asia's emerald-like pupils kept trembling, and big drops of hot tears flowed out of them, flowing across the girl's holy face. Etc. Asia suddenly realized something and looked towards Lin Xiu. Ms. Kiryu said that Mr. Lin Xiu has the power of revelation and knew my name before he even met me. Could it be that everything that has happened so far is within Mr. Lin Xiu's expectations? Asia's words were like a bomb, sending waves through the Saint Lady team. Apocalyptic powers? Are they the apocalyptic powers that only saints possess in church legend? This demon named Lin Xiu actually made this bet knowing Theodora's information. I heard from Saint's sister Griselda that only with the Lord's approval can one unlock the so-called apocalyptic power. Could it be that this Lord Lin Xiu has gained the Lord's approval in his demonic form? He gained the Lord's approval as a demon? Wow, this demon is truly amazing. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, not expecting that he would suddenly become the focus. Could it be that these saints thought he was a good man who saved them from danger? Don't look at me like that. I took you from Theodora just to P*** her off. Lin Xiu explained sincerely. At least, before he confirmed that these saints had not been abused by Theodora, he had never thought of giving birth to Theodora. He just wanted Theodora to break through the defense as much as possible so that he could get a higher system evaluation. Puff! Seeing Lin Xiu acting like he didn't want everyone to think of him as a good person, the originally indifferent saints couldn't help but laugh out loud. They had seen countless people say that they were good people, but Lin Xiu actually took the initiative to say that she was a bad person, which was really different. Okay, everyone, stop laughing. Saint Olivia was also unable to hold it in, but she still managed to speak out to stop everyone's somewhat outrageous behavior. Since Asia said so, she naturally preferred to work under Lin Xiu in the future. Since she was going to work under Lin Xiu, she naturally didn't want to have any awkward relationship with a new boss. Lin Xiu suddenly discovered something. He was good with one girl and could barely handle two. However, when the number of girls grows to more than 10 digits, he is powerless. When the number of women increases, the trouble will increase exponentially. Lin Xiu understood very well why these saints were like this. On the one hand, they had been suppressed in Latia for too long and needed to be released. On the other hand, they thought he was a good person, so they were more casual when they got along with him. Lin Xiu decided to use actions to let them know whether he is a good person or a bad person. Asia, come here and absorb this chess piece. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took out a bishop chess piece. Didn't I just say that? The saint of the church has a restriction in her brain. Not only can she not become a devil's follower, she can't even have contact with the devil. The silver-haired saint frowned. Well, you did say that, but do you think I would just believe what a saint from a hostile force says? Lin Xiu asked back. Olivia was silent. She admitted that Lin Xiu was right. While Olivia and Lin Xiu were staring at each other, Asia took the initiative to stand in front of them. Mr. Lin Xiu, I am willing to prove this at the cost of getting injured. Isn't it just that she will be seriously injured after coming into contact with the devil's chess piece? Although Asia is a little afraid of pain, she can also burst out with extraordinary courage when necessary. Asia's eyes flashed, and she reached out and pressed on the ready demon chess piece. Soon, the demon chess piece transformed into blood-colored energy and poured into Asia's body. During this period, nothing unexpected happened, and Asia's face didn't show any pain. Everything went so smoothly. 14. After completing her reincarnation, Asia subconsciously extended her wings. Looking at the black, jade-like devil wings behind Asia, All the saints were stunned. How is that possible? Wasn't there a ban? Could it be that the church is lying to us? But that's impossible. Miss Latia has also contacted us, and we've personally verified this many times. Wait, I suddenly thought of a possibility. If I'm not mistaken. Olivia looked at Lin Xiu excitedly. Well, you guessed right. Lin Xiu also looked at Olivia, and they both spoke at the same time. Because Lord Lin Xiu is a demon recognized by the gods. Olivia. Because the God of the Bible is dead. Lin Xiu. The two gave completely different answers. Is the God of the Bible dead? At this, all the saints present were stunned, and their brains froze instantly. The Lord God is dead? How is that possible? The Lord God is clearly still blessing us with good news. Of course, Asia was unwilling to believe Lin Xiu's statement. Seeing this, Lin Xiu explained calmly. It is not the God of the Bible himself who has given you the gospel, but the belief system left by the God of the Bible. After the death of the God of the Bible, the belief system barely operated under the protection of the four seraphim, but became much more fragile than before. It's not just the belief system. The holy and demonic systems and artifact systems originally maintained by the God of the Bible have also experienced many problems. The holy and demonic systems have become fused, and artifacts have become more prone to bugs. Many of you should be able to use the blessing power on demons, right? It's fine if this matter isn't exposed. Once it is, in order to maintain the stability of the faith system, the church will have no choice but to expel you. This is the truth behind your expulsion. It's all connected. It's all connected. Why did the church expel them indiscriminately? Why does Lin Xiu, a demon, possess the divine power that only saints possess? Why was Lin Xiu able to reincarnate the Saint Aisha into a demon? All this is because the God of the Bible is dead. Silence. Dead silence. All the saints fell into a dead silence. Lin Xiu walked past the church saints one by one and came to Asia. He carried Asia back to his bedroom in a princess hug. As he said, he was never a good guy. 14. With a soft sound, Lin Xiu threw She onto the bed. Asia looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, her eyes still broken. It wasn't until a burst of pain hit Asia that she seemed to realize something. Her beautiful green pupils instantly dilated and a tear fell from her eyes. After coming to her senses, Asia's little feet wrapped in white socks were slightly bent and stretched, and the bed sheets were torn into pieces. The blonde girl's slender white legs were closed weakly behind Lin Xiu and occasionally tapped lightly, like fruits swaying on a branch. In the original story, Asia was sad after learning about the death of the God of the Bible, but she was not heartbroken, because at that time, Asia already had someone she loved and a new companion. But now, Asia just has a good impression of Lin Xiu and is far from considering him as her spiritual support. Therefore, Lin Xiu decided to speed up a bit and fast forward directly to Emperor Wen of Wei. After making the blonde nun Asia his own, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, to possess the shattered Saint Aisha, becoming her new spiritual pillar. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Reincarnation Pond of All Worlds, Purple. Reincarnation Pond of All Worlds, Purple, a powerful resurrection item. Throwing the flesh and soul fragments of the dead into it can take away their ownership from the underworld and resurrect them. Note, you cannot revive someone who is stronger than you. Judging from the system prompt tone, the repair was quick and effective. Half an hour later, under the erosion of Lin Xiu's symbiote, Asia finally responded for the first time and hummed softly. This soft hum was no longer filled with despair, but instead carried a hint of joy and reluctance. This shows that physiological needs can sometimes replace psychological needs. Having lost her faith in the gods, Asia naturally developed a sense of dependence on Lin Xiu, the only person she could rely on now. However, Lin Xiu does not want a toy that obeys her orders. So, he leaned over to Asia's ear and whispered, Asia, I like you. Whether gods exist or not, I love you. The straightforward confession brought a hint of hope to Asia's eyes. Really? It's great that Lin Xiu likes her. Seeing that Asia subconsciously hooked her legs around his waist, Lin Xiu continued. As I said, the God of the Bible has been dead for a long time. However, in the absence of the God of the Bible, the world has continued to exist, and people have continued to live normally. Rather than believing in the God of the Bible, we should rely on our own efforts to survive. Rather than relying on the God of the Bible to spread the gospel, we should make the world a better place through our own efforts. Isn't that right? Under Lin Xiu's persuasion, Asia's originally lifeless eyes lit up again. Yes, the gods have passed away, but they're not gone, and those beautiful visions are not gone. She must inherit the will of the God and make this world a better place. Lin Xiu, although you are a bad guy who forcibly possesses a girl, you are right. Even if the Lord God has passed away, we cannot stand still. Really? You're such a bad guy. Lin Xiu thought that Asia had a good opinion of him and should keep it up. That's right, big bad guy. After saying this, Asia took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu, bit Lin Xiu's shoulder, and felt Lin Xiu's breath. The girl's slender but well-shaped body trembled violently like a sieve, and her delicate toes almost tore her white socks. When Lin Xiu pulled himself out, Aisha had already fallen asleep. Seeing that Asia had lost her fighting ability, Kiryu, who had been watching the battle from the side, moved Asia away and slowly sat in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, shattering the saint's faith and then becoming her spiritual support yourself. Isn't that too cunning? Why, Lanhua? Are you going to expose my evil deeds to Asia? Lin Xiu smiled lightly and reached out to hold Kiryu Lanhua's slender and stylish waist. Not to mention that Kiryu wouldn't do that. Even if she did, Asia wouldn't react, because she had already accepted the fact that Lin Xiu was a bad person. Kiryu Lanhua in turn pressed down Lin Xiu's hand and smiled provocatively. That's right. I'm going to expose your evil deeds. Lin Xiu, you don't want Asia to hate you, do you? So, you have to listen to me. Really? Then it seems I have no choice but to accept your threat, Lanhua. Lin Xiu reached out and brushed across the soles of Kiryu Lanhua's feet. As Lin Xiu's fingers brushed across, the uniformed girl in black stockings and knee-high socks trembled. Just accept my threat. So, until I'm satisfied, Lin Xiu, you have to listen to me strangely. Kiryu Lanhua curled the corners of his mouth slightly, held Lin Xiu's tie with satisfaction, and slowly sank down. Kiryu Lanhua had always liked Lin Xiu, and now that Lin Xiu had awakened her succubus bloodline, the moment she sank her waist, Kiryu Lanhua's green pupils gradually turned white due to the extreme psychological and physical sensations. Lin Xiu, you really are a bad person. Having said that, the next second, Kiryu took the initiative to interlock her fingers with Lin Xiu and kissed her. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, the dance of a nymphomaniac and a saint, purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Artifact Evolution, Evolution Direction, Dragon Eater, purple. Artifact Evolution, Evolution Path, Dragon Eater. After acquiring the 677 Dragon Eater Evolution Path, the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet can strengthen itself by devouring various dragon-related objects. The artifact, previously fixed in place, now has the potential to advance. Lin Xiu didn't have the time to think about how much stronger the artifact would become with this evolution. He just enjoyed Kiryu initiative and felt her touch and charm, which were completely different from Asia's. The other side, Underworld. In Lucifer, the capital of the Demon King, Grayfia is giving a work report to the Demon King Lucifer. 10 minutes later, Surzek stretched. I didn't expect that Lin Xiu would gain enough strength to defeat a pure-blooded superior demon so quickly. Looking at it this way, using him as bait to lure the old demon Lord Leviathan is a bit of a waste. Yeah, I think so too. Grayfia nodded. When we made our decision before, we didn't consider anything other than the pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline. Now, since Lin Xiu has demonstrated his powerful divine stationary, We can no longer treat him as an ordinary pure-blooded demon. An ordinary pure-blooded superior demon and a pure-blooded superior demon who can use the God-annihilating tool. These two concepts are completely different. Alice, I even think that he is qualified to inherit the throne of a certain demon king. Grayfia said seriously. Hearing Alice's name, the red-haired devil smiled helplessly. Putting aside whether he can inherit the throne of the demon king, could you please not casually mention my nickname? It's okay in my office, but if you still call me by my nickname in the outside world, it will be a big deal. Why? Are you so afraid to show your true self? Rias Gremory. Grayfia called the demon king by his nickname rudely. Because, as a victim, she has the right to express her dissatisfaction. The demon lord Rias Lucifer, whose real name is Rias Gremory, and whose nickname is Rias Gremory. Under the education and intervention of the first generation of Gremory, Alice concealed her identity since childhood, walked the world as a man, and forged a firm friendship with her current reformist partners. In the end, Alice and her friends overthrew the second-generation Demon King, who attempted to start another three-way war and became the new four Demon Kings. And she, Grayfia, also became acquainted with Rias during the Demon Civil War and had a very high degree of favorability towards him. No matter how you look at it, this is a script that is extremely kingly. It's a pity that this script has a huge inherent flaw. The male protagonist is not the male protagonist. After the war, realizing she couldn't hold off any longer, Alice told Grayfia the truth. After learning the truth, Grayfia was stunned. As time passed, Grayfia finally accepted the fact that Alice was actually a girl. However, there was still a considerable degree of dissatisfaction in her heart. Okay, you can call me whatever you want. Demon Lord Alice has always been indulgent towards Grayfia. There was no way, because she really owed Grayfia. Wrapped in a crimson glow, Rias's figure gradually changed. A few seconds later, a red-haired lady appeared in front of Grayfia, whose figure and appearance were no less beautiful than Grayfia. The regal Demon King costume, flowing crimson hair, cold blue eyes, and aloof demeanor made him look just like Rias, who had grown up to become a Demon King. Grayfia looked at Alice's face, which was very similar to Rias's, and a hint of pity appeared in her originally cold eyes. In her opinion, Alice, who has the devil in her heart, will be nailed to the throne of the devil and devote her life to the devil. The most hateful thing is that Alice not only locked herself up, but also locked herself up. In the eyes of the underworld, she and the devil Lucifer are already tied together. As long as Alice's identity is not exposed, she will lose her freedom forever like now, etc. Grayfia suddenly thought of a possibility. Alice cannot let go of the burden of being the Demon King because she is the strongest of the Demon Clan and has the responsibility to continue the Demon Clan. But what if someone from the Demon Clan becomes stronger than her? After losing the title of the strongest Demon Clan and the sense of responsibility to dedicate my life to the Demon Clan, not only Alice, but also I can find true liberation. Demon Queen Alice did not notice Grayfia's abnormality. She was still thinking about how to treat Lin Xiu. Grayfia, you're right. If Lin Xiu dies before he grows up, it will be a huge loss for the entire Demon Clan. Having said that, we have spread the news of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan throughout the underworld. By now, whether it is the ancient demons, the reformists, or the old Demon Kings, they should have all received the news. Even if we change our stance on Lin Xiu, the old Demon King faction will not give up their plan to attack Lin Xiu. All I can do is reduce the workload on you, so you can spend more time in the human world. That's all. Alice saw it clearly. That's true. Grayfia sighed. I can only hope that Lin Xiu can become stronger as soon as possible. As long as he can hold off for 30 seconds, I can get there in time. Then, we'll be able to wipe out the remnants of the old Demon King's faction. On the other side, Lin Xiu's side. On the surface, Lin Xiu, Asia, and Kiryuika just slept together for one night. But in fact, after completing the achievement of double takeoff, Lin Xiu brought the two of them into the world of Apocalypse. After completing the main quest, Lin Xiu will be qualified to bring the quest from the DxD world into the Apocalypse world. Moreover, the time flow rate of half a day being equivalent to 5 days is really too good to miss. During the few days he stayed in the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu didn't know how many times he had filled Asia and Kiryu Aika with alcohol, which greatly alleviated Asia's shattered faith after she knew the death of the gods. Facts have proven that physical pleasure can indeed soothe the wounds of the soul. During the days they lived in the world of Apocalypse, Asia and Kiryu Aika's worldviews were reshaped. They didn't expect that Lin Xiu actually had the ability to travel through the world, and they didn't expect that Lin Xiu was using his power to help people in the other world. As expected, Lin Xiujun was chosen by the gods. His revelation wasn't a bug in the system. The gods saw his uniqueness and granted him the revelation. Even outside this world, Lin Xiujun is using his power to help others, save the world, and fulfill the will of the god. I can't fall behind either. With this thought in mind, Asia responded to Lin Xiu with an unprecedented tolerance that night, and even took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu in her arms, unwilling to let go all night long. During the time that Lin Xiu temporarily went to the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu's home was not peaceful. In the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu was sleeping with Asia and Kiryu Aika in her arms. The next second, as if realizing something, Lin Xiu also opened his eyes. There's something unusual happening in my home in the DxD world. Is someone trying to break into my home? After taking a look at Asia and Kiryu Aika, who were still sleeping, Lin Xiu touched their hair and opened the door to the DxD world. DxD world, Lin Xiu's home. 2 fallen angels were tiptoeing around the living room. These 2 fallen angels, one wearing white stockings, the other wearing black stockings, one with blonde twin tails, the other with long straight blue hair. One is a lowly, the other a mature lady. They seem to be a perfect match. Are these Lin Ali's 2 fallen angel companions? Lin Xiu recognized these 2 fallen angels. The blonde fallen angel was named Mathilde, and the blue-haired fallen angel was named Calvana. Both of them were extras in the original story. After confirming that the visitor was not a Demon King from the old Demon King faction, Lin Xiu directly returned to the DKD world. The main lights in the living room came on, and the 2 tiptoeing fallen angels froze in their tracks. Shit, were we discovered? That's not right. With Lin Xiu's strength, how could he possibly discover them? Looking at the 2 fallen angels with slightly stiff smiles, Lin Xiu smiled and raised his left hand, and Long Shi's caged hand instantly appeared. Absolute strength brings absolute fear. Middlet and Calvana knew that Lin Xiu was not someone they could contend with, so they decisively chose to give in. 10 minutes later, under Lin Xiu's interrogation, Mathilde and Calvana confessed all the information they knew. Is it really because of Asia? Because I took Asia away, Lin Ali is so anxious to get her back. Lin Xiu touched his chin. He had roughly guessed this before he came back. That's right, if it weren't for Asia, there would be no need for them to come to him. If Lin Ali wanted to attack him, she wouldn't ask her 2 fallen angel companions to do it. In addition to Asia's affairs, Lin Xiu also obtained important information from Middlet and Calvana. The squad. All the fallen angels in Jiwang Town have joined the squad. Looking at the snake of Orpheus confiscated from the 2 people, Lin Xiu fell into deep thought. Even these 2 extra fallen angels were assigned to Orpheus's snakes. How widespread are the snakes of the misfortune group now? While Lin Xiu was lost in thought, the blonde Lolita fallen angel timidly raised her hand. Master Lin Xiu, we have confessed everything you asked us to confess. Can you please let us go? The blonde lowly blinked her deep blue eyes, looking very cute and begging for mercy. Give you a way out. It's not impossible to give you a way out, but Lin Xiu took out 2 bloody chess pieces. This, Middlet and Calvana fell silent. Why? You don't want to be my followers. Then it seems that I can only... Yes. Of course we are willing. Before Lin Xiu finished speaking, Mathilde and Calvana hurriedly took the chess pieces. Under the cover of blood red light, the two quickly completed the demon reincarnation. Wow! 2 pairs of demon wings spread out, and Middle and Calvana looked at each other in surprise. Because after absorbing Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, their strength was directly increased from the initial intermediate demon to the peak of the intermediate demon. Lord Lin Xiu, from now on, I will definitely work hard as your follower. Mathilde jumped up excitedly. Well, from now on, Master Lin Xiu's will is our will, and we will definitely not let Master Lin Xiu down for promoting us. The blue-haired Queen Calvana also knelt on one knee and spoke seriously. Such a simple and crude direct improvement is really terrifying. In the DxD world where strength is supreme, Lin Xiu's generous move directly won the loyalty of the 2 fallen angels. By the way, Lord Lin Xiu, have you known for a long time that Amano Yuuma is actually Linali's pseudonym? Middle hesitated for a while and finally asked this question. Well, I already knew she was a fallen angel. Lin Xiu replied calmly. Then why did you agree to become Linali's lover? Middle was even more puzzled. Because I like her very much. Don't you think she's cute and charming, even though she's naturally arrogant and yet has to pretend to be an innocent girl in front of me? Lin Xiu really likes Amano Yuuma. It can be said that Amano Yuuma is the most beautiful girl in the DxD world who can give him the feeling of first love. Is that so? Middle and Calvana breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Xiu said so, it means that he will not kill Lina Li. Lin Xiu noticed the mood changes of Mathilde and Calvana. The fact that there can be such emotional changes shows that there is some basic friendship between them. Let me tell you about the next plan. Middle, Calvana, I want you to return to Linali and complete the task I assigned you. I want you to keep Amano Yuuma stable while gathering more information about the misfortune group. Got it? Yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Middle and Calvana stood at attention and gave a loud assurance. After sending Mathilde and Calvana away, Lin Xiu returned to the world of Apocalypse, continuing to kill zombies in practice during the day and lingering with the heroines at night. It was not until the set return time that Lin Xiu and the other 2 were teleported back to the DxD world. The next day, dong dong dong, Lin Xiu was awakened by a knock on the door. Master Lin Xiu, it's time for breakfast. After saying this, the silver-haired Saint Olivia opened Lin Xiu's door. Then, she saw Asia and Kiryu Aika lying on Lin Xiu's bed. Bang! Before Lin Xiu could say anything, Olivia closed the door again. It's already the second day. Lin Xiu pulled away reluctantly. Noticing Lin Xiu's departure, Aisha frowned, feeling an unprecedented sense of emptiness. The silver-haired saint's scream just now did not wake her up, but after Lin Xiu left, Asia woke up immediately. After waking up, recalling her performance last night, Asia's face flushed seductively. She remembered that it was she who took the initiative to ask Lin Xiu to hold her like this all night long, because only in this way could she feel fulfilled and happy. Half an hour later, half an hour after the silver-haired saint knocked on the door, Lin Xiu and the others reluctantly got up. At the breakfast table, the silver-haired Saint Olivia looked at Asia with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected that the Saint Asia, whom she had always thought was pure and innocent, would be so bold. Isn't it a bit too much to cling to each other all the time? However, what Olivia didn't expect was that what she thought was one night was actually 5 nights. In the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu has been entangled with Asia and Kiryu Aika for 5 nights. Otherwise, given Asia's purity, it is impossible for her to change color so quickly. After breakfast, Lin Xiu set off for school. Olivia, I'll leave the house to you. Generally speaking, you won't have any combat missions, but I want you to take care of the house. Please rest assured, Master Lin Xiu, we will definitely take good care of the family. The silver-haired girl's resolute smile was mixed with a hint of helplessness and relief. The reason for this is that they're already very familiar with the process of being a slave. From being a saint in the church to being a maid, they can only sigh that fate is so fickle. It was easy because Lin Xiu's house was not very big, much smaller than the castle they cleaned at Latia's place. Komio Academy. At lunchtime, after finishing lunch, Lin Xiu arrived at Song Na's door on time. Looking at Lin Xiu, who arrived in time, Song Na put down her raised white and plump thighs and nodded with satisfaction. After pouring tea for Lin Xiu, Song Na went straight to the point and said, "Mr. Lin Xiu, you should have heard from Leah why I came to see you today, right?" Lin Xiu took a sip of tea and glanced at Song Na in surprise. Wasn't Song Na too straightforward today? Facing a straightforward person, Lin Xiu's reply was equally straightforward. Well, Rias said that the underworld planned to arrange a marriage between you and me, and you, Sona, planned to cancel the engagement. Well, Lin Xiujuan, what do you think? Are you willing to cancel this engagement? Song Na pursed her red lips slightly. She liked Lin Xiu very much. After all, Lin Xiu was one of the few opposite sexes who could match her academic performance. However, for Lin Xiu's personal safety, it is better to cancel the engagement. Under Song Na's gaze, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot mission. Sang a strategy. Quest level, purple gold dot. Mission description. Under the arrangement of the underworld, Song Na and the host have a marriage contract. However, Song Na is well aware that this marriage contract will not benefit the host in any way and may even bring disaster to the host. Therefore, even if it might damage the host's reputation, Sona decided to cancel the engagement. This way, the host would have more chances of survival. Such a good girl is really hard to find even with a lantern. Quest requirements. Defeat Song Na, purple, in terms of intelligence and strength, and obtain Song Na's active service, gold. The system task verified Lin Xiu's idea. Sona is not Rias. Song could tell at a glance that the reason the underworld wanted her to enter into a marriage contract with Lin Xiu was to lure the old demon king into action. Sona is Seraphla's sister. Seraphal's position as the demon king of Leviathan was taken from the old demon king, Leviathan. The situation is now very clear. Lin Xiu was discovered to have pure Leviathan blood. The underworld gave Lin Xiu the title of Orthodox Leviathan. Then, the underworld allowed Lin Xiu, who had the title of pure Leviathan, to enter into a marriage contract with the sister of the current demon king Leviathan. In this situation, if the old demon king Leviathan does not take action, it would be equivalent to handing over the title of orthodoxy to the current demon king. This is something the old demon king faction absolutely cannot accept. That's why Song Na wanted to cancel her engagement with Lin Xiu. After the engagement was broken off, the probability of either Lin Xiu or her being attacked would be much smaller. Even if she was attacked, Lin Xiu would most likely be kidnapped and her life would not be in danger. Song Na, I know what you are thinking, and I also know that you are doing this for my own good. Lin Xiu said slowly. So Lin Xiujuan, you agree? Kang Na breathed a sigh of relief. It would be easy if Lin Xiu agreed. As long as Lin Xiu agreed, she could act with Lin Xiu to fool those old guys. But I refuse. Lin Xiu changed the subject. Huh? Kang Na's red lips parted slightly, with an expression of disbelief. She could understand why Lin Xiu refused. Lin Xiujuan, do you know what you are saying? If you accept this marriage proposal, you may be attacked by the 5.8 or Old Demon King faction at any time and anywhere. I know, right? If you can figure it out, then I can figure it out too. Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course. Since you know, then why don't you agree to cancel the engagement with me, Lin Xiujuan? Song Na couldn't help but ask. Because I like you, Tana. Is it okay to take some risks to marry the one you love? Lin Xiujuan, you were totally unreasonable. I don't know if it was because of shyness or anger, but a rare blush appeared on Kang Na's face. Let me make it clear in advance, Lin Xiujuan. Even if you don't agree, I will force you to break off the engagement for the sake of my own safety. Song Na planned to use a hard approach if soft tactics didn't work. In order to save Lin Xiu's life, she could only ignore Lin Xiu's temporarily. Oh, really? Are you doing this for your own safety? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. According to my perception, Grayfia has been in the old school building these past few days. If Grayfia is in the old school building, how could your life be in danger since you have been living in Juwon College? Lin Xiu asked back. Song Na was silent. She didn't expect Lin Xiu's perception to be so sharp. As Lin Xiu had said, Grayfia had been at Juwon Academy for the past few days. If the old Demon King faction attacked them, Grayfia would be the first to act. Huh. Song Na sighed deeply and looked at Lin Xiu with a look of helplessness and confusion. Helpless because she didn't expect that, even after talking to this point, Lin Xiu was still unwilling to cancel the engagement with her. The doubt is because, in Song Na's opinion, since Lin Xiu and she had a similar IQ, he couldn't be the kind of reckless person who would put himself in danger just to marry a beautiful girl. Mr. Lin Xiu, since you know all this, why are you unwilling to cancel the engagement with me? Song Na bit her red lips lightly and looked at Lin Xiu with a puzzled look. In response to this, Lin Xiu's response remained the same as always. Didn't I tell you? Because I like Sona? Upon hearing this, Song Na immediately turned off the microphone, and her delicate ears turned a beautiful pink. She was shy and confused. Even if you like her, you wouldn't do this, right? Besides, how could she remember Lin Xiu and Lei Bayer saying something similar? Could it be that Lin Xiujuan says this to everyone? When Song Na was silent, a familiar voice suddenly came. Humph! Don't even think about eating swan meat, you toad. Sona-chan will definitely break off the engagement with you. Suddenly, a projection appeared on the desk, and a beautiful girl with twin ponytails wearing a pink magical girl costume jumped up. The girl with twin tails is named Seraflu Leviathan. She is Sona's sister and also the Demon King Leviathan of the underworld. Although she is a Demon King, Seraflu's attire does not have the dignity of a Demon King at all, because she was wearing a magical girl costume, holding a pink magic wand. Under the pink magical girl skirt, a pair of pink and black stockings fit tightly to the thighs, making the white jade-like absolute area even more eye-catching. If no one had been told in advance, no one would have thought that such a young and lovely girl would actually be the Leviathan Demon King of the underworld. Although Seraflu did not personally intervene in Sona's engagement, she has been paying close attention to it. On this day, when the showdown was officially about to begin, she even asked Song to narrate the conversations between them. Oh, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the projection of Seraflu on the table. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil quest. Quest level, gold. Task description, a beautiful girl who likes cosplay, but whose true identity is the Demon King. Even among all the beautiful girls in the world, she is definitely the most unique one. What's more, this demon girl also has multiple attributes such as older sister, sister complex, and L****************. Quest requirements. Obtain a set of Seraflu's original cosplay costumes. Looking at the system task that was suddenly triggered, Lin Xiu was silent for several seconds, because he discovered that the system's tasks always reflected his true inner thoughts. Long before he traveled through time, Lin Xiu had thought that if he traveled through time, he would definitely play cosplay games with Seraflu, and after playing the game, he would collect the cosplay costume she wore. As expected, I am a pervert. Lin Xiu discovered that his compatibility with the evil protagonist system was too high. Seeing Lin Xiu's silence, Song Na thought that he was intimidated by the power of the Leviathan Demon King and did not dare to speak casually. With a sigh, Song Na made the final decision. In short, I must cancel this engagement. Since you, Lin Xiujuan, are unwilling, I have my own way of doing things. During these 3 days, Nina has already completed the process. As long as she can complete the process correctly, she can cancel her engagement with Lin Xiu. First of all this, Sona took out an exquisite chess set. Lin Xiujuan, I have requirements for my husband. Only if he meets my requirements in every aspect will I recognize him as my husband. Yeah. Then excluding factors other than intelligence and strength, what is your impression of me? Lin Xiu asked directly. Excluding these two factors, Song Na looked at Lin Xiu. Well, Lin Xiu's modeling is indeed top-notch. If you, Lin Xiu Jun, hadn't said those words to Miss Rebel before, I think I would have liked you very much. Song Na has completely remembered that Lin Xiu also said similar words of confession to libel. Therefore, there was a hint of criticism in her words. I've already said something similar to Rebel, so I shouldn't say it to her again. Does she look like the type of woman who would share a man with someone else? Lin Xiu understood the meaning of Song Na's knocking and shook his head with a smile. I see, but I do like Revel. Say something against my heart just to gain Sona's approval. This is really not my style. Song Na found that Lin Xiu completely ignored her nagging words and expressed himself freely. Such a free Lin Xiu really made her helpless, but also really made her envious and admired. Born into a high-ranking demon family, she had never been able to express herself so freely. Anyway, let's start a game. An hour later, looking at his chess pieces that were killed to pieces, Song Na began to doubt his life. Including the game half an hour ago, she has lost 2 games in a row. She remembered that Lin Xiu was only relatively proficient in chess and had never received any special training. How could he have beaten her twice in a row? Song Na, have you forgotten something? Lin Xiu took a sip of black tea leisurely. Even before my bloodline awakened, I was able to tie with you in terms of grades. After my bloodline awakened, it's normal for my brain to evolve a bit, right? Lin Xiu's brain has indeed evolved, but this alone is not enough to completely suppress Song Na. Lin Xiu was able to achieve this level thanks to Takagi Saya. Using the battlefield deduction ability borrowed from Takagi Saya and the super high computing power trained through the data over the past 10 days, Lin Xiu easily defeated the chess-skilled Sona. Okay, I admit that I'm no match for Lin Xiu in chess. However, the Demon Clan has always prioritized strength. Lin Xiu Jun, I will only accept you as my fiancé if you beat me in the rating game again. Song Na said this with some embarrassment. However, for the sake of Lin Xiu's life, she still spoke out firmly. As soon as Song Na finished speaking, the door of the student union was opened, and a very beautiful young woman with silver-gray hair walked in. Lord Song Na, your application to the underworld has been responded to. I will be the referee of the rating game between you and Lord Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at Grayfia, who suddenly appeared with a subtle expression. Is this Grayfia? He pops up every time there's a match to referee. So he's obviously Captain Dragonfly? In Grayfia's different space, Lin Xiu and Song Na summoned their respective followers. Grayfia already knew the situation of Kangna's family very well. However, what surprised her most was Lin Xiu's family situation. All of them are beautiful girls, and there are quite a lot of them. How long had it been since Lin Xiu acquired the chess pieces? How long had he found so many followers in just a few days? Even if he didn't care about quality, wasn't that too fast? Damn, what kind of time management guru? Song Na suspected that Lin Xiu went around picking up pretty girls after school. At this stage, Lin Xiu already has 3 sets of chess pieces. The latest set of chess pieces I got was given to the Saint Maid group at home. For the remaining 2 sets, Lin Xiu gave the soldier pieces to the beautiful girl guards of the Apocalypse world, and the other pieces to the heroines of the Apocalypse world. The group of chess pieces that Lin Xiu brought here now were the most suitable for fighting among the 2 sets of chess pieces, excluding the soldier pieces. According to the system rules, after Lin Xiu brought the heroines from the Apocalypse world here, the system automatically granted them legal identities in the DxD world. Now, their official identity is citizens of the Bed Owner City next to Juwang City. Besides Sona, Zhenluo Chunji adjusted her glasses. President, it seems that the followers that Lin Xiujun has found are not chosen randomly, especially the purple-haired girl in the lead. I sense the aura of a strong person from her. Yeah, I feel that too. Sona nodded. She knew that Zhenluo Chunji's feeling was correct. These beautiful girls are not just random companions, but a mature team with combat effectiveness. The Apocalypse world had already evolved. When Lin Xiu last left, the top-tier bereaved families in the apocalypse world had already risen to the level of mid-level demons. However, Busujima Siko was stronger, and her strength had reached the peak of the intermediate demon at that time. Now, although the speed at which the zombies in the apocalypse world grow stronger has slowed down a lot, Lin Xiu estimates that the apocalypse world can still breed zombies of the highest demon level. In other words, the heroines of the apocalypse world are likely to quickly grow to the highest level of demons along with these zombies. Of course, right now, their strength is roughly at the mid-level demon level. Queen, Siko Busujima, first level upper level demon. Chariot, Takagi Saya, intermediate level demon. Chariot, Takashiro Yuriko, intermediate demon peak. Knight, Miyamoto Kuriko, high-level intermediate demon. Knight, Miyamoto Rei, high-level intermediate demon. Bishop, Minami Rika, intermediate level demon. Bishop, Shizuka Marikawa, intermediate level demon. In addition to basic strength, the heroines of Apocalypse have also awakened their own innate abilities, Qian Lu Zhao. When killing zombies, Lin Xiu often uses abilities such as Saya Takagi's battlefield simulation, Siko Busujima's sword ranbu, and Rei Miyamoto's heavenly spearmanship. It can be said that with the abilities gained from the heroines of the Apocalypse world, Lin Xiu has become a small hexagonal warrior capable of both long-range and short-range attacks. In fact, if we only talk about healing ability, Asia is definitely stronger than Marikawa Shizuka. However, considering the coordination and proficiency issues between teams, Lin Xiu still prefers to use the original team of the Apocalypse world, because they have accumulated rich combat experience in killing zombies. Saya, I'll leave this battle to you. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Lin Xiu looked at Saya Takagi. Well, Xiu-jun, just leave it to me. Saya Takagi raised her thumbs up. After 20 days of experience in the world of Apocalypse, she has grown into a qualified leader. By the way, if I win, Xiu-jun, remember to give me a reward I want. As she spoke, Takagi Saya leaned close to Lin Xiu's ear and whispered. Perhaps it was because Takagi Saya's breasts were too full. When she was whispering with Lin Xiu, her breasts naturally pressed against Lin Xiu. Of course, neither Lin Xiu himself nor Takagi Saya cared too much about it. She, Lin Xiu, and Takashiro Yuriko had already formed a three-way relationship, so there was no need to provide such low-level benefits. However, Gaocheng Saya and Lin Xiu don't mind, but there are always people who mind. In the distance, Song Na looked at Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya angrily, his eyes as sharp as torches. That be ***ch. Why are you putting your breasts so close to me? Song Na's feelings at this moment can be summed up in one word. These foreign gangs are so rude. How can you just let someone touch your chest right away? What Song Na didn't expect was that not only were the foreign gangs rude, but the local gangs were also quite rude. Counting from 3 days ago, Rias has been giving Lin Xiu benefits for 4 consecutive days, either burying her chest in his hand or resting her head on his knees. She is much more open than her. Now, the red-haired welfare girl who often gives benefits to Lin Xiu is sitting in the old school building watching the game. She was also quite puzzled. When did Lin Xiu find so many followers? After the preparations were completed, both parties were teleported to their respective home camps. Now, the raiding game between Master Lin Xiu Leviathan and Master Song Na Shidi will begin. The winner will have the power to decide the marriage between the two. The battle will be fought at Ku Academy. Lord Sona's main base is the Student Council, and Lord Lin Xiu's main base is the Old School building. The side whose king is defeated will be considered the loser. The game begins. After announcing the start of the competition, Grayfia's figure gradually disappeared into the alien space. In Lin Xiu's main camp, Takagi Saya waved her hand, and her chest trembled. Everyone must act according to the plan I have drawn up. First, Mother. Her ability, Beast Creation, allows her to transform inanimate objects into living things under her control. Mother, you need to stay in this formation and create fantasy beasts of different attributes. You will then send the designated fantasy beasts to different battlefields at designated times. Yes, After confirming her mission, Yuriko Takagi transformed the table in the old-school building into a wooden mythical beast on the spot. Then there's Ms. Rika, Minami, and school, Dr. Marikawa. Saya Takagi looked at the pair of best friends again. Ms. Minami Rika's ability, Dream Bullet, can transform various objects into bullets and shoot them out. School Dr. Juchuan's treatment area possesses powerful healing abilities, but the larger the treatment area, the weaker the effect. You two will go to the rooftop of the old-school building to observe and gather information about the battlefield. After receiving my order, Ms. Minami Rika will use her abilities to launch the mythical beasts created by her mother or the healing fields of school nurse Marikawa to different locations on the battlefield for battlefield support. As for school Dr. Marikawa, just cooperate with Ms. Minami Rika and continuously create projectiles transformed from the healing field. Learn. Minami Rika raised the sniper rifle. She liked the feeling of controlling the battlefield from a high vantage point. Finally, there's Seiko, Rei, and Aunt Kiriko. Seiko has the strongest charge and combat power in the team, and Rei and Aunt Kiriko are also suitable for frontal combat. Seiko is responsible for protecting the main camp, preventing enemy infiltration, and protecting Mother and Minami Rika, the core of the team. Auntie Rei and Aunt Kiriko, each of you will lead a team of mythical beasts and attack the enemy from both sides. I will determine what kind of psychic beasts you need and add psychic beasts of corresponding attributes to your team at the appropriate time. When the battle situation becomes critical, I will arrange for Ms. Minami Rika to shoot Seiko Senpai to the corresponding battlefield for quick support. Do you understand? Understand. Miyamoto Kiriko was the first to respond. As a police officer, her combat skills have always been very high. The last one is me. I will be stationed at the main camp with Xiu Jun and communicate with everyone through the communication spell. If we can't communicate, I'll send orders via Ms. Minami Rika's special bullet. Everyone, let's go. The Tsundere pink-haired girl displayed the demeanor of a mature leader. Yes, the women were all accustomed to Saya Takagi's command and took action quickly. As for Lin Xiu, he said he wouldn't move, and he wouldn't move until he won. After everyone left, Takagi Saya immediately used her battlefield simulation ability to digitize Ju Academy. A dozen seconds later, a battlefield chessboard appeared in front of her and Lin Xiu. The cursors representing different characters moved quickly on the map and quickly arrived at the location designated by Saya Takagi. After setting up the battlefield chessboard, Gaoqing Saya climbed onto Lin Xiu without stopping and kissed Lin Xiu's ear. Xiu Jun, isn't it time to fulfill what we just agreed on? Saya, aren't you afraid that being intimate with me will affect the situation on the battlefield? Lin Xiu shook her head. It must be said that Takagi Saya is becoming more and more playful after being let go. It's okay. My brain has evolved to the point where I can make subconscious judgments based on the battlefield situation. So, just as Gao Chang Saya said, even though Lin Xiu held her like a child, she was not greatly affected. Even though her eyes kept rolling up, Gao Chang Saya continued to issue correct instructions to the surroundings. The scouting beast has come into contact with the enemy's vanguard. According to the information sent back by the reconnaissance beast, the scout we first encountered was named Nimura Ryuko. Her class was soldier, and her strength was at the peak of the lower demon level. If your strength isn't that of an intermediate demon, you can directly arrange for Miss Minami Rika to snipe you. 10 seconds later, bang, bang. With the two gunshots from Minami Rika, Nimura Ryuko was the first to fall. A few minutes later, after receiving the report from Miyamoto Rei, Saya Takagi's eyes slightly receded. Rei encountered the enemy's main force. It was the chariot Yura Tsubasa with a powerful defensive artifact, and Kusashita Rhea following behind her. As expected, it's just as I thought. People like Song Na who like to use tactics like to gather intelligence before the real decisive battle. However, I won't give you the opportunity to gather intelligence. Saya Takashiro gave orders while kissing Lin Xiu deeply. Judging from the situation of the battle with the two, Kusashita Rhea belongs to the enemy's information position. Ms. Minami Rika launched the Phantom Beast that can release poisonous mist to the battlefield where Miyamoto Ray is, and at the same time, cast a healing field towards Miyamoto Ray. Learn. Bang, 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 bang. After several consecutive gunshots, a thick black mist rose from the cafeteria entrance. These black mists were collected when they were fighting against high-level zombies in the Apocalypse world. They have a very strong weakening effect when dealing with opponents below the upper-level demons. Soon, the weaker Rhea Kusushita fell to the ground and was stabbed by the poisonous Phantom Beast, thus losing her combat capability. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Kusushita Rhea fell, Yura Tsubasa didn't hold on for long either. Although she was not weak, she was clearly no match for Miyamoto Ray, who possessed the Heavenly Spear technique. Moreover, the Iris also had the support of a healing field and mythical beasts. Bang! With a heavy thud, Yuriisa also fell into the poisonous fog. In front of the cafeteria, Shinra Tsubaki, who had received the support order, just arrived and saw the scene of Yura Tsubaki's defeat. Just as he was about to attack Miyamoto Ray, the communication array beside her ear gave the order to retreat. Tsubaki, cancel the previous support order. Prioritize dealing with the enemy's elusive sniper. After 2 consecutive defeats, Tsang-na also realized that Lin Xiu had a master who could control the battlefield situation. After thinking about it, Sona identified Minami Rika as her first target. Nan Lixiang is undoubtedly the core of Lin Xiu's team. At least, one of the core members. Soon, the location of Minami Rika was guessed. Tsubaki, let's both attack together and quickly drive away the sniper on top of the old-school building. Kangna adopted an extremely risky king-forward strategy. There is no other way. We must quickly eliminate Nan Lixiang. If Nan Lixiang continues to fight like this, she will be left alone sooner or later. Above the old-school building, Byusuja Masiko has been waiting for a long time. Sure enough, you guys are here after all? Byusuja Masiko drew her katana and rushed forward with a fighting look on her face. Although Sona and Tsubaki had both reached the peak of upper-level demons and were clearly stronger than her, she felt no fear at all. All she had left was a thirst for battle. Sizzle. After cutting open Sona's water ball and inflicting a knife wound on her body, Byusuja Masiko was attacked by Shinra Tsubaki. Art. The black enhanced slime symbiote instantly expanded, perfectly defending against Shinra Tsubaki's magic bullet. Sona had never imagined that Byusuja Masiko actually possessed a powerful artifact that could easily defend against attacks of the same level. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to attack with force. Tsubaki, hold her back first. Sang-na has realized that Lin Xiu's team is far more complete than hers. Healing, assisting, supporting, frontal combat, battlefield control, everything. And her team is still in the process of being formed, and has not yet formed sufficient coordination. If we delay it any further, it will only be detrimental to her. Therefore, even if it costs her something, she must break the perfect coordination of Lin Xiu's team. Rado. After finally breaking through the blockade of the mythical beasts, Sang-na's attack was blocked by the slime barrier. The one who opened the slime's automatic defense barrier this time was Shizuka Morikawa. Morikawa Shizuka's barrier level is not as high as Byusuja Masiko's and cannot completely block the attack, but it can offset most of the attack power, preventing her from being seriously injured. The healing field under Morikawa Shizuka's feet shrank instantly. Under the concentrated treatment in the healing field, Morikawa Shizuka's injuries were fully healed in just a few seconds. Bang, 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 bang. Several gunshots rang out in quick succession, with healing bullets and magic bullets hitting Siko Byusujima and Tsubaki Shinra respectively, causing the originally balanced battle to quickly turn in Siko Byusujima's favor. Damn it, the fighter plane I just created is completely wasted. After Morikawa Shizuka was injured, the group of Phantom Beasts launched a suicidal attack on them like mad dogs. Sona could only watch Morikawa Shizuka recover. Sona discovered that if she wanted to finish off Marikawa Shizuka in one go, she would have to accumulate strength for a long time. But Minami Rika and the mythical beasts wouldn't give her that chance at all. So, she could only continue to fight like this. So far, all the decisions she made have been correct. But even so, it can't save her from defeat. She lost due to the quality and coordination of her followers. A few minutes later, Miyamoto Rei and Miyamoto Kuriko dealt with the other relatives of Sona and joined in the siege of Sona. Although Sona and Tsubaki are very strong, they cannot withstand the other party's continuous treatment. Sizzle. Miyamoto Rei's spear pierced Sona's wings. With his wings injured, his body poisoned, and his magic power almost exhausted, Sona's body fell directly from the sky. While falling, Sona caught a glimpse of Shinra Chuanji, who was falling with her. It seems that even if you put in some effort, you can still win. In the center of the playground, all of Kangna's followers were gathered in a poisonous fog array in the playground. Although none of them left the stage, all of them lost their ability to move. A few minutes later, the poisonous fog dissipated, and the familiar young man appeared. Lin Xiu, you defeated me, but didn't let me leave. Was it to humiliate me? Song Na frowned fiercely. In response, Lin Xiu just smiled and shook his head. No, Song Na, I'm here to give you another chance. As long as you can defeat me, you can also win the battle. 22-inch. As he spoke, Xiu threw a healing field towards Sona and the others. 3 minutes later, surrounded by the green light, Sona and his followers fully recovered. As long as I can defeat you, that is to say, Lin Xiu, you plan to defeat me and all my followers by yourself? Kangna pursed her red lips slightly, with mixed feelings. At this point, she naturally wouldn't say that Xiu was arrogant. However, she couldn't just give up. Come on, Lin Xiu, let me see just how far you can go. Outside the battlefield, looking at Kangna, who was risking everything, Grayfia shook her head helplessly. She had witnessed the battle between Lin Xiu and Theodora, and if she was just a higher-level demon, she would obviously not be Lin Xiu's opponent. Beside Grayfia, Rias's azure eyes shone with a strange light, because in her opinion, Lin Xiu's ability to have this kind of strength is most likely due to her. Are you kidding? Lin Xiu completed his awakening on her thigh, right? If not because of her, who else could it be? With this, the problem with Ruzel should be solved. Rias curled her red lips slightly, imagining the free life after breaking off her engagement with Rui Xianger. Lin Xiu sighed. After receiving Song Na's response, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared on Lin Xiu's hand. Boost! Red aura bursts out. The green gem sparkles with dazzling brilliance. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Red Dragon Emperor's Armor. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. The Red Dragon Armor is instantly put on. After 20 days of training in the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu not only gained the strength of a high-level intermediate demon, but also successfully opened the Forbidden Hand of the Dragon Emperor. Looking at Lin Xiu's Red Dragon Armor, Song's pink eyes widened slightly. Such a powerful spiritual power. Such a powerful dragon's spiritual power has surpassed the upper demon level and reached the highest demon level. Lu Xiujuan, this is, Kangna asked after swallowing. This is the Forbidden Hand form of the Red Dragon Emperor's cage. Sona, it is precisely because I possess sufficient strength that I dare to accept your engagement. How about trying a strong attack? Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly, making an invitation gesture. Asterisk 7. Song Na bit her teeth lightly and said, just give it a try. Huh. Song Na raised his hands high, and powerful water magic surged. The Seedy family's exclusive technique was quickly constructed. A torrent powerful enough to shatter mountains is gathering. For a full half-minute, Lin Xiu didn't make any blocking moves. Half a minute later, the surging water stream hit the Red Dragon Armor head-on. Sizzle. Luo Xiu stood still, like a helpless adult enduring a child's water gun attack. Everyone come together. Jinluo Chunji frowned and called all her followers to come together. Ajajaj. Bang, bang, bang. Various attacks landed on Lin Xiu, making various noises. In response to this, Lin Xiu did not respond at all. She just stood there and said what she had to say. Sona, I know you care about the fact that I confess my feelings to Ravel. But this is me. When it comes to emotional matters, I'm always straightforward. Of course, if you still can't accept the real me, I agree to temporarily break off the engagement with you. The reason I showed you the forbidden hand is because I wanted to tell you that to do extraordinary things, you must be an extraordinary person. I am such an extraordinary person with the determination and strength to achieve my goals. Song Na was stunned. Does Lin Xiu mean that if he wins, he will cancel his engagement with her? Could she say that after seeing Lin Xiu's strength, she had already had some inkling of acceptance? Song Na has not responded yet. Lin Xiu then proceeded to the next step. Okay, it's almost time to end. A colorful black ball condensed in Lin Xiu's hand. This black ball is the explosion magic from the Suqing world. Explosion? There is no bonus or multiplication. It is just the simplest and fastest instantaneous explosive magic. Bang! A black sphere descended from the sky, and a dazzling stream of magic completely enveloped Lin Xiu and Song Na's team. A few seconds later, Grayfia's voice finally arrived. Lord Kangna and his followers have all left the stage. Therefore, the winner is Lord Lin Xiu. After taking a look at the disappearing Song Na, Lin Xiu's figure also gradually disappeared in the battle space. He deliberately didn't give Song Na a chance to speak, because what he wanted was never at Song Na who would accept the marriage contract with him. What he wants is at Song Na who can accept her having a harem. If he were to sign a marriage contract with Song Na now, wouldn't that give Song Na a legitimate excuse to interfere with his harem? At this time, you should play hard to get. After defeating Song Na, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his head. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage-type plot mission, Sang Na strategy. Quest requirements. Defeat Sona in terms of intelligence, strength, rating game, etc. Quest level. Purple. This has effectively shocked Kangna's young mind, letting her know that there are always better things, increasing the likelihood of her accepting the host's harem. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Weapon Concept Endowment, Demon Breaker. Weapon Concept Endowment, Demon Breaker. Anything with the concept of a weapon can be temporarily endowed with the attribute of Demon Breaker by the host. After obtaining the Magic Breaking attribute, one can easily break the defense of alien energy within 2 levels. However, if the opponent is too strong, the Magic Breaking effect may be partially reduced. Half an hour later, the treatment was completed and Kangna slowly opened his eyes. However, the person she saw was not Lin Xiu, whom she wanted to see, but her best friend Rias. Hey, Sona, it looks like you've fully recovered. Rias greeted her best friend with a smile. 17. Sona didn't say anything, but just tilted her head, breaking eye contact with Rias. She saw a hint of amusement in Rias's eyes. Rias must be mocking her ignorance and incompetence displayed during her battle with Lin Xiu. So, she simply turned a blind eye to it. Seeing that Sona disliked her so much, Rias had no intention of trying to please him. By the way, Song Na, I have good news to tell you. Having said this, Rias subconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. While you were unconscious, Lin Xiujuan had already submitted a petition to the underworld to dissolve the engagement. Congratulations, you have achieved your goal. Now, the engagement between you and Lin Xiujuan has been cancelled. 187. Sona didn't say anything, just rolled her eyes at Rias. Rias didn't get angry about this and continued to attack with a smile. The goal has been achieved, so why aren't you happy at all, Kangna? Could it be that, after seeing Lin Xiujuan's abilities, you suddenly regretted it? Don't want to break off your engagement with him anymore. Normally, Rias wasn't this aggressive, but who could blame Song Yongwensi for losing so much that it was just what she wanted? Not only was he defeated by Lin Xiu, but before being defeated by Lin Xiu, Song Na was also defeated once by Lin Xiu's followers. Sona, who always considers herself a strategist, was finally crushed by someone else's IQ. which made Rias, who had always been regarded as a fool by Sona, very happy. The corners of Kangna's mouth twitched slightly, and his heartbeat was a little irregular. Rias, could you please leave for a moment? I need a rest. Her response was to simply order them to leave. Okay, I won't say anything more, okay? Anyway, you should just take good care of your injuries first. It's not shameful to lose to Lin Xiu. After all, Lin Xiu is a pure-blooded demon who possesses a god-annihilating tool. After comforting Song a little, Rias turned and left. However, her words seemed to open the door to a new world for Sona. Yes, the reason why Lin Xiu is so powerful is because he has Xinxia. In terms of his true strength, Lin Xiu hasn't even reached the level of a high-level demon yet. If I could also possess a divine weapon, no, not a divine weapon, but a powerful divine weapon. Kangna's brain quickly became active. The other side, in Lin Xiu's home, Lin Xiu was sitting facing each other with a beautiful black-haired girl. The black-haired beauty has cute twin ponytails and wears a youthful magical girl outfit that is very appetizing. The one who came was Seraflu Leviathan, Sona's sister, the Leviathan demon king of the underworld. Lin Xiu smiled and poured tea for Seraflor. Seraflor glanced at Lin Xiu, then tilted her head back and drank the hot tea in one gulp. Come on, do you have anything to tell me about Sona-chan? Seraflor said in a very unpleasant tone. It was normal for her to be rude to Lin Xiu, because Lin Xiu had given her dear sister a good beating. If Lin Xiu hadn't said that he had something closely related to Song Na to tell her, she would never have come to Lin Xiu's house. Lady Seraflor, you should already know about Sona's situation, but I think there's something you don't know yet. What's up? Actually, many newspapers in the underworld have invited me to do interviews regarding this ratings game. Huh? Inviting you for an interview? Serafla couldn't help but stand up. Yes, she should have thought of this earlier. The breaking off of Song Na and Lin Xiu's engagement is such a big deal that it will definitely attract a lot of media attention. These newspapers invited me to do an interview about the breakup of my engagement with Sona, and the remuneration was quite generous. Lady Seraflor, as you know, I have just obtained the status of a pure-blooded demon, and training resources are very scarce. Their invitation is very attractive to me. Huh? Are you threatening me? Seraph narrowed her eyes, her pink pupils reflecting a gleam of light. No, how can it be called a threat? I just want to make a deal with the Demon King. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Exchanging resources for what you need is the foundation of social relations. So, if Lady Seraflu can satisfy my other needs, I can certainly change my story and say that Sona defeated me and broke off our engagement. Okay, tell me, what are the conditions for you to change your words? Seraflor admitted that Xiu's conditions were also very attractive to her. It's very simple. Just put on some magical girl outfits and take some photos with me. Huh? Looking at the several exquisite costumes gradually appearing in front of her, Seraflor's expression underwent a rather complicated change. First I was surprised, then confused, and after thinking it over, it became a sudden realization. You just said, to take a few photos with you? In other words, can you also do cosplay? Seraflor asked the question that concerned her most. Of course I can cosplay. I really like cosplay. Lin Xiu waved his hand, and several sets of men's clothing appeared in front of him, including Demon King costumes, Taoist costumes, mechanical armor, and everything else. Okay, I agree. After seeing Lin Xiu's cosplay costumes, Seraflor waved her hand and directly agreed to Lin Xiu's request. Xiu-chan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I didn't expect Xiu-chan to love cosplay as much as I do. That's awesome. Seraflu buried Lin Xiu's head in her chest and shook it left and right excitedly. Normally, Seraflor would never do such an outrageous act. But now, under the dual effects of the excitement of finding a like-minded person and the succubus bloodline, Seraph always has an urge to love Lin Xiu fiercely. After burying her face in Lin Xiu's for half a minute, feeling the heat on her chest, Seraphil finally realized what was happening and let go of Lin Xiu's head a little embarrassedly. Okay, let's get started. Lin Xiu shook his head. Seraphil had shaken his face with the cleanser, and his brain was about to be mixed up. But I have to say that the Demon King's facial cleanser does have a unique flavor. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu's home. Lin Xiu and Seraphil wore cosplay costumes and kept changing their movements in front of the camera. In front of the two of them, the silver-haired Saint Olivia pressed the shutter button with a look of doubt in her heart. What did she see? A legitimate current Demon King Leviathan and a legitimate old Demon King Leviathan are cosplaying, and they seem to be having a lot of fun. As expected, after the death of the great god, has the world also gone crazy? Olivia suddenly felt a little regretful that she had learned a full set of life skills from Latia. If she knows everything, doesn't that mean Lin Xiu will give her all the work in the future? However, considering that she would not have a headache when praying even if she was reincarnated as Lin Xiu's follower, she has firmly regarded Lin Xiu as a relative recognized by the gods. This recognition from the gods, which transcends belief systems, is precisely why he became a saint. Since they were all saints in her family, Olivia had no choice but to approve of Lin Xiu's hobby. First this set, then this set. Blue, yellow, pink, black, white. Seraphil kept changing her magical girl costumes. Not only her own, she even started pointing fingers at Lin Xiu. Xiu-chan, I think this white set goes really well with your Taoist robes. Come on, show me the ancient sword techniques from the East. I can also do the killing moves. Xiu-chan, stupid. Black has to go with black, right? I've already changed into a black, dark, and magical girl costume. Why don't you change into a Demon King costume? Seraphil had a lot of fun and took the initiative to give Lin Xiu a lot of benefits, such as holding hands, touching thighs, interlocking their fingers, and occasionally touching each other from the front or back. During the most intimate moments, she even let Lin Xiu rest his head directly on her elastic, white thighs. However, it was a little strange that, after the lap pillow, Seraphil refused to do anything intimate no matter what. The level of physical contact between the two people directly regressed to the level of holding hands. It wasn't until Seraphil changed into the cosplay costume she had just worn that Lin Xiu understood why Seraphil was behaving strangely. Well, there's a clear light and dark boundary on Seraphil's white panties. It is obvious that she reacted during the contact with him. It was precisely because she was aware of her own reaction that she was unwilling to continue to have close contact with Lin Xiu. It's so shameful to react to a boy who just broke off his engagement with his sister. Seraphil didn't expect that she had just changed out of the water-stained clothes, and Lin Xiu found an opportunity to put them away. When Lin Xiu put the cosplay costume into his own exclusive space, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements. Obtain a set of Seraphil's original cosplay costumes. Quest level. Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. God's Incarnation. Dwarf Amano. Incarnation of God. Dwarf Amano. One of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu to save the world. Origin myth. In Indian mythology, the greatest Asura king in history, Pali King, inherited the will of his ancestors, unified the 3 realms again, and drove out the gods. The gods had no choice but to pray to Vishnu for help. In order to regain the sovereignty of the sky, space, and earth from the demon Pali, Vishnu transformed himself into a dwarf and begged him for 3 steps of land at the horse sacrifice meeting in Pali. The devil Pali thought the little dwarf was nothing special, so he agreed to hand over the land within 3 steps of him. Unexpectedly, Vishnu returned to his original form, took 2 steps across heaven and earth, then stopped and left hell to the devil, a metaphor for the sun crossing the universe in the morning, noon, and evening. Effect of God's avatar. Effect 1. Can disguise itself as other entities, making it almost impossible to detect. Effect 2. You can change your body size at will. When it becomes smaller, your own consumption will decrease. When it becomes larger, your own consumption will increase. The specific combat power will also undergo subtle changes with the change of body size. Effect 3. The power of the contract. All promises will be fulfilled. Effect 4. Ability to transcend all spatial limitations. By leveraging the power of the avatar to its fullest potential, even worlds and time can be transcended. Note, the usage is partly similar to God's power and partly similar to the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. It took Lin Xiu a while to read through such a long string of system prompts. As expected of a quest refresh from the Demon King, I've gotten something good this time. As a golden level incarnation of God, the only thing that can be compared to him is the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. In addition to its own strength, Lin Xiu was also satisfied with the effect of this incarnation of God. Possessing this incarnation of God means that he can cross the barrier and the big world at any time. In the future, if he encounters a powerful enemy that is difficult to fight, he can always activate the incarnation of God and run away. This is extremely important for Lin Xiu, who is under the threat of the old Demon King. After receiving a satisfactory system reward, Lin Xiu devoted herself to the cosplay activity with Seraflor. Seraflor was right. He really did like cosplay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Miyamoto Rei to keep her school uniform on when they were having S**X. However, unlike Seraflor, who simply loves cosplay, Lin Xiu likes cosplay because he thinks it can enhance the charm of girls and himself, and can also add a lot of fun when doing serious work. Of course, if we just talk about whether he likes it or not, he does like cosplay. Perhaps it was because she realized that he was not lying that Seraflor was willing to play with him. 3 hours later, Lin Xiu and Seraflor had a lot of fun and took all the necessary poses. Thanks to Lin Xiu's efforts, although Seraflor's willingness to get close to him did not return to the level of knee-to-knee pillow, it was barely raised to the level of interlocking fingers. Seraph wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled with satisfaction. Shou-chan, after I get back, remember to send me a copy of all the negatives. I'm going to carefully select some and add them to my Magical Girl Milky collection. I'm going to give it a good look. Seraflor wants to announce to the world that she has found a like-minded person. Those demons who look down on cosplay have no taste. Okay, I understand. My equipment has a very fast burning speed, and it will definitely be completed before you leave. Lin Xiu was a little surprised, as revealing some of the photos he took with Seraflor was part of his plan. However, before he could take any action, Seraflor had already taken the initiative to help him complete his plan. Soon it was time to say goodbye. Although Seraflor wanted to play with Lin Xiu for a while longer, she still had work to do as the Demon King. She has already spent several days with Lin Xiu today. If I don't go back in an hour, I won't be able to finish the work even if I work overtime at night. Before leaving, Lin Xiu noticed Seraflor's reluctance and told her good news. What? Shou-chan, are you willing to come to the underworld to play with me every day? But whether it's the cross-world technique or the train to the underworld, it takes at least an hour to prepare, and a round trip is 2 hours plus the cosplay. How much time does it take? Don't you have other things to do during the day? Looking at Seraflor's puzzled look, Lin Xiu knocked her head hard. Bang! I'm just going to play with you for a while. Who told you that I have to play for so long, every day like today? I've awakened the ability to cross worlds. I can reach the underworld in seconds, not an hour. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took Seraflor's hand. Don't resist, just let your body move with me. Swoosh! The next second, the two appeared in the Demon Lord Leviathan's territory. Wow, Shou-chan is awesome. Now we can play together more often. 17. In her excitement, Seraflor rewarded Lin Xiu generously, leaving a lot more milky fragrance on his face. Before leaving, Seraflor remembered something very important. By the way, Shou-chan, can I take the clothes I'm wearing today back home? Before parting, Seraflor asked for her clothes back. She really didn't want to leave her water-stained clothes with Lin Xiu. Well, no. Lin Xiu refused with a smile. Seraflor, those clothes are also part of the price you have to pay. Seraflor then realized that besides taking cosplay photos, collecting her cosplay costumes was also one of Lin Xiu's goals. No, Lin Xiu's original goal might have been to collect her clothes. 1813 Sarah Flew didn't expect Lin Xiu to be so perverted. When she thought that Lin Xiu might pounce on her clothes and smell them fiercely after returning, Sarah Floor's face flushed like an attractive red apple. Oomph. Xiu-chan is a pervert. I won't play with you for at least 7 days. Sarah Flew decided to ignore Lin Xiu for 7 days to express her dissatisfaction with her. Looking at Sarah Floor, who left angrily with her twin ponytails swinging, Lin Xiu smiled and said loudly to her back, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said clearly. I will come to see you on time after get off work tomorrow." After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Sarah Floor paused. The next second, she swung her twin ponytails even more vigorously. From the smile that unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth, it could be seen that Lin Xiu's answer made her very happy. The next day, it was time for Sarah to get off work. Before she even got off work, the demon girl's 2 jade feet were already stomping on the ground anxiously. Dong! The bell rang, and Lin Xiu appeared. Sarah's mouth curled up subconsciously, then quickly. Calm down. After putting away her smile, Sarah Floor immediately turned her head away and puffed up her face. Oomph. Didn't I tell you? I won't play with you within 7 days. Sarah Flew said angrily. Sarah Flew, did you say that? Sorry, I only remember saying I was coming to find you. I must put into practice what I have said. By the way, I heard there's an audition for a magical girl show on XXTV today, and it's in 60 minutes. As I recall, it takes at least an hour to get from the underworld to the human world, right? Is there anyone who has the ability to reach the human world within an hour? Lin Xiu meant something. Humph. Since you are a man who keeps his promise, I will forgive you. Now take me to the audition. Sarah Floor took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, and in turn held Sarah Floor's hand tightly. The next moment, the two of them disappeared into the underworld. By the way, that TV station is looking for an actor for a male role. Would he like to apply together? It would be a bit boring just to sit there and wait for Sarah Floor's audition. The audition went smoothly. With Lin Xiu and Sarah Floor's looks and acting skills, both of them successfully got the roles they wanted. However, what Lin Xiu was most concerned about was, after the audition, Sarah Floor actually bought the TV station. Haven't you passed the audition? Is there any need to buy it? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Of course I need to buy it. Only in this way can the TV station fully cooperate with Lin Xiujuan and I's schedule. Then why didn't you buy the TV station from the beginning? Of course it's because... Okay, you don't have to say anymore. I already know the answer. Before Sarah Floor could finish her words, Lin Xiu covered her mouth with her hand. Sarah Floor, you probably feel that relying on buying a TV station to pass an audition is a sign of insecurity and unworthy of a magical girl, right? Correct. Sarafla gave a thumbs up. As expected of Xiu-chan, you really understand my feelings. Sarah Floor found herself becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xiu. In the next few days, Lin Xiu resumed her daily life. A week passed. During this week, Lin Xiu's life remained the same. Study and practice hard during the day, go on dates in the evening, and return to the world of Apocalypse to fight monsters at night. Of course, the specific arrangements are different from the previous few days. On the one hand, he now had a new date, Sarah Floor, and a new event called filming on his schedule. On the other hand, Lin Xiu found that Leah was less and less concerned about giving him benefits. Once, when he entered the old school building, Rias had just finished bathing and was wearing only a white shirt and a red thong. Second rate. Even so, Rias didn't care and let Lin Xiu rest his head on her thighs. Finally, it's Amano Yuma's side. Amano Yuuma has also evolved to the point where she will actively kiss him before meeting and parting. It can be said that the progress is very fast. Another 7 days passed in the DxD world, and 35 days passed in the Apocalypse world. During these 35 days, Lin Xiu moved the shelter to a larger rural area and began to plant some crops that were easy to grow and had a relatively short maturity period. On Kagura's side, she successfully used her own influence and Lin Xiu's military force to control most of the self-defense forces and control the rights of most of the island nation. There was no way. The strength displayed by Lin Xiu was simply too terrifying. After an explosion magic was cast, before he could take the initiative to negotiate, the top leaders of Fuso took the initiative to lick him. Bang! After all the living people were evacuated, Lin Xiu threw an explosion magic directly towards Tokyo. Looking at the numbers that kept rising in the system, Lin Xiu felt happy. At this moment, his body seemed to have flipped a switch, and he naturally broke through to the upper demon level. After ascending from a high-level intermediate demon to a primary-level superior demon, Lin Xiu even felt confident that he could face a Demon King-level expert alone. After Tokyo, Lin Xiu went to several other international metropolises that had already cooperated with him and completed evacuation. After a few bursts of magic, Lin Xiu finally heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 4. Kill 100 million zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality, gold. Immortality, gold. The immortality is as powerful as that of a true vampire. It can turn part of the body into mist. Even if the body is completely destroyed, as long as a trace of mist still exists, it can slowly recover. Note, the immortality rewarded by the system is different from the immortality of vampires and is not afraid of any sacred items. After acquiring the third gold-rated ability, Lin Xiu became more relaxed. In a good mood, Lin Xiu went straight to sleep with him in the same bed. Not only the heroines of the apocalypse world, Lin Xiu also pulled the guards who looked like anime heroines to the bed. However, what surprised Lin Xiu a little was that halfway through the battle, Alice took the initiative to sit on him. Although her petite and cute body was constantly trembling, Alice looked unprecedentedly happy and satisfied. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, becoming Alice's father. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Talented ability. Fatherly love is like a mountain green. Talent ability. Fatherly love, green. When facing a Lolita-type character, you will gain their extra attention and love. After coming to her senses, Lin Xiu could only gently stroke Alice's smooth back, helping her to adapt to the situation as much as possible. While holding Alice's waist, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, collecting all the true apocalypse worlds. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Apocalypse World, Son of the World Qualification Gold. Apocalypse World, Qualification of the Son of the World. After collecting all the heroines, the host becomes the Son of the World recognized by the world consciousness. As the Son of the World, the host can change the rules of the world to a certain extent. In addition, the host can also consume part of the world's origin to unlock the life form of the life form selected by himself. After the life form is unlocked, the life form will grow to the growth limit of the world in one go. Note 1. When unlocking the life forms of the original male and female protagonists, there is no need to consume the world origin because it has been unlocked once. Note 2. The growth limit of the Apocalypse World is Demon King level. True Apocalypse World Full Collection. Lin Xiu hadn't expected that the system had even stricter conditions for full collection. But Demon King level? It's nice to have the expectation of growing to Demon King level. At this stage, most of the heroines in the world of Apocalypse have been promoted to the level of superior demons, and the strongest one, Seiko Bisujima, has even been promoted to a high-level superior demon. Although there is still a long way to go before reaching the Demon King level, Lin Xiu is quite satisfied with the fact that he can gradually grow into a Demon King level expert in the future. As for changing the rules of the Apocalypse World, Lin Xiu felt that this matter was worth his careful study. Bite. The host has completed the hidden mission in the Apocalypse World and is searching for the next copy world. Remaining search time, 240 hours. calculated in main world time. Search target, intermediate copy world. After 240 hours, please click the system to view the search results. While conquering the next dungeon world, the host can also continue to complete the main quest in the Apocalypse world. Come to think of it, I haven't completed the main quest in the Apocalypse world. Lin Xiu remembered that he still had a main task of building a shelter in the Apocalypse world that had not been completed. There's no way around it. The main quest to build the shelter will take half a year to complete, and it's only been less than 2 months since the apocalypse, so it's still too early for the completion. Ultimately, it can only be blamed on the fact that he completed the hidden mission too quickly. According to the system, completing hidden quests or all main quests, as long as one of these two conditions is met, a new dungeon world can be unlocked. An intermediate dungeon world, I wonder what kind of world I'll get. When Lin Xiu was thinking about what world he would draw, the detection array he set up in the DxD world suddenly produced feedback. Rias? Why is she at my door in the middle of the night? Lin Xiu's doubts only lasted for a second. You came to me in the middle of the night. It could only be because of that incident. Well, if Rias doesn't come, wouldn't all my arrangements be in vain? After roughly cleaning up the mess in the Apocalypse world, Lin Xiu quickly returned to the DxD world.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.